Daniel Reed was still not used to awakening when the sun sets. In his mind, darkness was truly the time of the damned, when evil was carried out, hidden from the eyes of the common people. But now there was no crying over what was beyond changing. Father Michael taught him for several nights about the world of the Nosferatu, how they fed, where they hid, who was atop the food chain, their houses and laws. The priest was amused that Daniel had discovered him and always said that he expected great many things from him. The night was cold and almost without light from the moon or stars. Daniel stared at the streets of Dreadford, the smell of blood refusing to leave his nostrils. He remembered what had brought him here. His introspection was interrupted by the cause, Father Michael, who stood beside him.
There you are, my child. I have a task for you. One of my dear friends is in need of your abilities.
I am not at the service of monsters for evil purposes. I am sure there are plenty of detectives under the power of vampires, if not the entire police force.
I already told you. Sarah was an unfortunate mistake. You yourself know the thirst now. How it burns inside you and purges everything else until only itself remains. I lost control. Soon you will too take a life you didn't mean to.
Daniel knew the thirst his sire was talking about. Drinking blood was abhorrent, but if he did not do so, the cursed thirst would only grow until it was too much to bear.
You are better served now than being a private detective, wasting your time following around unfaithful wives and husbands, my child. And I am not going to ask you to do evil. My friend and ally Pierre Dupont needs your help to find and save a young woman from an evil traitor of House Strix.
Like you helped Sarah and myself?
If Dupont is right, the girl is already a Nosferatu and a prisoner. No one needs to die or get hurt, you just need to find her and help her escape.
Why are you and Dupont concerned with this vampire girl's well-being?
As I said before, our house is divided by the power struggle between three Nosferatu. This one, Yelena, is a dangerous one.
Daniel Reed didn't know what made him agree. Was it the worry about a young woman's safety? Was he still trying to save Sarah? Or was it the chance to escape Father Michael's litany about becoming a better monster? This job reeked of politics. One of the worst things about being a vampire was the goddamn politics. Everything had an angle, favors, considerations, and a lot of interests. Father Michael asked Daniel to find the whereabouts of a woman named Jessica Lewis. She was a painter who was enjoying her breakthrough moment when suddenly she vanished. The detective started his investigation with her apartment. He was amazed how his body functioned differently now. He could jump higher and move faster. A few questions to a janitor, and the man answered everything without second thought, like helping was of the utmost concern. When he was investigating Sarah's case, it was hard to obtain any information from people in this town. They were like oysters, closed and protecting their pearls. But now, with a smile, they would confess their most terrible secrets. Daniel had no trouble getting access to her place and started looking for any information on her whereabouts. Jessica had several arts degrees and certificates. A quick research, and Daniel found out that since she was a child, she had applied for and completed many scholarships. All of them were offered by the same philanthropist, a famous art critic named Manfred Voigt. It seemed Jessica had an admirer, or at least her work had one. If what Father Michael told him was right, this Manfred was a Nosferatu like himself. A child of Yelena, Dupont's rival for control over House Strix. Jessica's schedule had a private appointment with him in a luxury atelier, her last entry. Satisfied, Daniel left her apartment back into the night and started to formulate a plan. The studio was dark and had no easy opening. He decided to stalk it for a few nights using binoculars to look inside, but realized he didn't need it anymore. His eyesight worked better than the tool, a gift from the eagle. Manfred Voigt visited every night and left an hour before dawn. On the second night of observation, the detective saw Jessica. She was distressed and seemed to be always on the edge when Manfred was around, and she, like him, was dead. From what Daniel could gather, she had been turned into a Nosferatu and was being held here against her will. His next step was inevitable. He had to break into the atelier and rescue her. The detective took some time to prepare everything. He called Father Michael and asked for a place for the girl to be brought to. The priest arranged with Dupont for such a place. An old church would be well prepared to house the girl for as long as she needed. Daniel made Father Michael assure him more than once that this girl would not be killed like Sarah. Of course, he did not lose the opportunity to tell Daniel that she was in fact already dead, but the detective only let the matter drop after the priest agreed she would not be destroyed, as it is the parlance among Nosferatu. Daniel Reed procured a vehicle, checked for his pistol, made sure he had his stake available. He looked at it, and it reminded him of Sarah. He made this stake to avenge her, and now he was a monster, like the one who took her life. He realized how much he hated Father Michael, and how much he started to hate himself. Daniel would wait for near the sunrise before he made his move. He would only go in after Manfred left. He remembered his last confrontation with a vampire, and he did not want to leave anything to chance. Even being a vampire himself, he would prefer to avoid any direct engagement if possible. Daniel kept vigil the whole night, and an hour before dawn, as usual, he saw Manfred leaving the atelier, going into his own car and driving away. Before he moved in, Daniel felt it. The thirst was agonizing and deep. It felt like his own soul was dry. The craving for blood was disgusting for him, but undeniable nevertheless. The detective had prepared for it, and he took a small rat from a cage near his observation spot. For long moments, Daniel stared into the rat uncomfortable, but in the end the thirst always won, and he bit it and took its blood. The taste was insipid, but at least the urging relented for now. Without losing more time, he went into the studio. He came well prepared to deal with the door, and in no time he was inside the dark corridors and galleries filled with paintings. He already knew more or less the interior of the building from his days observing it. He found Jessica sitting alone into a windowless room deep into the building. She was painting with complete focus and was startled when he arrived. Daniel felt the smell of blood somewhere near. She had fed recently, and it was not upon rats. The smell almost distracted Daniel. But the painter stood up wearily, and like a cornered beast, she seemed ready to pounce. There it was, the second time he was facing a vampire, just to make sure he touched the stake under his jacket.
Calm down, my name is Daniel Reed. I am a friend and a Nosferatu as well.
The girl did not seem pleased.
The man who did this to me is an enemy of the man who did this to you. I was sent to find you and take you out of his grasp. If you come with me, we are going to a safe place.
A flash of doubt crossed the girl's face. Daniel could see she wanted to go away, but she was still not sure about his offer. She made a movement to go with him, but stopped.
What if going with you is worse? I don't know who you are and who is your maker.
I have been turned only very recently. Listen, Jessica, the sun is almost up. We need to go, it's now or never. I don't think that there will be another opportunity if you let this one pass, but I won't force you to come with me.
The girl was roused from her stupor by his words.
All right, Mr. Reed, I want to get away from this madman.
They left the room urgently. 2 security officers tried to stop them, but Daniel used his supernatural charm to dissuade them from doing anything. They got to his car without any further trouble and left for the church. For a while there, they were silent until she noticed the dead rat on the back.
Why do you have a dead rat in your backseat?
She asked, disgusted, taking her hand to cover her mouth.
For feeding.
He answered without taking his eyes from the road.
That's disgusting. You can catch a disease doing that.
I know my sire warned me. I bought it from a pet store.
He was still not used to referring to Father Michael like that.
Why don't you feed on humans like the rest of us? It is dreadful, but a lot better than this. This is nasty.
Because I am not a monster.
He finally looked at her, and shame made her quiet.
We're here.
Daniel parked the car in front of an old colonial church. Pierre Dupont was at the front waiting for them. He looked young and fresh, no pale at all. His hair was well cut and his mustache was well groomed. He exalted perfume and was dressed in a red, custom-made Italian suit.
Parfait, you have arrived. Thank you so much for this, Daniel. You cannot imagine how delighted I am with your success.
Thank you, sir.
Come, mon ami. I must reward you.
Dupont opened the door, letting them in.
There is no need, sir. I am glad I could help the young miss.
Nonsense, I insist.
The Frenchman gently pushed him in, and he obliged.
Anita,
The host called, and a French maid responded.
Oui, monsieur?
please accommodate Lady Jessica to her quarters. Go on, mon amour. Refresh yourself. We have much to discuss, but you must be petrified being held hostage by that tacky, inelegant monster. I'll be right there with you.
Jessica felt safe and acquiesced to the request, leaving Daniel and Dupont alone. The host excused himself for a moment and came back with glasses of wine filled with blood.
Here.
He offered a glass to Daniel.
No, sir, thank you, but I would rather not.
Nonsense. This is an exquisite harvest from a great blood sommelier named Jean-Luc, a great friend of mine. This is art in a glass, unlike that dreaded industrial blood that comes from the rapture. Those kids have no taste. You will not regret it.
I don't drink human blood, sir. I must not accept.
Daniel refused, feeling embarrassed to his own surprise.
I understand, mon ami. I too hate the primitive task of biting necks. So out of taste, eh? We are not monsters.
He said in a supernaturally charming manner. Daniel felt as if he needed to fight for his will to prevail, but it didn't. He took the glass and drank. To his surprise, it tasted like nothing he ever tried before. He could not only taste how sweet it was, but he could taste happiness. The happiness mixed with surprise and excitement of being accepted to an Ivy League university. It tasted like graduating top of your class. It tasted like falling in love with a drop of a sunny day in the south of France. When he realized the glass was empty, and Dupont was looking at him satisfied, and for some reason, Daniel was happy to see him that way.
Now go, mon ami. Father Michael must be worried about you. Send my regards.
Daniel thanked for the drink and left, as if mesmerized, and when he closed the door, Dupont stared at his wrist. It was gnashed with a little blood. He made his wound heal, and a malicious smile grew on his face as he turned to the stairs to follow Jessica and the maid. Julio would have never believed that Dreadford Public Library was home to a family of vampires, or Nosferatu as they called themselves. But now he was one of them, a member of House Ashkari, the House of the Owl as his sire taught him. The elder of the house, Van Arden, was the representative of the house at the King's Council and sire to 5 Nosferatu. Now one of these 5, Hendrik, was his sire. Due to their increased thirst for blood compared to other vampires, their numbers remained low. Dreadford had another particular reason to ostracize Nosferatu from their house. Hendrik told him they came from outside the city during the last decade of the 19th century with an important mission. He did not elaborate on this mission but made it very clear that the eternities of all the members of their family depended on it.
Can't you tell me more about this mission? If my future or Christina's depend on it, I would like to know all about it.
In time, Julio. For now, you must understand that Van Arden was sent here to do something vital for the well-being of this family. He came from Europe with 2 children, Sebastian Esterhazy, the eldest, and Agnes Horvath, our librarian. Those early times were hard. We were the target of suspicion from all other houses. They worked to gain acceptance, and eventually, we were admitted as part of the court of Dreadford.
So you're saying other vampires distrust us?
Most Nosferatu distrust everyone, Julio. Living for a long time having to feed from the blood of another is not easy on the mind. Having to fight our Nephilim to keep us from losing ourselves to our condition does not help either.
Nephilim? What does it mean, Mr. Blomkamp?
Inside each one of us there is an ancient evil, Julio. Something that drives us to turn into monstrous beings. Giving into it is easy and rewarding, but you will not like where it takes you. Fighting against it is painful and costly, but keeps you who you are. There are 12 Nephilim, 1 for each house of the blood. Nosferatu condition and powers are derived from them. I like to think ours, the owl, is not the worst one. There are some truly terrifying Nephilim, but I digress.
Julio was astounded to hear about ancient disembodied spirits and vampires. This man, or rather Nosferatu, held so much knowledge within his mind. He felt like a child learning the basics all over again.
We live and die by our knowledge, it defines us. Van Arden brought 2 local people into the blood of the house. Eugene, our tech-savvy enthusiast, and Candace, our most powerful sorceress. Later, I myself was turned into a Nosferatu as the youngest of our house. Now this position falls to you, as my child.
Julio looked around into the old library and found an enormous tome about sorcery.
So it is true that we are sorcerers and magic exists. Not only vampires, but sorcery. Unbelievable. Don't tell me I should beware of werewolves as well.
Yes, magic exists. There is Ars Sanguinis, our hermetic and alchemical magic that studies the fundamentals of the vampiric blood. Ars Rosa, considered by many to be holy or divine magic. Ars Mortis, commonly referred to as necromancy or death magic. Ars Spina, or thorn magic, a pagan and shamanistic type of magic. Ars Infernum, commonly known as profane magic, and the Scholomance. All of them are fueled by the power of our own cursed blood, but there is magic derived from mana, an ethereal energy that only mortals can wield among many others. And if you see a werewolf, run. No one likes a hero.
I've always thought people who believed in this type of stuff were foolish. Christina will be amazed, absolutely amazed.
Christina must never know anything. Remember, we are bound by the theater. The King's Council will not hesitate to destroy you and her if you risk it. She will be taken care of as part of our agreement, but she will have to take special medicine for the rest of her life. As long as she does it, her disease won't bother her. And please return the book exactly to where you removed it from, or Agnes will kill me as if I were a member of the Tower.
The Tower? I don't think I remember hearing anything about it before.
The Tower is the antithesis of the court. Nosferatu of the Tower are stuck in the old ways of our kind and are deranged, dangerous fanatics. They fight for control of Dreadford against the court and the king. They have done so for as long as they have moved into the city in the 18th century.
Mr. Blomkamp, there's one thing I would like to know. One thing that cost me dearly. Why was the oil platform built? Are vampires really looking forward to making money with offshore oil?
The platform was a personal project of mine. You see, Julio, our house is in danger at every corner, be it the court and its deadly politics or the Tower and their constant harassment. Here in this library, we are too vulnerable. We do have wards and spells protecting it, but I have worked hard to convince my siblings and sire to move our house into somewhere safe and out of reach. The structure you built for us on the sea. But enough questions for now. You won't learn our arts if you don't study hard. Let's work to make you into a member of this house in more than name and blood. Your first step is the rite of arcane revelation.
They took the stairs leading underground. There he found 5 other Nosferatu in a dimly lit chamber full of candles and incense. The family's most ancient and revered texts were arranged on pedestals and altars, ready to be consulted, and Hendrik took his place among his brothers and sisters.
The purpose of this ceremony is to initiate a new member into our lodge. You must pass on a test if we are to grant access to the family's most guarded secrets and knowledge.
An elderly vampire appeared to be conducting the ceremony, and Julio was directed to the middle of the room, where a book lay closed, seemingly sealed by magic. He was instructed to open it. Inside, he would find the first teachings of his tutor, but he would have to manage the simple incantation to undo the locking spell on the book by himself. He was told that everything he needed to do so was inside the room and within his mind and blood. Julio felt a rush of invigoration by the challenge. He passed the next couple hours looking into the texts available to him and reciting different incantations. He tried to understand what made the spell function using the same scientific mindset he applied to his work. While he toiled, the other vampires stood still, no breath or movement. Their attention focused on him and his work, as if they were judging his every act and his performance. The bloodling mage could tell his research was exposing him to wisdom and insights contained within the texts that were still far beyond his reach, but the early contact with them fed his curiosity more and more. At the start of the second hour, Julio paused, taking a deep breath. He whispered to himself,
"This is it. I can do this."
With newfound determination, he let a drop of his blood fall on the leather cover of the book and recited the incantation which broke the spell.
Before you open it, do you swear to safeguard the secrets and security of the family? Do you vow to uphold the values of wisdom, truth, and discretion in the pursuit of arcane knowledge?
I vow to keep the family secure and protect its secrets. If I fail to pursue the values of wisdom, truth, and discretion, may I face the consequences of my actions.
The elderly vampire congratulated Julio. After that, a gentleman with an old-fashioned beard and mustache approached the bloodling.
This was a fine display. I salute you.
He gave a cane to Julio as a welcoming present, who noticed it had a sword hidden inside.
The book you received for passing the test is a gift from me. May it become a repository of all the wisdom and knowledge you acquire.
The librarian gave him a kind smile, and was followed by a charming and charismatic man.
When you return to your room, you will find all the paraphernalia you need to practice alchemy in Ars Sanguinis. Welcome aboard.
Lastly, a red-haired woman with intense eyes approached Julio. She handed him an amber amulet, in silence.
Thank you. But what is it for?
It helps when you do fire magic, working as a catalyst. I will wait to give any welcome or congratulations when you have accomplished something of note. Any charlatan could have solved that locking spell. You have cost us a valuable right to blood. Make yourself worth it.
I will make a fine mage out of him.
Hendrik caught Candice off guard. They exchanged a glance that told Julio that there was history between them, but he thought better keep it to himself. With this, Julio concluded his rite of initiation and was ready to learn magic with his teacher. He emerged from the underground chamber transformed. He carried the weight of the knowledge he started to acquire and the responsibility to uphold the oath and duty to his new family. The next few nights flew by as Julio learned with his sire the fundamentals of the Ars Sanguinis and the manipulation of the elements and the four humors.
You see, Julio, we are the keepers of the secrets of the blood.
He picked a rack with 3 test tubes filled with blood.
Since Babylon, the ancient wise men realized that if you leave blood undisturbed for about an hour, it will clot, and it will divide itself into 4 different layers.
He picked up one of the tubes, shook it, and whispered an incantation. When he stopped, the blood inside separated into the 4 layers.
The bottom layer is called melanocole, from the Greek, black bile.
He pointed to a dark clot formed at the bottom.
It relates to autumn, adulthood, and to earth. On top of it, there is the erythros, from the Greek meaning red. It relates to spring, to infancy, and to the element of air.
He pointed to a layer made of red liquid, and in sequence to the layer above, a whitish one.
After, there is the phlegm, associated with winter, old age, and the element of water. And lastly, the yellow layer is made of choler, associated with summer, youth, and the element of fire.
He shook the test tube again, reciting another incantation, and when he stopped, it had turned to blood again.
When you master all 4 humors, melena, erythros, phlegm, and choler, and therefore the 4 elements, earth, air, water, and fire, you will be able to master the 5th element, the hema, the blood.
He put the test tube back into the rack.
Each of these 4 humors is also linked to a temperament. House Ashkari learned how to derive each one from our vampiric blood, and through them, how to control the elements and concepts associated with each. As an apprentice, you are going to learn how to manipulate the first one of your choice, choler. As you progress, you will learn each of the 4 until you can unlock the master element.
Julio was amazed by what his blood was capable of, and the first time he cast a fire spell, he could not believe himself. During these nights, he was fed blood brought to him in wine glasses and heated in the microwave. This was the most difficult part to get used to. The thirst was immense, and from the moment he woke up until he laid down, he felt it. Practicing his magic only made it worse, so he had to drink copious amounts of blood to keep it sated. He dreaded the time he would have to take his blood from a living person. Meanwhile, Christina was under observation at the Dreadford's General Hospital. She had been cured and the doctors were ready to release her. Julio missed his wife dearly. After several nights of studying with unwavering commitment the lessons his sire imparted to him, he approached Hendrik.
Hendrik, may I have your permission to visit Christina?
Hendrik sighed, reluctance evident in his eyes.
Julio, I must remind you of the risks of wandering around alone. After your presentation to the King's Council, your face is known to many. There are factions and enemies out there who would love to strike a blow against House Ashkari by hurting you. They see you as a pawn in a larger game. If they capture or kill you, it could weaken our position significantly.
I understand, but I need to see her, Hendrik. Ensuring Christina's well-being was the primary reason for me to accept this deal.
Hendrik shook his head.
You are also unaccustomed to your thirst. Ours is not like any other. You pose a danger to people, including Christina.
Please, I need to see her, especially after everything that has happened.
Hendrik crossed his arms, considering Julio's plea.
You do realize that if you lose control, even for a moment, it could have disastrous consequences. For you, for Christina, and for our house.
Julio nodded.
I do, but I've been practicing restraint. I can't handle this, Hendrik. I have to handle this.
Hendrik's expression softened slightly, but his voice remained firm.
The Council will not look kindly on any mistakes. You cannot tell her anything that would violate our laws.
Julio took a deep breath.
I won't make any mistakes, I promise. Just let me see her. I need to make sure she's alright. She deserves that.
Hendrik paused, his eyes searching Julio's face for any sign of doubt. Finally, he nodded.
All right, but the meeting will be brief. I will accompany you to the hospital, and my best familiar will be the driver and provide security.
Julio felt a wave of relief wash over him.
Thank you, Hendrik. I appreciate this more than you know.
Don't thank me yet. This isn't without risk. We must be careful, Julio. One misstep could cost us all dearly.
I understand. I won't let you down.
They arrived at the hospital after midnight. At the last minute, Hendrik decided to increase the security with a second armed familiar who would escort Julio at all times. The parking lot was dark and silent. The four men immediately felt something eerie. Julio quickly rushed to the elevator and called it being followed closely by one of the familiars. A flickering light was the only source of illumination while they waited. An incessant buzz came from the light piercing the silence. The familiar at his side anxiously surveyed the entire empty garage. Finally, the elevator bell marked its arrival. Suddenly, before the doors opened, a dark chain wrapped up the familiar's left leg and with a single pull yanked the man away from Julio.
What are you searching for, little owl? Be careful of what you may find. Are you lost?
The temperature had a sudden drop, and the room started to get very cold. The familiar fought for his life against a chain made of solid shadow and ice, trying to completely engulf him like a snake. He drew his gun and tried to shoot it. To Julio's surprise, the room got unnaturally silent. The gun did not produce any sound, neither did the struggle. Suddenly, the familiar's gun came sliding on the floor and stopped near him, insinuating his death. Julio did not think twice and took it in his hands. He expected his heart to be racing, but all he felt was cold and numbness. His body was truly dead. He backed down slowly, gun at the ready. He noticed someone coming out of the elevator and standing behind him. Julio turned around to face a beast of a man with a stern expression, behind a long, scruffy beard, matching his long and greasy black hair. Without delay, the man raised his fists and punched Julio like a train. Bones cracked, piercing his flesh. He fell back down to the ground and, in a split second, raised his gun and fired against his foe. A smile grew beneath the beard as Julio fired again. The man's eyes had a sinister look, and he did not appear to be bothered by the gun. He took it from Julio's hands as if taking a toy from a child, and signaled to the woman who talked before. Sound returned to the room. Julio saw a beautiful brunette woman step into the light, blood at the corners of her mouth.
I am going to give you a single chance, child.
Julio drew his sidearm and shot the man in the face.
Admirable, but ill-advised.
The huge man spoke, his face as if nothing had happened. He reached out with an open hand to grab Julio, but the apprentice was pulled away from him by an invisible force. Hendrik, with a swift gesture, had intervened and used a spell to move him out of the way. He felt himself carried by the invisible force and thrust back into the car he came in. Hendrik stood outside, positioned between the vehicle and the two vampires.
Take him away from here!
Hendrik commanded the second familiar, who was in the driver's seat. The dark chain slithered towards the car with a menacing speed, but Hendrik intercepted it with the same spell he used to move Julio, creating an invisible barrier that halted its advance. With a swift motion, Hendrik followed up with a blast of cold and ice that shot towards the woman, the air crackling with frost, but she quickly shrugged it off, her skin seemingly impervious to the cold. She raised her hand, summoning a swirling vortex of dark energy that coiled around her. Hendrik pressed on, unleashing another barrage of icy blasts, but the dark energy absorbed the attacks, rendering them ineffective.
Cold against a powerful basilisk? Are you dense? You are trying to heroically save the child, but you are the prize, half-wit.
The huge man advanced, his steps slow and deliberate. Hendrik pivoted, casting a series of fast spells forming sigils in the air. These sigils exploded into elemental bursts upon contact with the man, ice, lighting, earth. Yet he continued forward, unfazed and relentless. The man swung a massive fist, knocking Hendrik off balance. The familiar started the car and rushed for the exit.
No, stop! He needs help, please!
The driver ignored his plea, and Julio heard the doors of the car locking. He looked back to his sire and saw him kneeling, wounded. The huge man appeared to have endured his spells as easily as he had endured the gunshots, and now had his hands over Hendrik, who remained resolute, facing the towering figure with defiance. The last thing Julio saw before they departed the parking lot was his sire turning to ashes.
No one likes a hero.
The drops of rain fell from the sky like the tears of a father who lost his son. Daniel Reed shifted his umbrella and sighted with his back to the church doors.
You still have not lost that habit, my son?
Father Michael said, announcing his arrival.
I'm not your son.
But you are. Nonetheless, I have something for you.
He smiled amicably and reached under his jacket and retrieved a pouch where coins clinked together.
This is from DuPont. As a reward from your last job.
The detective took the pouch in his hands and looked into the contents. It was a number of gold coins.
Gold?
In our society, gold, silver, and blood are the only currency. There is, of course, the occasional favor. If you need to buy goods and services, that is the way. No one accepts cash, except for the very young among us such as yourself.
Daniel Reed put the pouch inside his trench coat and turned to leave, but Father Michael called for his attention.
You know, to be rewarded in this manner means he has you in high esteem. It is smart to keep the goodwill of a member of the council. It could save your eternity one day.
What do you want, Michael? Don't play games with me. Be direct or leave me alone.
What I mean is that another member of the council, Adrian Van Arden from the House Ashkari, is in need of help. 2 members of the tower, Ivan, the preacher, and Antoinette, the Velvet Shade, destroyed his youngest son, Hendrik Blomkamp, a couple of nights before.
Hendrik just brought someone into the blood, right? What was his name? Julio?
Precisely. He disappeared after the attack. Usually in the council, DuPont and Caroline Graves vote together. On the other hand, Spector and Holloway vote together, leaving the rancher and Van Arden with the casting votes. If we could have Van Arden on our side, it would strengthen our position against Bloody Mary and Yelena.
So you want me to find Julio and bring him back?
Splendid.
Father Michael told him to look for the council member at the Dreadford Public Library, and as Daniel Reed approached its door, his acute senses heard.
Don't worry, old man. If you don't want the help from the Shire Reaver, it is your prerogative. But if the shit hits the fan, don't come knocking.
Bartholomew, you know I respect you, but as soon as I involve you in this, I'll have to open the doors of our library to court officials. And you know I cannot let this happen.
So you are gonna use DuPont's lackey?
I don't have another choice.
You and me go way back, Adrian. Remember who helped you and your children when everybody in this wretched city was suspicious of your house. The house of the betrayer.
Don't speak of it, Bartholomew. You and I have been acquaintances for a long time, and I do not forget a favor, as you well know.
The door opened, and a young man wearing black jeans, black shirt under a leather jacket and sunglasses stepped out, followed by an old man with long silver hair wearing a red robe and walking with a cane.
Look who we got here. Daniel Reed, private detective. I have all my eyes on you, puppet.
The young man said as he left.
Don't mind him.
Van Arden reassured Daniel Reed.
Please come in.
They went in and Van Arden closed the door.
So, Mr. Van Arden, how can I help you?
Well, Mr. Reed, I must assume you already heard about the destruction of my youngest child, Hendrik.
Yes, sir, I've heard about it.
What you certainly don't know is that the new leadership of the tower has a personal grudge against my house. It's been some time now that they have been sabotaging our attempts to promote a more secure environment for our family. Hendrik and his child, Julio, were the ones working on this project. Now that Hendrik is gone, this responsibility will befall on Julio alone, but he has disappeared, and that is where you come in.
What makes you think he is not gone as well?
We are a family of magicians, Mr. Reed. Be assured we have our own ways to know.
Well, If you think it is kidnapping, did you receive a ransom note?
No, that is my fear. They do not intend to exchange him, but to extract what he knows from his mind and then discard him.
You want to protect your secrets.
Mr. Reed, make no mistake. My family is the most dear thing to me in all my eternity. I would not think twice to set this whole city ablaze to save even one of them, especially my only grandchild from my recently destroyed son.
Van Arden had an intense look on his eyes as he spoke, and it did not need anything else to convince Daniel, who had seen with his own eyes the old gentleman setting another vampire on fire, but with a gesture at his introduction.
Okay, sir, take me to his quarters then.
One thing, Mr. Reed, before we start. The reason I am trusting you, and therefore DuPont, is because this house holds many secrets. If I had accepted the help from the Shire Reaver, I would have to invite Nosferatu from all houses here. And that is something I cannot afford for the sake of my children.
I understand, sir. You can trust me.
That is the thing, Mr. Reed. I need some reassurance on that trust. For that, I'll need you to sign a non-disclosure agreement, as it is the business parlance.
Van Arden pulled a parchment from his robe, and Daniel got a pen.
No, Mr. Reed. I'll need you to sign it in blood.
After signing the contract, Van Arden took Daniel to Julio's quarters. The detective sifted through the belongings. He saw engineering books, notebooks, notes, drawings, and lots of calculations. Whatever the Van Ardens were building was big. Then he found blueprints for an oil rig offshore, and finally he found a photo of Christina. Now he knew he was looking for an obsessed and analytical married man. He asked about the woman to Van Arden, who promptly revealed she was hospitalized in Dreadford's General Hospital, where Hendrik was destroyed, and Julio was seen last with a family car and a familiar for security. That was the next logical place to investigate, so he bid the magician farewell and departed to the hospital in his car. On the way, Daniel kept thinking about the way Van Arden talked about his children. He sounded like a real father to them, even for Julio, calling him a grandchild. Of course, he was not crying as you would expect from a normal person. After all, he was a vampire, but he clearly sounded in mourning, as if his children were in fact really dear to him. That made him think about Father Michael. Did the priest really think about him, as Van Arden thought about his children, or was it manipulation? He felt conflicted about his sire, but then he remembered his speech about promising eternal life and forbidden pleasures to his victims. Even if Father Michael was like a father to him, he still was a murderous monster. He still was the midnight fiend. Most people have fathers, but not all fathers were like Van Arden. He parked the car inside Dreadford's General Hospital's garage. The place was cold and humid. A flickering light badly illuminated the space, and drops of water echoed from the pipes that crossed the ceiling. He walked around searching for clues, and his eyesight was not bothered by the darkness. After a while, he finally found some shell casings and grains on the floor that he quickly realized were ashes. He touched it and felt it between his fingers. Suddenly, he felt removed from time itself. His senses were transported to the past, and he saw the battle that unfolded with his own eyes. He saw Hendrik saving Julio and putting him inside the car. He saw Ivan turning him into ashes at the same time. The car made its escape from the garage as if he was there. Still transported into the past, Daniel Reed tried to follow the car that escaped with Julio but couldn't. His senses flickered between past and present, making it impossible. He looked around and noticed drops of blood on the floor, and he did the same as he did with the ashes. His senses were transported again, but the appearance of the place slightly changed, as if he was looking now through the lenses of a different person, and now he could follow the car long enough to see its plates. The detective collected some samples of blood and ash from the ground and went outside. Since he was in a hospital at night, there was a chance he could find a police cruiser outside. The hunch panned out, and he approached the vehicle as he exuded his supernatural charm on the cop. The man greeted him, and was more than happy to check the plates for a fellow investigator. The plates were in the name of a company called Van Arden Gas and Oil, which did not surprise the detective. He then asked if he could help him find said vehicle, which again, the police officer was more than happy to oblige. After a couple of hours, the cop received the location of the vehicle through the radio. It was on the northeast of the city near the train tracks, which was recognized as territory of the Tower, as it was explained by Father Michael. Daniel asked kindly for the vehicle to be left alone and that no further investigation should take place. The cop was more than happy to comply, and even gave Daniel his card in case he needed any help before the detective departed. Daniel arrived at his destination, parked and started to investigate the car almost immediately. But suddenly the hunger assailed him. Since he got into the garage of the hospital, he felt that each time he used his supernatural powers, the thirst grew more, and now it was starting to feel unbearable. He looked around and the neighborhood was completely abandoned, no one around. He thought about looking for stray dogs or rats, but remembered they could transmit diseases, and that got him frustrated. Anger started to bubble inside him, and he felt as if something ancient and evil was trying to crawl out of his body. He heard a prolonged high-pitched scream of an eagle that came from deep inside his soul, making him instinctively close his eyes and cover his ears. He felt suffocated by the hunger, and when he opened his eyes they were luminous, blood red, and he was growling. He closed them again, trying to regain control over himself with all the will he could muster, and when he opened the eyes a second time they were normal again and the growling slowly faded. He needed to feed or else he could commit something terrible. He sifted through his wallet and found a business card. He got his cell phone and dialed the number, and a young woman answered.
Well, well, well. Hello, little cousin.
Mary, I need help. I am thirsty. Really thirsty.
Okay, cousin. But it's gonna cost you.
I can pay you in gold.
It's gonna cost you extra for an express delivery.
I don't care. Send it. Send it fast.
Okay, tell me where you are.
20 minutes went by that seemed like years, but a man with a backpack in a motorcycle arrived. Daniel paid him with 2 gold coins and got 3 pints of blood from the man who left promptly. Daniel went through the blood like a rabid animal, but he had to agree with DuPont. This was not as good as what he drank in the church. Now the thirst was held at bay, but somewhere in his soul he could still feel a low growl. Now he could give the necessary attention to the matter at hand. He cleaned his mouth and walked to the car of his mark. Daniel was still lightheaded, but started to investigate the car. He noticed some dry blood on the bottom of the back door, and there were some signs of struggle near the car. He found some shell casings that matched the previous ones he found in the hospital garage. He deduced that the struggle was between Julio and the familiar, but why? He discerned marks on the terrain that seemed like footprints and followed it. It seems that one of them was running from the other. Was the familiar working for the tower as well? He was tempted into displacing his senses into the past, but was afraid that it would make him hungry again. He decided to do this the old-fashioned way with good detective work. He followed the footprints and on the way found more shell casings, but now he was walking on concrete in an alley and lost the trail. He kicked a can and sighted. That's when it hit him. The smell of blood. It was not fresh, maybe from a day ago. He did not know how he could possibly know that, but he did. It was faint, but he knew he could follow. The smell took him into an abandoned building across a junkyard. It was easy to get in, and the place was in absolute darkness. The smell of blood was very strong now. He went up to the next floor, and in a room with no windows there it was. The corpse of the familiar. Daniel approached it to analyze it when suddenly a flash of fire almost burnt him into a crisp. He moved a few steps away from the corpse and saw Julio supported by his cane, with fire on his other hand.
So you found me, scum!
He hurled another volley of magical fire in Daniel's direction, who barely dodged.
What are you talking about?
You know it!
Julio dropped his cane on the floor and recited an incantation. His other hand was covered in flames, his eyes went blood red, and the corners of the room were set ablaze.
I swear I will burn this place down with you if you don't take me to her!
The room was quickly getting covered in flames. Fiery debris was falling from the ceiling, and Daniel started to feel a fear he never felt before. He felt that monster rattling the cage in his soul for the second time this night, but now it was a lot harder to keep it caged.
Stop it! I don't know what you're talking about.
Not until you take me to where she is!
Daniel closed his eyes, and when he opened again it was red like Julio's. He growled and took his stake from underneath his jacket. Julio noticed and with his flaming hands pointed at the ceiling directly over Daniel, making it explode and fall over him. For the first time, the blood inside Daniel burned like gasoline, and he saw everything in slow motion. He saw the ceiling falling down and on instinct got out of the way. He moved like Father Michael did when they first fought. He looked at Julio and saw the surprise slowly rising in his face. The detective pointed the stake, and in less than a second crossed the whole room, piercing Julio in the heart as they broke through the wall of the corridor behind him. Julio did not turn to ashes as Daniel expected, but he was immobilized with his eyes open still, with a surprised expression. The magical fire in the other room was extinguished, except for the places where it spread. Daniel put them out and turned to Julio. Somewhat instinctively, he knew Julio could hear him and was conscious.
Listen, I am Daniel Reed. I am a private detective hired by your grandsire, Adrian Van Arden, to find you and take you safely to the library. I am not here to hurt you, but to help you. I'm going to take this out of you if you promise me not to set me on fire.
Daniel stood there and realized the vampire could not answer him. He sighted and turned around, looking at the burned place. Suddenly he heard inside his mind.
Agreed.
Daniel turned, smiling back to the vampire. Amazed, he proceeded to remove the stake from his heart. Julio gasped for air instinctively and slowly got on his feet. Daniel extended a hand. The magician looked in distrust for a moment, but accepted.
So, Daniel, I am sorry for my behavior. I thought you were one of the members of the tower.
Yeah, I figured. Now come, you are safe now. I'll take you to Van Arden.
No, I can't. Not yet.
What do you mean? The familiar who betrayed your family is dead. We can leave.
He did not betray my family. I betrayed him.
Julio turned his back, fighting his shame.
When we left the hospital, he wanted to take me back home, but I convinced him we should stay. My wife was in the hospital and we needed to get her out before coming back. We saw the Russian man and the woman living with her, so we followed them into the junkyard across the street. We meant to storm it and rescue her, but the more I used my magic to help us, the stronger it got. We were planning the assault in the car when it struck me. Being a good familiar, he offered himself. As I began to drink from him, I felt a monster inside my soul, like an animal that could not be sated.
They were silent for a moment.
I fought it, told him to run. He did, but I could not keep the Nephilim at bay anymore. The owl inside me wanted his life. He ran, we fought, but well, you know the rest.
Daniel looked away. He remembered Father Michael telling him that one day he might end a life like the priest did to Sarah. The horror grabbed him by surprise when he realized all of them. Father Michael, DuPont, Bloody Mary, Van Arden and his children, even himself, were all monsters behind this very thin veneer of humanity they displayed when playing the theater. They were monsters. They were Nosferatu.
Don't worry. It happens to all of us sooner or later.
He put his hands on the magician's shoulder, trying to comfort him. For some reason, he forgave Julio for his indiscretion. Did that mean he should forgive Father Michael? Or did it mean he was losing himself to the monster beneath?
Now let's save that wife of yours.
Julio shared with him the intel he had on the junkyard. His wife was in a little shed, guarded by 5 familiars. One Nosferatu came once to check on them early at night and left, and was not the Russian man, nor the brunette woman. Someone who felt less powerful.
So we should wait for him to come and get in sometime after he leaves.
Perfect. The Nosferatu came right before you got here. We should move.
Daniel agreed, and the vampires went out to stalk the night. They moved across the street and faced the chain-link fence. Daniel burned his blood and ripped through the fence with brute force so he and Julio could go through. They stalked through the shadows and noticed one of the familiars keeping watch of the terrain. Moving in silence, Daniel passed by the familiar unnoticed through the right. Julio went through the left but stepped on an empty can, calling the familiar's attention, who caught him with a flashlight. But before he could make a sound, Daniel bit his neck, and the only sound was the familiar gargling and drowning in his own blood. Julio winced for a moment with the gore visual, but kept his head straight on the mission. When they got near the shed, they noticed 3 men on the entrance talking amongst themselves. Daniel got a rock from the ground and threw a couple of yards away, making a noise. 2 of the men got up to check the sound. Julio made his way to the remaining member and hit him in the head with a rock, and he immediately fell unconscious. The other 2 split to cover more ground, allowing Daniel to dispose of them discreetly with the butt of his gun. He came back and met Julio. They looked at the door and got in. A man held a gun to Christina's head, and both knew that he was not a familiar, but a vampire.
So the court sent you two to retrieve her. That's not gonna happen,
he said with a smile.
Leave her with us and we will let you walk out of here in one piece.
I'll have the hostage here, court scum. I call the shots. I can't believe you would risk an eternity for this bloodsack.
That's my wife!
A bloodsack for a wife? That's rich court hypocrisy at its best.
What do you mean?
I mean, I can smell Nosferatu blood in her mouth. She's on the juice.
Daniel looked disappointed at Julio.
No, impossible. I never did this. Mr. Blomkamp told me he would give her medicine. She has cancer.
Christina cried in silence, visibly terrorized, and the vampire from the tower started to laugh. A tear of blood struck Julio's face.
I did not know. Christina, I did not know.
You are disgusting.
Julio screamed in agony, pain and rage. His eyes were luminous and blood red as he set the clothes of his enemy on fire. Christina screamed bloody murder in fear. The vampire holding her hostage shot the gun to her head almost at point blank, and Daniel saw all of this in slow motion. He ran as fast as he could like an eagle diving for the kill, just in time to push Christina away, and so he would take the bullet for her instead. The vampire caught fire and turned to ashes. Christina fainted and Julio went for her.
We have to get her out of here!
Daniel agreed and they left. On the way back, inside Daniel's car, they were silent. Julio caressed Christina's face, bloody tears streaking his own. Daniel was silent. He thought about biting the neck of the man in the junkyard, about the familiar Julio had killed by mistake, about Christina surviving cancer on vampiric blood. What kind of fresh new hell was he living? Was all of this worth it to avoid death? Maybe not. Maybe Sarah O'Connor was the lucky one. In a clearing inside Dreadford's national forest, the rancher slowly paced from one side to the other, with his hands joined behind his back. In front of him, Mud, his second in command, gave a speech.
Can you see how this can benefit our house? If we can use this process to make the blood of the cattle as sustaining for us as human blood, we can keep all our feeding and resources in-house. This is why this enterprise is so important for House Volkos. Now I know many among you think this is not our way. The way of the wolf, the way of the berserker, but these are not the Viking knights anymore. Those are long gone. We must adapt or perish. This is the way of our forefathers. Survival.
The Nosferatu of House Volkos huddled around the king's council member and his representative in the dark. No torches were needed for them to comfortably see their leader. All but one kept silent, a young Navajo woman called Eloise.
Drink blood from cows? We are the House of the Wolf. We are born to hunt, not to raise cattle. Nature gives us what we need and we take it. This is the way of the wolf.
Some members raised their voices in agreement.
Our house numbers are the smallest it's ever been, and instead of fighting for the rights to expand it, we are going to pretend we are farmers? No, we are hunters.
More Nosferatu raised their voices in agreement, and the red eyes of the rancher silently gazed upon his opposition. A couple of days later, on the other side of the city, Father Michael met with Daniel Reed at his church.
Daniel, my son, I hope you are better after what has transpired with your last assignment.
Believe it or not, I think I am starting to get used to it.
Father Michael noticed that Daniel did not push back on being referred to as a son. Maybe the young vampire was starting to understand his place.
Well, that's great to hear it, because I have another assignment for you,
he said with a wicked smile.
As I said before, Van Arden and the rancher have the casting votes in the council. Van Arden owes us a favor thanks to your success in retrieving his grandchild. Now we need to bring the rancher to our side so we can use the full weight of the court against Yelena and finish her.
Let me guess. The rancher needs help to find a lost calf.
In a way. He needs our help to find a murderer. Usually this would fall under the purview of Shire Reaver Bartholomew, who is despised by all. But the rancher prefers to deal with this with the utmost discretion. Not only he has a special disdain for the Reaver, but he also doesn't want the fact that a family member murdered another to get out. So having heard of your exploits, he came to me for help. I knew I could expect great things from you when we met.
Daniel felt the last remark to sting, but Father Michael continued.
You are to locate this young Nosferatu called Eloise and take her to this address alive, where you will be thoroughly compensated. You should go there first and speak to a man called Elijah. When the assignment is done, we will finally have the means to get rid of Yelena and her ilk.
The priest gave him a photo of Eloise and a note with the address. A car parked in front of the church, and both Nosferatu saw the driver exiting the vehicle and opening the back door for Julio, who came out supported by his cane.
Hello, Julio. How is Van Arden?
Father Michael. He's well, thank you for asking. Do you mind if I have a word with Daniel in private?
Well, of course. It is good to see him making friends. Let me give you some space. Daniel, remember what we talked about.
The priest departed to the inside of the church, leaving them alone.
If you want privacy, we better leave. The old man has a hell of a hearing.
Julio looked to the doors of the church.
Of course. Come, whatever are your errands, my driver can take us.
Daniel was puzzled by the choice of words, but followed Julio into the vehicle. The driver opened the doors for them, made way to his seat, and they departed into the night.
Thank you for the opportunity, Daniel. First of all, here, your commission. Van Arden sends his regards.
Daniel thanked him and put the pouch away inside his trench coat.
Now on a more personal note, I'd like to thank you for your help in saving Christina. I do not know what I would do if I had lost her. She's the love of my life, and I sacrificed so much for her. So in a way, you did not just save her, you saved me as well. In light of these events, I want to put myself and my resources at your disposal, whatever you need.
You don't owe me anything, Julio. I did what any decent human being would.
Yes, but we are no longer human. Therefore, you went above and beyond duty, and I insist that you accept my offer. I insist.
Daniel looked in Julio's direction, but did not respond. He shifted in his seat and gave the note with the address to the driver.
This is where we need to go.
Julio smiled in response. The driver took note of the address and answered affirmatively. Daniel explained the assignment as they drove through the city. After a while, they were in the outskirts, a more rural area composed mainly of ranches. The area was eerie and fog-enshrouded. The wind moaned like a cursed siren, and it was cold as an indifferent lover. Finally, the car made its way through a gate decorated with a ranch entrance sign that read ominously, "Nightmare Stables," surrounded by crows perched on top of it and at the sides.
Where the hell are we?
Julio asked nervously, noticing that some of the birds were following the car at a distance.
Haven't you read the sign? We're in a nightmare.
The car made its way to the front of a house, where there was an old man, bare feet, waiting for them. Both Nosferatu exited the vehicle, and the farmer greeted them.
Howdy, folks. I'm Elijah. Pleased to meet you.
He extended his dirty hands, fingernails colored black from a mass that resided underneath it.
Hello, I am Daniel Reed, and this is my associate Julio. We are here to help with the case.
Daniel shook the man's hand and took notice of the dirt.
Well, of course you are. Come in, I'm Elijah.
The farmer welcomed them into the house, where a malnourished man offered to take their coats. Daniel noticed his neck was filled with bite marks, some fresh, others badly healed, surrounded by many scars. He analyzed the man from head to toe and noticed the same wounds on his hands, arms, and even feet, because he was barefoot as the host.
Oh, I see you noticed, Jacob. If you want anything to drink, just tell him and he will oblige.
Jacob started to offer his neck, but Daniel and Julio were quick to refuse with hand gestures and head movements.
No thank you, it won't be necessary.
Well, you wouldn't mind if I took a sip myself, would you?
Elijah smiled in a wicked manner. His fangs grew, and he was ready to bite Jacob when Daniel interfered.
We are here for business, not pleasure. If you don't mind, we have other important matters to attend to.
Elijah felt displeased. His face betrayed resentment, but acquiesced.
Of course, let's make this quick then. Yeah, I do some cattle work for the rancher in this here stable. The work is secret, but let's say it doesn't sit well with some folks in our house. We had a presentation some nights ago, and these folks got hella mad at us and would not shut the hell up about it. So, the rancher called it a night and dispersed the gathering. On the next night, Mud, his second in command, got destroyed. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. And we know who done it. This broad called Eloise.
And how do you know it was her, Mr. Elijah?
The farmer spat a brown goo on the floor of the house, and some of it hung from his chin.
'Cause the crazy broad skipped town and she was the one who was making a fuss out of the cattle work. Now, she's missing, and no one can find her. And I'm the one who has to clean it up now that Mud's gone. So the rancher wants you to find and bring her back for punishment, without anyone outside our house getting to know about this.
Of course, and why is Mr. Rancher not here to help?
Because he has more important business to attend to. Council business.
He spat again on the floor.
I see.
Daniel took note of the information in his notepad.
Well, you can talk to Nayati. She is the rancher's younger sister, and she is Eloise's sire. She lives in the reservation just on the outskirts of the city.
Yeah, I should. Thanks for your help, Mr. Elijah. We'll see ourselves out.
They got in the car and left.
Did you notice the familiar?
Yeah, I did. That was sketchy. Can he do that?
Treat him that way? I would think so. But it does not make it right.
It is very wrong.
Daniel looked backwards, and he thought he saw a shadowy figure on the side of the road.
What is it?
I don't know.
They took a while to get to the reservation. They parked and got out of the car.
How are we gonna find her?
She will find us.
They waited by the car for a little while when a young man approached them, asking to be followed. He took them into the forest and they walked until they reached a clearing where Nayati was waiting for them.
We shoot people for a lot less.
I have. Been shot for less.
The woman smiled. The detective could feel she was old. Her eyes were wise, but she looked like a young woman.
Did you deserve it?
I like to think I didn't, but maybe I did.
He smiled and she chuckled.
So, my brother hired you to find my daughter.
He did. You don't think she is guilty?
She's not that type of person. That's why I chose her.
It would be easier to prove her innocent if I found her.
My brother is a powerful Nosferatu, and Eloise was making things difficult for him. She has always been a firecracker, that one, but not a murderer.
Skipping town doesn't help her case.
I know. Help her, Daniel, and I promise to pay you back.
Where can we find her?
She is in the desert, after Skinwalker Peak. That's where she goes when she wants to get away from the world.
So it's a dead end. We can't possibly survive in the desert.
There is a Nosferatu who can help. Jerome, the Drifter. He knows that desert like the palm of his hands. If anyone can guide you and help you find her, it's him. Wait by the Hellmouth Tunnel. I'll send him your way.
Daniel and Julio bid her farewell and departed. As they cruised for the road, Daniel noticed the dark figure again.
Stop the car!
The driver pushed on the brakes, making the tire screech. Daniel got out of the car, followed by Julio, and the driver, who immediately drew an Uzi and took a defensive position. Quiet steps could be heard until the dark figure of a man stepped into the lights of the car. Dust lifted from the ground and the place was dead quiet. Not a cricket could be heard. Daniel drew his stake and Julio lifted his cane.
Who are you and why do you follow us?
The figure stepped in their direction, and the headlights revealed a Native American man wearing leather boots, vest and pants made of jeans. He carried a hunting bow in his hand and arrows on his back.
My name is Cochise and you are Daniel Reed. We are enemies.
I don't know you. How can we be enemies?
I work with Yelena.
Silence hung for a moment.
What does she want?
She wants you to know that your eternity is at risk, that you are working for the wrong people.
Thanks, but I choose who to work for.
Choose wisely. Start by leaving Eloise alone.
Why would I do that?
She's innocent.
How would you know? Did you kill Mud?
Of course not. My father lost his way, but I would never kill one of ours because of politics.
I believe you, but I have a job to do anyway. If she is innocent, we will help her prove it.
But I don't believe you.
Cochise drew an arrow and fired against Daniel Reed in a lightning motion, too fast for him to realize he needed to dodge. The arrow flew with a whistle, landing on his heart. The detective fell to the ground, paralyzed. With blurry vision, he saw a scuffle and heard shots fired. Julio reached him, trying to take the arrow off, but it broke, leaving the point inside Daniel, making it almost impossible to remove. Cochise endured the shots from the Uzi and in a swift motion cut the throat of Julio's driver with a hatchet. The man fell to the ground, and Cochise was coming for Julio. He drew another arrow and pointed to the magician's back where his heart would be as well.
Maybe Elena can put some sense into you both.
Julio turned, pointing his cane to his attacker, and his clothes were set on fire. The archer dropped to the ground rolling, giving time for Julio to put Daniel in the car and leave. After the fire was put out, Cochise stood up. Amazingly, his body was scorched, but he resisted the fire, unlike other vampires. He saw the car disappearing into the darkness, one thought alone in his mind. This was far from over. Julio drove as fast as he could. The body of Daniel Reed laid inert in the back seat of the car like a corpse. If the cops stopped him, it would be very hard to explain the dead body. For his luck, the outskirts were deserted, and he soon got to the tunnel. There he saw a man with long blonde hair wearing a grimy white shirt, underneath a trench coat with a bag at his side that hung from his shoulders. He wore aviator glasses and looked very rough. He approached the car as Julio parked it.
"Are you Daniel Reed?"
The blonde man asked when Julio exited the car.
No, but I have him with me. Please help.
The man made his way and helped Julio take Daniel out of the car.
"What happened?"
Another vampire shot an arrow through his heart. I tried to remove it, but the tip got stuck.
Jerome ripped Daniel's shirt, and his hand turned into claws. He used them to cut to the detective's heart and removed the metal tip of the arrow. Daniel rose screaming, his wound still open. Jerome offered him a canteen, and the detective started to drink as soon as he felt the smell coming from it. The blood nurtured his dead body and filled it with stolen life. While he drank, the wound healed supernaturally. Jerome stood, giving the detective some space. Daniel stood up and cleaned himself the best he could.
Are you okay?
Yeah, sure.
Jerome laughed a little and asked,
"So, you are looking for Eloise?"
The question brought Daniel back to the present situation.
Yeah. The rancher hired me to find and bring her back.
Nayati told me you were going to prove her innocent.
I can do both.
Can you now? All right, Mr. Reed. I'll help you, but you better do as you promise or you will find a great foe in Nayati.
Now tell me something I don't already know.
The drifter took one good look at Daniel and Julio. These were young Nosferatu, but they were meddling in deep waters. He knew something was at play here, but kept to himself. He gave a long whistle and a falcon dove, resting on his arm. He stared into the creature's eyes for a second and gave it a pat. The animal took flight and went away.
Okay, Hemingway will scout for us as we prepare. You guys are going to need a van in case we need to spend time in the desert. We are also going to need blood reserves because feeding is very hard out there, especially for city folks like you. Remember to count Eloise as well when separating the supplies.
I'll arrange for that.
Great, so let's make the preparations as we wait.
As time went by, Julio was able to get an RV for transportation, and they modified it so no sun could bleed in during the day. It would comfortably fit all four of them, and another familiar for protection during their sleep. He also acquired enough blood for a 3-night trip for all of them. As they prepared for the trip, Julio told Daniel how Jerome removed the tip of the arrow from his heart, giving him some pause. Hemingway, the falcon, came back and apparently gave Jerome instructions for where to look for Eloise, and they departed. Cruising the desert was hard. Blood had to be rationed and they felt really exposed during the day. There was a close call when a state trooper stopped to ask questions about their business. The familiar was caught off guard when the trooper asked to see the inside of the RV, but Jerome had thought ahead and told them to rest underneath the beds precisely for cases like this. It took them some hours for the modification, but it was worth it. When the trooper saw it was empty, he asked about drugs, and the familiar promptly answered he could wait for a narcotic detection dog. He was so confident in the response that the state trooper left. Near sunrise on the second day, Jerome and Hemingway were scouting looking for tracks when they finally found it. The 3 Nosferatu followed the trail and they came into an abandoned gas station. They looked for her, but no sign.
We should go. Sun will rise any time soon.
No, she's here. I can feel it.
How would you know?
Daniel, we should listen to him. We can continue tomorrow.
No. If we sleep, she will move again. She knows we are onto her. It needs to be now. Tomorrow we are going to have to go back to the city for supplies and the trail will get colder.
Daniel, listen to me. We are gonna get weaker and weaker as the sun rises. It's too risky. We gotta go to sleep.
No! We'll find her now!
His eyes were blood red now.
If we get weaker, she'll get weaker too.
Their discussion was interrupted.
Sir, I found something.
The familiar said as he came out from the bathroom. In a swift but violent motion, he was dragged back screaming. All three Nosferatu ran, and when they went in, they saw Eloise at his back, her mouth drenched in blood and his neck bitten. She was low, growling at them like a cornered animal.
Eloise, it's me, Jerome.
The woman was nervous and behaving in a feral manner. Her survival instincts were driven to the highest levels. She looked like she could bolt through the wall at any moment.
Did he send you to get me?
Daniel took a step further with his hands in an appeasing gesture, exuding his supernatural charm as he did.
Eloise, my name is Daniel Reed. I was the one sent here to bring you back, but I want to help you. If you tell me what happened, I can help you clear your name.
Julio was with his cane at the ready in case the woman decided to attack Daniel. He already felt guilty for letting the detective get his heart pierced by an arrow. It would not happen again, even if he had to burn Eloise into a crisp. Eloise released the familiar, who got away from her as fast as he could. Danielle's powers seemed to be working on her. She looked more calm now.
I did not destroy Mud. We argued after our gathering, but when I left, he was still walking. I heard him talking to someone after me, but I don't know who.
So you were not the last one to see him? Okay, so we need to find out who it was, and I have an idea. Please, come back with us.
Are you mad? I am going to be destroyed as soon as I return, and for a crime I did not commit.
Eloise, if you get away from us, others will be sent after you. It is either solving this by running forever, dying, or giving me the opportunity to clear your name.
The woman was confused. She didn't trust that the rancher would give her a fair chance, but at the same time she trusted Daniel, and she did not know why. She looked at Jerome, and Nayati always trusted him. She was so confused. Maybe she could get to another city. It was so close. But what if the Marcus sent for her in the name of the Reaver? Daniel's words were making more and more sense.
Okay, Daniel. I can't run forever.
They got back into the RV shortly before the sun rose. The familiar refilled the vehicle with gasoline they brought along, and they departed back to the city. He parked the RV roadside before entering the city and waited for his masters to awake. When they did, they fed and made the preparations for the meeting at the Nightmare Stables. They were the last ones to arrive at the appointed place. The rancher, Nayati, and Elijah were there already.
So you sons of bitches done it.
Not so fast, Elijah.
Jerome intervened.
The detective has something to say before handing Eloise.
Nayati had an air of relief in her face, but the rancher's face hardened.
He ain't have nothing to say, Jerome. His job was to find and deliver, not investigate.
You would like that, wouldn't you?
What's that supposed to mean, boy?
It means you did it, Elijah.
You have no proof.
Not with me, but you have. When we met, I noticed you had a black mass accumulated in your nails. I thought none of it, and chalk it down to extremely bad hygiene. But soon I found out that many of your house can grow your hands into claws. Eloise also told me that she can't, and that she was not the last person to see Mud walking. And you? Well, you inherited his position. Cui bono? Who benefits? Eloise, who could lose her eternity and slow her uncle's plans a bit? Or you, who could elevate your status and get rid of a roadblock inside your house in a single stroke?
All eyes were at Elijah.
It's not true. I would never go against a brother of the house.
Yes, you would. Not only that, but you wanted us to know because you were a psychopath. You wanted to parade Mud's blood on your fingernails in front of all of us like a joke that only you knew the punchline. The same way you parade the marks of your teeth on Jacob's body for all to see. You love to think you are smarter than everyone else while playing dumb, you sick, demented son of a bitch. You wanted to be smart enough to fool all of us, including the rancher.
It's not true, my lord. You must believe me.
The rancher and Nayati were quiet.
If it is a lie, you won't be bothered to let us test what's in your fingernails. Julio here is a very talented blood magician.
Elijah tried to flee, but Nayati got on his way.
You are going to burn for this.
She looked at the rancher, and with a nod he authorized the deed. Nayati ripped through Elijah, mercilessly displaying her brutal power, the power of the wolf. The rancher would square this with the council, and no harm would come to her. Daniel was astounded by the violence and thanked for belonging to the House of the Eagle. He hoped that in his house things were settled differently. Julio was unsettled as well, but figured that burning to ashes would not be a better fate. When all was done, she and Eloise went to Daniel and Julio.
Thank you both for saving my daughter. If you need anything, you know where to find me.
Thank you. If your crew needs a bruiser, you can count on me.
I think we could use a bruiser, Daniel.
Yes, I think we can work something out.
They left the nightmare stables under the vigilant gaze of Koshiza. Jerome walked up to him and stood by his side.
You are going to leave him alone now?
No, Yelena has plans for them.
Jerome smiled and left. He went back to the desert where the night was harsh and unforgiving, but easier than the web of intrigues of the politics of the wretched city of Dreadford. In the barren lands of the desert, the drifter made his home away from the world. Tom Bridges got up and started to walk again through the sludge of the sewers. He had no recollection of how he came to be where he was, but it did not concern him. All it concerned him was how hungry he was. This dark void drilling on his soul, where at the bottom he felt an evil bat flapping its wings ravenously as it screeched with no end, asking for blood. He felt numb and cold, but it did not bother him, just like the lack of light did not bother his vision. He followed through the tunnel in a zombie-like state, and the further he went, the more of these clicking and popping sounds became more common, as if something prowled in the darkness. The sound did not raise any alarm for him. He continued moving forward. In a pitch-black chamber, the sound of something moving in for the kill was heard. A scuffle ensued with screams and roars for a minute or so. When Tom Bridges came out of the chamber, back into the power room, he was holding a monstrous arm. He sat down and sank his fangs on it. A couple of months later, above ground, Daniel met Eloise at the Dreadford Dam. She looked at the distance as he approached.
It's beautiful.
It is. But it is even more as the sun rises. It feels like you are inside of a painting.
I bet it does.
I heard you are the son of the Midnight Fiend.
I am.
He answered, admiring the view, and Eloise recited in jest.
Plead, plead, pray to have your soul cleaned. You can't run or be redeemed. You were taken by the Midnight Fiend.
Daniel looked shocked back at her.
What is that?
Something we sang when I was a child. He's been an urban legend in this city since the 50s. It was scary to learn he was real.
It's scarier than you think. His victims are very real. That song is just in poor taste.
Something that kept children in line, but I see where you come from. In this city, monsters are very real.
Julio's driver parked the car, but kept it running so the companions could get in.
Our ride is here,
Daniel said in a cold manner. As they approached the vehicle, Daniel's phone rang and he answered, listening for a moment and hanging up. Julio greeted them with a gesture, but Daniel had a sour expression on his face.
What is it?
The Midnight Fiend calls.
They cruised the city in silence until they reached the church. Eloise felt like she had crossed a line, but did not know how to bring the matter back in such a fashion that she could apologize for. She just met these people who saved her, and she was already driving a wedge between them. Julio was at a loss. He missed on the discussion and did not know what the Midnight Fiend was, but he could infer they were talking about Father Michael, although he had no idea why he would be called that way. Daniel, in his turn, was thinking about the monsters of Dreadford and how well they mingled among the unsuspecting public for decades. They met Father Michael on the steps of the church, and he was saying his goodbyes to some of his parishioners.
Yes, Betty, be sure to bring the sneakerdoodles for the children on Sunday. Homemade, don't try to fool us with something from the store. God is watching,
he said to one of his parishioners. She laughed in a joyous way as she left. Indeed, the monsters of Dreadford knew how to mingle among their prey. Father Michael took notice of Daniel and his crew arriving, and he signaled the back door. Daniel took them through the side of the church and they met him on the patio in the back.
Excellent, you have arrived. I can see you have a new addition to your crew. Hello, my dear, I am Father Michael.
Eloise, nice to meet you.
She answered awkwardly.
I think you are going to need a name for your little crew very soon. It helps a lot with fame and reputation in our society. Renown can open many doors.
Cut to the chase, Michael. What do you need?
Are we sensitive today?
Not at all, Midnight Fiend.
Daniel's reply made the place very silent. Father Michael's face betrayed him by showing not only his surprise of the remark, but some pain. It almost made Daniel feel bad about the way he treated his sire. Almost.
Well, since we are here only to discuss business, let's cut to it, shall we? Something of note happened. Spectre, the council member of House Orlok, has requested some assistance in dealing with a problem.
Why is it of note?
Because House Strix and House Orlok are enemies.
Rivals is a more precise word, I would say. But we all are united under the king, and so we shall help them.
For a price.
Of course. You need to take this explosive device to this address and detonate it. It's pretty straightforward.
He handed the device, a note and a map. Daniel took the note in his hands and read it.
This says it's in the sewers. How do we know this won't hurt anyone?
Spectre is a demolition expert. He knows what he is doing to avoid breaking the theater.
I'm talking about people.
We have to trust him. Now go, this should be quick.
Daniel and his companions departed, under the wicked gaze of the Midnight Fiend. In the car, Daniel was brooding in silence. The lights of the street illuminated inside from time to time. Julio thought about the mission. He was an engineer by trade, but had no practical experience with explosives. Eloise sat more comfortably in the back seat beside Daniel, still thinking on how to make amends, but Daniel's demeanor left no space for it. The car arrived at the destination, but the street was still crowded with couples having dinner and young folks bar hopping, enjoying the sweet taste of youth that in a glimpse of an eye would disappear from their lives.
Check it out, over there. That should be our entrance.
Eloise suggested, pointing to a manhole surrounded by safety barriers that read, Bridges Precision Builders.
Yes, but we should wait. There are too many people around here.
Sure. We should look for uniforms. The disguise will help us not attract unwanted attention and will give us the time for the streets to get less crowded.
Daniel offered, and they all agreed.
I can arrange that in a van. I used to work in an oil rig. Just give me a couple of hours.
Perfect, let's move.
They drove into a back alley, and Julio made some calls to Eugene, his uncle, one of the 4 remaining children of Van Arden. After a while, a white van arrived. They exchanged keys, and the driver of the van drove the car away. They put on navy blue jumpsuits and made their way to the manhole. Daniel got the crowbar and opened the cover, and the companions entered the sewers, leaving the familiar as a lookout inside the van. The place was covered by a foul stench. They used flashlights to illuminate the way. Although they could see perfectly at night in pitch-black darkness, they could see as much as any mortal. As they moved, rats and cockroaches got out of their way, hiding inside the cracks on the walls. At certain points they walked through sludge and filth until they got to an open space that looked like it was under construction recently. They saw tools, carts, and old dirty clothes that probably were being used as rags that were left behind. There was a generator at one side and metal barrels next to it, some standing, others turned and rolled over. They all seemed to belong to the same company, Bridges Precision Builders. Whatever happened here, these people packed and left quickly. They kept following the map given by Father Michael until they reached a tunnel that took them deeper and deeper into the underworld. Finally, they reached a power room. The place looked like a war zone, and all 3 vampires could smell dry blood in the place. It is faint compared to fresh blood, but they knew it was all over the place. A battle took place here. Daniel walked around and found a toolbox opened laying on the floor, wrenches and screwdrivers littered around it. He searched inside and found a business card that said, Bridges Precision Builders, Thomas Bridges, Contractor. He looked around and he could see that at least 3 people were here, and what he guessed were 2 animals. He looked into the blood spatter patterns and deduced that someone was dragged to the end of the room, and there he found a huge crack on the wall that led to a tunnel.
I think this is what we are trying to blow.
He inspected the inside of the crack with the flashlight and compared it to his map.
What happened here?
Death.
Yes. Someone was dragged to the inside of this hole. It seems to go deeper underground.
He inspected some dry blood he found on the edges of the crack.
Look, someone was dragged out of the room too. Very injured, it seems.
Eloise pointed to fading footprints, made of dry blood as well, going out of the room.
He or she was probably trying to flee the fight.
Daniel inspected the footprints, pointed by Eloise.
Look. The person was injured on the left side, most probably. The footprints are from different footwear. So the person helping stepped on the blood with his right foot, and the injured one was stepping with his left foot.
My friends, what is this?
Julio illuminated a metal barrow that looked as if it was clawed by a creature of significant size. Eloise and Daniel got close to it for a better view. Suddenly, popping and clicking sounds started to echo through the tunnels.
I think we are about to find it now.
Something was moving fast in the darkness, and they could hear it fast approaching. They heard a ravenous scream, but before whatever could reach them, something dropped from the ceiling inside the opened tunnel. They heard the sound of a deadly fight. A man could be heard grunting inside the darkness that was outside the range of the flashlight. The scuffle ended with the sound of bone breaking and a roar. Suddenly, they could hear the sound of many creatures fast approaching, making clicking and popping sounds, growling and bellowing. From the hole, the figure of a man covered in a heavy and long raincoat, heavy boots and a hat jumped out, catching them by surprise. The figure pushed them out of the room in alarm and closed the heavy metal door behind them. His massive hands locked it by an improvised contraption that used a metal lever to block the door. They heard the creatures banging, the metal deforming from the blows, roars and snarls making shivers run up their spines.
Come, the door can't hold them for long.
The man led them through the tunnels back into the area with the abandoned construction, where he took them into a chamber that looked like it served as an administrative area for the construction. Old and dusty boards with work schedules hung on the walls, soiled paper littered the floors, and a punch clock laid broken on a corner. A medium-density fiberboard table sat dusty and dirty in a corner of the room. He signed for them to lay low and stay crouched.
Who are you?
More importantly, what are those?
Julio pointed back at the monsters, whispering as well. The figure shushed them.
Don't move or make a sound.
After a brief moment, they heard the popping and clicking sounds outside the chamber. It sounded as if they were scouting the place after them. They heard grunting coming from one place or another. The creatures were communicating. After a long while, the clicking and popping went away.
I think we are safe.
Are we?
Yes. They might come back, but usually they guard the entrance of the crack when not disturbed.
Give us some answers now, or I will beat them out of you. Who are you?
Eloise tried to intimidate the man, who in turn stood up 6.5 feet tall and not at all impressed. In the rush of the moment, none of them realized how big the man was.
I think we should all calm down and discuss this in a civilized manner.
He's Thomas Bridges, aren't you?
The man turned silent to Daniel, without confirming or denying it.
I noticed that you are still wearing your work boots. Your hands are rough from a life of hard construction work, and you know your way around these tunnels as if you spent a lot of time here. I found this card inside the toolbox in the power room. You are the owner of Bridges Precision Builders. That's why you know about this room. You used to spend a lot of time here?
He handed the card to Tom.
No, my brother did. He took care of the administrative and business side. I always preferred to be more hands-on with the work.
What happened to you?
Tom explained what happened in the power room many months ago, how the light went out, and he volunteered to fix it. When he got there, 2 figures were scrapping with the monsters. One of them got killed and dragged to the hole, the other he saved at the cost of his own life.
Then, one day I woke up here. Don't know how or why. I tried to go back up there, but when I got through the manhole, the sun burned me like fire. I came back, hurt, and after a while I got hungry, really hungry. The construction site was already abandoned. I found some leftovers, but could not eat them. Walking through the tunnels, I got jumped by one of the creatures. I killed it, and on instinct I fed on its blood. Have been doing that ever since. It's like I have become this blood-sucking monster.
Why didn't you go back there at night?
I did. I went to see my family, and on the way I saw myself in a window. I needed to see them so bad, my wife, my boy, but didn't have the courage to meet them.
He took off his hat, revealing a grotesque face, sharp teeth with huge pointing ears like a bat, eyes sunken with a long and pointing nose, with a languid and melancholic expression.
So I just watched them from far away. I came back and tried to live with the homeless, but one day I attacked one of them on instinct. Almost killed the guy. I was so hungry. They chased me away and I came back here.
They were all in silence.
I don't even know why I'm telling you this. I just feel...
We are the same. You are a vampire, Thomas, a Nosferatu. We all are.
Blood goes to blood.
It's not hard to believe now. I mean...
It shouldn't. Not after drinking all that monster blood like you did.
Tom laughed in a sad manner.
Why are you guys here anyway?
The three companions looked at each other. The mission, they forgot.
Well, it's not as simple as you might imagine.
Daniel explained briefly what they were supposed to do, and how they were uncomfortable setting the bomb, since none of them knew if it could hurt the people and buildings around.
I can help you with that. I used to work for a demolition company, Trajan Demolitions, back in the day, before I started my own company.
Daniel handed the device, and Tom started to inspect it right away.
Why didn't you just blow the crack yourself to avoid the monsters?
Well, I was feeding on them, and also there is this phantom that is trying to kill me.
Phantom, what are you talking about?
There is this figure, draped in white grimy robes, a hooded fellow. He is after me for some time now, and the only place he avoids is inside the tunnels.
Vampires, werewolves, now ghosts.
Werewolves?
I don't know if he is a ghost. All I know is that he can become invisible and he carries a samurai sword. He came after me at least a couple of times and I got away by sheer luck.
The White Ronin? I've heard stories before. He roams the underworld fighting against the tower by himself. Why is he after you?
I don't know.
Maybe a cover-up? Thomas doesn't have a sire, and it is against the king's law to sire without authorization from the council.
It makes sense.
Here, I am done with it. This is not a bomb at all.
What? What do you mean?
There is no explosives, it's just a cool timer.
They were quiet for a moment.
He wanted to destroy you, Daniel. The monsters were supposed to do the job.
But Dom saved us. What do we do now?
We should leave, and Thomas, you should come with us.
Daniel was quiet, his chin supported by his hand with a finger covering his mouth in a pensive manner.
Daniel?
Daniel looked at him quiet.
Do you think Father Michael knew?
Eloise posited, making Daniel quietly turn to her.
Say something!
I'm thinking.
Think faster!
We were hired to do a job, and we are going to finish it. Thomas, you said you worked with demolitions. Do you think you can improvise an explosive to bring down that hole for good?
Hells yeah, I can.
Julio will cover us as we set the bomb, and Eloise will guard him.
Are you sure about that?
Yes, not for Spectre nor for Father Michael, but for the people up there. These monsters already destroyed Thomas's life. We can't let this happen again.
They agreed and started to work. Tom gave the idea to use the metal barrels of fuel for the generator to make the devices, and he would use the tools such as wrenches and screwdrivers left behind for shrapnel. Daniel assisted him throughout the endeavor. Eloise carried the barrels as they were ready, and Julio was acting as a lookout in case the monsters came back. After the barrels were ready, Tom took the point lead. He explained that he could navigate in pitch-black darkness like a bat. Before they left, Eloise approached Daniel somewhat embarrassed.
You know, since there is a chance that we could be destroyed by monsters in the sewers, I wanted to apologize for making light of the story of the Midnight Fiend. You were right. His victims are real, and I should have been more respectful, to them and to you.
Daniel smiled back at her, and she felt a little warm inside.
Water under the bridge, don't even think about it.
You are a cool guy, Daniel. You know, for a Strix.
You are not too bad yourself for a Volkos.
They went back to the power room as silently as possible. Tom scouted the room and ventured inside. He could detect the monsters, but they were far away. He signed to his companions that it was all clear and went back to position the barrels. Julio and Eloise took position, and Daniel started to connect the devices. As they worked cautiously, Eloise set the MDF table with the littered papers inside the tunnel beyond the hole so that Julio could set it on fire to form a flaming barricade in case the monsters attack. Everything was quiet. Julio had his attention fully on the tunnel to give cover to his friends, when out of thin air he was attacked on the head by the blunt side of a katana. He fell to the ground unconscious. Tom heard the strike and turned and saw a phantasmagoric figure wearing a grimy white robe, luminous blood-red eyes shining inside the shadow of the hood that hid the contours of his face. He positioned himself in a fighting stance.
It's him.
He called for the attention of his remaining companions as he stood up. Daniel stood up as well, and Eloise joined them outside the hole. Silence stood still as they stared off each other. The gleaming red eyes of the White Ronin became evil slits, and he rushed with his sword ready for a blow pointing backwards. Eloise took the point to get on his way, but the attacker skillfully diverted by running on the wall. She tried to catch him but failed, allowing him to pass by her, jump from the wall and rain down a killing blow on Tom's head that would have destroyed him if it was not by Daniel pushing him out of the way in the last moment, using his eagle speed. The White Ronin grunted and by reflex hit Daniel with the butt of his sword, making the detective dizzy, falling to one knee on the floor, supported by his right hand. The swordsman turned again to Tom, but before he could strike him down, Eloise lifted a boulder using her hands and tried to smack it down on his back. The hooded figure dodged, but the attack was close, too close. He regained his feet, but Tom, who played football in high school, tackled him like a truck against the wall, cracking it. Dust flew high, but the blow did not deter the swordsman who, in sheer strength, got Tom away from him, pushing him against the barrels. Tom lost his balance and stumbled in one of the barrels, making him fall to the floor on top of it, making a resounding clang that reverberated through the tunnels. Everything stopped after the loud noise, and in the stillness, the sounds of ravaging creatures along with clicking and popping sounds came into a crescendo as a platoon of monsters fastly approached the room, hungry for blood. Julio recovered his consciousness, and Eloise helped him up. Daniel stood up, rubbing his head to appease the pain, and they all saw in awe the creatures approaching. Their knees trembled. The White Ronin strengthened his grip on his sword, and the monsters fast approached. The first to react was Julio. He took the lead as the others were still shocked, and with a rapid succession of hand movements along reciting his incantations, he pointed his hands to the MDF table and set it on fire along the papers that covered it. In the flash, they could see for a second the hideous creatures. Tom jumped for the device and in a rush finished the final details of the bomb. Daniel took the lead, opening the door, followed by Eloise and Julio, who evacuated as quickly as they could. Tom was next and Daniel was last. In desperation and ill-time, Tom activated the device before the door could be properly closed. The explosion was terrifying, and Daniel, powered by his speed, saw it in slow motion. In a succession, one by one of the metal barrels inflated like balloons, an odd and bizarre occurrence that few are privy to testify to have observed. When the metal could not be displaced anymore, it was slowly torn like an ungodly fabric, making way for a torrent of flames and metal that dispersed to all sides of the room, followed by a burst of impact that ripped the door from the wall, which itself was brought down along. The impact also went up, reverberating through the ceiling and the structures above that could not resist the force, and came down upon the monsters and the opening, closing this foul gate to the underworld for good. Daniel was thrown against the wall at his back along the door, and like his companions, he lost conscience. The White Ronin had vanished, and after the explosion he appeared, safe and unscathed. He slowly approached Tom's body, step by step, raising his sword when he realized that although mortally injured, the man was already conscious again, his body trembling with terror and agony at the visage of the phantom that was ready to reap his eternity. Struggling and trembling, reached inside his coat, making his executioner stop in caution. He took out a photograph, himself, before being turned, his wife and son. He offered it to the White Ronin, who accepted cautiously.
Please, just grant me this last request.
The White Ronin stared at the photograph and looked at Tom in silence.
Please, tell my wife. I love her very much.
He grunted in pain.
And tell my boy. He is the best thing to ever happen to me.
He looked to the ceiling and closed his eyes, resigned to receive the killing blow without a fight. In his mind, a flash with his happiest moments passed by. He saw himself working and learning with his father, meeting his wife in high school and how beautiful she was when he picked her up for prom, his son being born, and the time he first held him in his arms, how the little one gripped his finger with strength, and his first football game. He saw his brother and the company they started and his crew that were family for him. Blood streaked his face, running down his hideous languid cheeks, staining the debris around him. But the blow never came. He opened his eyes and the White Ronin was gone. He stood there, laid on the floor, stunned for a moment, and slowly he got up and helped his new friends. One by one, he dug them out of the bricks and debris and took them to safety. After a while, they regained consciousness and checked on each other to make sure all of them were well. When they were sure, Tom made a request.
Guys, do you think you can help me move out of here? I don't know the rules for us, and I don't really know how to live this new eternity thing.
Of course, Thomas. Welcome aboard.
Daniel extended his hand.
My friends call me Tom,
he said, shaking Daniel's hand.
Welcome, Tom,
Eloise said, patting the man on the back.
Welcome, big fella.
On a faraway side of the underworld, the White Ronin came out in an intersection, and there waiting for him was Spectre, draped all in black, wearing a full combat military vest under an overcoat that sported a hood as well. His face covered by a smooth and glossy helmet with no distinct features. He had his hands joined at his back. His voice came out deep and modulated.
Why did you disobey my direct orders?
If you want to destroy him, do it yourself.
My patience is wearing thin with you, Giancarlo. Don't make me punish you.
The White Ronin strengthened his grip on his sheathed sword.
I don't think that's a good idea, Spectre.
Silence hung around the fetid air of the sewers as they stared at each other. After a moment, Spectre turned and proceeded to leave, and as he did, he said,
Consider this mercy. There won't be a next time.
Oliver left his mansion at Dreadford Heights and walked into his garage in a hurry. He checked his watch and confirmed he was still on time. In his car, he found a trade card, an ancestor of the more commonly known business card, resting on the driver's seat. He took it and saw the card was in mint condition, even though it could be from the 19th century. It had a general store name on it, Sunrise Emporium, with an old-style logo. He thought it strange because he had never seen it before. It would have to wait because he had more pressing matters. With no hesitation, he pocketed the card and drove off. Hidden in the shadows, someone observed him.
The hook is set. He took the bait. Now all that is left is a little nudge.
A feminine figure said into a small comm device before vanishing into the night. Whoever saw Oliver passing by could never guess his harsh upbringing. His family was poor and his father was an alcohol abuser who was violent toward his mother. When he was a young teen, he started to rub elbows with gangsters, but his father owed a lot of money to some shady characters and paid with his life. That was a wake-up call. Soon he excelled in school, sports, anything that could give him an edge. He worked minimum wage and put himself through business school. Finally, his dream came true and he landed a job in the financial sector. There he showed he had a knack for managing people and making hard decisions. But what made him come to Nicholas C. Graham's notice, the company owner, was the internet. Oliver was more than an enthusiast. He was a believer. The World Wide Web would change the world, and Oliver knew it. He had to make sure Nicholas knew it as well. Through perseverance and tenacity, he got his 47 seconds elevator pitch with the owner, and that was enough to escalate into discussions, presentations, and reunions that went long into the night. On one of these nights, Nicholas offered him an executive position responsible for modernizing the company, to bring it to the age of the internet. Nonetheless, the job came with an odd caveat. Nicholas explained that there was one thing particularly dissimilar about him. He was a Nosferatu, a vampire to be simply put. At first Oliver laughed, believing it to be a prank, but the seriousness in the eyes of the CEO made him doubt himself. Nicholas reiterated his offer, promising an ungodly amount of money, power, and eternal life. Believing Nicholas to be an eccentric billionaire, as they are not uncommon, Oliver accepted. What could be the worst thing to happen in indulging the man? Third terror never left Oliver's eyes as he lay dead in the checkered marble floors. The last thing reflected in his eyes were the fangs of his sire. The smell of iron lifting through the air along the spray of blood that came from his neck would forever stain his memory every time he would have to consume the life of another from this night forward. Since he was a member of the ruling house, Oliver was weary of getting ripped off by other Nosferatu, who constantly bothered him for favors. So he cautiously studied vampiric politics, relationships, and family trees. He learned about their history and famous personalities, even though he dealt more with the mortal aspect of the business. Back to the present, Oliver was relaxing on his presidential office chair while perusing financial reports on the screen of his computer. The matter of the suspicious trade card intruded once or twice more into his mind, briefly only to be pushed aside again by the heavy workload when he heard his door opening. It was Nicholas.
Have you finished with the reports?
Yes, Nick. I am satisfied with the yield performance, but looking into the sheets, I am sure we can make things smoother.
Good. I'm going home. Don't stay here until the sun rises. It would be a scene if the morning staff bumped into you sleeping.
Oliver remembered the time he had almost let this very situation happen, if not for his sire's timely intervention.
You know, looking at you, I cannot help but remember my own sire, Elsa. She spent long hours poring over the balance sheets and company documents. I learned a lot from her.
It's a shame she is gone, Nick. I know how much she meant to you, and I still think you should investigate this matter further.
Oliver, I already told you we lost her to a disaster more than a century ago. I was away from the city when it all happened.
What about the king? Was he involved in a disaster as well?
Francis Stephen was already rarely present in the city before his coronation. For decades, he was seen in Dreadford barely once a year. I admit that occasionally I ask Holloway for an audience with the king, but it is never granted. All matters directed to him are forwarded to the council.
Not even personal visits?
No. It is said he is unavailable.
Don't you find this odd, Nick?
I guess once you become king, you can indulge yourself to the point of eccentricity. Either way, we should focus on our business and not go looking for problems in the dark.
Nicholas turned to go away, but was interrupted again by Oliver.
Speaking of our business, our company was started by your sire Elsa, was it not?
Nicholas looked back to his child and checked his watch before turning once again to Oliver.
Yes, she was quite the businesswoman, a genius with numbers I have not seen matched. She used to buy a lot of failed businesses and turn them profitable. I had been brought into the blood to help her the same as I did with you. After we lost her, I returned to the city and inherited it all. We have grown a lot since, but I keep close to heart what she has passed down to me.
Well, Nick, don't go getting destroyed. I am not close to being ready to manage this whole business.
It is not in my plans, but it would be great if you stopped getting distracted with gossip and focused on the tasks at hand.
The young executive chuckled, and his sire went away for the night. Oliver heated some blood in the microwave and left when the coming morning was around the corner. He always preferred driving himself. He could never feel at peace with a driver knowing his schedule. He had heard his fair share of stories involving betrayal and backstabbing among the Nosferatu. As usual, he awoke as soon as the sun went down. Nosferatu, who were very recently brought into the blood, were early risers among the damned. Waking up from the vampiric slumber was very different from mortal sleep, more akin to having your powers returned, no longer kept away by the light, as if the creatures of darkness were once again permitted to roam and corrupt the night. The young executive was getting ready to go out when his phone rang. No number was displayed on the screen. He toyed with the idea of not picking the call, but only for a second. When he answered, he heard muffled voices. Two women were speaking, but he could not understand it clearly.
Oliver's phone. State your business.
He was ready to hang up the call when a name caught his attention.
He's worried about your supermarkets, Elsa? They are working at peak performance. Hiccups are expected and accounted for during the planning stages of any well-drawn operation. The solutions are already in place. On the matters of blood output, Hector is going to have his demands met on the agreed date and time, precisely. Well, you seem to have it all figured out, so I'm gonna pass the good news along to him. Tell me, Elsa, don't you feel tired of never coming out of this office? Working all the time? Never going out and enjoying your eternity?
The call dropped. Oliver could not believe his ears. He spent several seconds looking at his phone. He could not dial back to the number. Maybe he should have someone with the proper expertise look into it and try to understand better what just transpired. He drove lightning fast to the skyscraper downtown, where House Dracula conducted its night-to-night operations. The pride and joy of his house, Dreadford Tower, or the Fang, as it was known amongst the vampires of Dreadford. The glass and steel structure, 1889 feet high, bit the sprawling metropolis at the heart of downtown Dreadford, in its financial district, where Oliver and his sire worked. As soon as he arrived, he asked for the familiar at his service to call Nicholas, but his sire was off at a meeting. When he arrived at his office, there was a delivery package waiting for him. Something that had arrived during the day. Oliver was startled by what he found inside, a supermarket bag from Sunrise Groceries. He took the card from inside his pocket, and it had the same logo and name, only it was modernized, saying groceries instead of Emporium now. Someone was messing with him. He asked his familiar for any information about the delivery and who made it to be sent his way, but that would take some time. He decided to go to the board meeting room and try to take some minutes of the Duke's attention. Jacob Holloway was the acting leader of the house in the name of the king and represented it on the council. It was a rare event for him to go upstairs. No familiars are allowed, and only the eldest among the Nosferatu have an office on the highest floors of the Fang. The house has some periodic boardroom meetings that Oliver attended, but apart from these occasions, he was never summoned to the top floors, thanks to his young age as a member of House Dracula. The elevator doors opened with a ring when he arrived. The corridor was pristine and had a faint smell of lavender. Oliver could almost see his reflection on the marble that made up the floor. From the windows, he was able to see the city under him, like he was a god atop of Olympus. He directed himself to the waiting area outside the boardroom. There, a huge painting covered an entire wall from the ceiling to the floor. It depicted a blonde man with long hair that fell to his back, with an amicable smile standing behind 3 sitting people. His right hand was on the shoulder of one of them, a brunette woman exuding confidence and charm. The man's other hand rested on the shoulder of another, a blonde woman looking a little younger and shy. The third person at the side of the 2 women was an old man, who looked proud to anyone who stood before the painting to admire it. Written near the painting were the names of the people depicted on it: Francis Stephen, Drusilla Morris, Jacob Holloway, and Elsa York, the king and his 3 children.
There you are, Your Highness. And Elsa as well.
He heard voices and noise coming from the boardroom. He approached the door and knocked on it, and without waiting for any answer, he opened the door of the Dragon's Den, as the boardroom was known. The creme de la creme of House Dracula was there. The Duke, Jacob Holloway, also known as the Old Dragon, was sitting at the head of the long table, and standing up at his side, it was Steve Corse, his right hand, an old slumlord that now dominated the real estate business. Sitting at the Old Dragon's right side was his son Edmund Stone, also known as the Mad Dragon. Sitting at his left side was his son's rival Salvatore di Medici, also known as the Red Dragon, along other lesser-known counts and barons. They all stopped talking the moment Oliver entered the room and stared at him. A smell of blood permeated the whole place. Human blood.
Sir, sorry to interrupt.
And what is the reason for this interruption, child?
I have some information you should know, sir, and some questions too.
You should look for my familiar for these matters. Do not...
It pertains to your sister Elsa. I believe she is alive.
The elder Dracul let the silence hang a little before speaking again.
Please, forgive me. Give us the room. This won't take long.
The other Nosferatu got up and left the board meeting room, leaving him alone with Holloway.
How is Nicholas, my nephew, doing? Does he have anything to do with this?
Holloway asked, getting comfortable on his chair.
No, sir. He is all right. He is out of office, meeting some investors and closing a deal with some suppliers. He does not have anything to do with the matters I want to speak with you, sir. Not yet.
And you are coming to me before going to your sire? Have you seen a ghost? You said my sister is alive. Well, as much as any of us can be said to be alive.
Yes, sir. I have reasons to believe it. Or that someone is trying to make me believe it.
My sister was destroyed, Mr. Oliver. She died during the times of the Great Betrayal. Both of them did, Drusilla and Elsa. My older sister didn't leave any children, but we were lucky that Nicholas was away from the city and survived. Why do you believe that anything different transpired, child?
Sir, I found a trade card inside my car. After that, I received a pocket dial, 2 women talking, and one of them was called Elsa, and they mentioned a supermarket. And last, I received a delivery with this bag from the same market. Can you make sense of any of it, sir?
If what you speak is true, this should be brought to the king's attention as soon as possible. But first, we need to understand if what you say is not some kind of twisted scheme. Let's not waste your Serene Highness's time. I'm going to get to the bottom of this situation, Mr. Oliver. Thank you for bringing it to my attention. Leave here the card, the bag, and your cell phone so they can help the investigation I am going to launch.
But sir...
And do it fast. I have other matters to attend to. If you hadn't noticed, I was having a meeting when you barged into the room. A meeting I intend to continue.
Oliver did not want to do what Holloway demanded, but he complied anyway. He did not know if it was some kind of supernatural compulsion or only dread that made him do it. He left the room without the items and with a promise that he would be informed if the investigation reached anything of note. Holloway gave him clear instructions to leave the matter alone until further notice. Instructions Oliver did not plan to obey. While he waited for the elevator to arrive, he heard someone approaching him.
Don't ever think about doing something like that again, Mr. Oliver. Next time you are going to direct any request through me. Is that understood?
Said Jennifer, Holloway's secretary and familiar.
Yes, Jennifer, I just thought that he would...
Who cares about what a child thinks? We have rules and protocols, Mr. Oliver. They are what keep us above beasts. You either follow them or prepare to face the consequences. Your thoughts and feelings be damned.
Before Oliver could answer, the doors to the elevator opened. He excused himself and entered, leaving the woman behind. Jennifer was only a familiar, but she was Holloway's familiar, which made her more politically powerful than many Nosferatu. Of course, he could snap her neck like a twig, but he would have to answer to her master, and the old dragon was not to be contended with. After what transpired, the young executive could not concentrate on his work. He feared he was becoming obsessive, but he did not like being messed with, and he was sure something very fishy was going on. He kept researching about Sunrise Groceries on the internet. He discovered that it was one of the businesses left by Elsa to Nicholas, but it was sold around the turn of the 20th century because it was going bankrupt. Around midnight, his secretary asked him if he had free time for a meeting with his sire. Within minutes, Oliver entered his sire's office, visibly relieved. Nicholas's room was immense. At the end of the room stood his desk near a full-wall window. Some couches were at a corner around a table for some more relaxed conversations. His sire stood with the back turned to Oliver. He was gazing at the city, standing close to the window.
Oliver, are you all right? I received some concerning news about you.
Nicholas said, still looking at the night lights of the city.
Nick, I don't know what is happening. You have to believe me, something is very out of place.
Nicholas turned to his child and pointed at the couches.
Okay, Oliver, tell me everything.
Both men took their places, and Oliver explained the recent events.
Nick, I think your sire is alive, or someone who knows the story is trying to convince us that she is. Holloway even said that the king should be informed.
Oliver, that's a bizarre tale indeed. Unfortunately, I am sure my sire do not walk among us. It is possible that some kind of deception is at play here, but I want you to remember one thing, my son. Our blood, Dracul blood, is prone to instability when we allow ourselves to drift away from a stern and focused path. Our Nephilim, the dragon, is powerful and unwavering. It keeps battering inside our souls, and if we feed it, it will feed upon us entirely.
Oliver felt betrayed for having his intuition be confused by madness. It happened every time he had a visionary idea. People would laugh at him, but he thought Nicholas was different. He said nothing and let his sire continue.
I have seen Holloway put down more than one member of House Dracul who were showing early symptoms of the madness, and he goes through great lengths to keep his son from succumbing to it. Do not let this turn you into a deranged lunatic. If he said he would get into the bottom of it, give him some time. I know Holloway is, shall we say, difficult, but your soul may be at stake here. Maybe the whole transition from mortal to Nosferatu is being too hard on you.
Nick, you don't understand.
Why don't you take some days off and rest a little? Maybe practice some hobby.
Nick, I need to know what is behind this.
If Holloway turns out empty-handed and these bizarre events do not stop, I give you my word that I will find out who is responsible for it all. But right now it seems to me someone is trying to bait you into falling to the dragon. Let it rest. Go home and take some days off.
I am telling you, Nick.
It's an order, not a request. See you next week, partner.
It pained Nicholas to do that, but he felt like he had no choice. Oliver didn't try to retort. He got up and went home. As he drove back to his mansion, he was already musing on how he could continue his investigation by himself, and he knew how. A contact in House Ashkari told him about a young Nosferatu from House Strix who was quite the detective, and he was taking cases for gold. One, Daniel Reed. So he arranged a meeting at Dreadford's public library.
Mr. Reed, I might not be as important as some of your clientele, and I fear this case may be dangerous. But if you help me, I can assure you I am going to reward you all handsomely.
The four Nosferatu talked quietly among themselves before answering.
You piqued our interest, Mr. Oliver. What can we do for you?
Oliver explained everything that has transpired until now, and the companions listened intently.
I want to understand what is happening and if my grandsire is alive. And if not, who is sending these clues to me and why? I need somebody to help me through this nightmare. My sire thinks I am going mad.
Okay. I have a lot to chew on. Let me think a bit, and meanwhile you can get acquainted with my associates.
Daniel stepped aside to review his notes, and Eloise approached him quietly.
I think we don't want to go anywhere near this.
Why would you say that?
That guy is Nicholas C. Graham's child. He is a direct descendant from the king.
You mean the mysterious king? Who should be sitting on the empty throne at the amphitheater?
She nodded in confirmation, and Daniel took a good look at the man whose blood was the king's own.
Excuse me, Mr. Oliver, but your grandsire, Elsa, is she a child of the king?
An eerie silence took over the room.
Yes. She is.
I am not going to let you down, Oliver, but I am not going to force anyone to get involved with this case.
I am not going to leave you in the lurch, Daniel. I believe we have better chances in this wretched city if we stick together.
If you think we can solve this, I won't back down now, but we have to be careful.
Everyone looked to Julio, who was deep in thought, his hands touching each other by the digit of the fingers.
Of course I'm in. I was wondering, Mr. Oliver, have you ever tried uncovering who's the owner of this supermarket?
I tried searching for this info. It used to belong to us. It was almost going bankrupt, so we sold it, and it was acquired by someone who turned the situation around. Regrettably, I can't uncover who the owner is. I found a corporate maze of holdings and investment funds. The same way Nicholas and myself organize our business. Too close to home, if you ask me. I may be able to uncover the way around the maze, but it will take time.
Do you think we could have a talk with your sire?
Unfortunately, we can't. He asked me to drop the case and let Holloway do the investigation instead. I am acting without his approval or knowledge.
Our best way forward is to find out who sent the card in the bag. Can I take a look at them?
Holloway confiscated them both along with my cell phone. I don't believe he will allow us to have them back.
We have no leads.
It would be naive of us to believe this is by accident. Someone is trying to cover up the truth.
What about the package that was used to send you the bag? Do you still have it?
Yes, it was the only thing Holloway did not ask for.
It can be useful. Let me have it.
Oliver opened a suitcase and gave it to Daniel, who used his senses, displacing them to the past. He saw a man preparing the package with a bag from Sunrise Groceries inside. He was clearly a familiar, the smell of vampiric blood all over him. It reminded the detective of the vampire who held Christina hostage. He too could smell vampiric blood on her. His senses were getting sharper. The room was not what could be expected from a delivery service. It was run down, dark, and almost empty. He looked around and found a window. He concentrated hard and he could see the street outside and recognized it.
I know from where the package was sent to you, Mr. Oliver. We are going to give it a visit.
Daniel and his group were leaving the room when they noticed Oliver coming with them.
What? I want to get to the bottom of this. No way I am staying behind.
The young executive offered to drive and take them in his SUV. The night was dark, and a persistent rain fell from the sky while they crossed the city. One of the positives about living only at night was that Nosferatu only rarely were stuck in traffic.
So you and the other Nosferatu of House Dracul are in the dark about the king too? I always thought you guys knew the secret, since you are all from the same house.
If there is some kind of secret, I am not part of it. I am not close to the older Nosferatu of the house, apart from my sire. I think the leader of the house particularly dislikes me.
Yeah, I know how you feel. The leader of my house doesn't like me either.
At least you know the leader of your house. I was turned and left behind. I never asked for this. I should have listened to that goddamn manual.
Daniel looked to Tom and wondered if any other of the Nosferatu accompanying them were turned against their will. He remembered how he himself was forced into becoming a vampire. This world of blood and death usually did not bother asking if you wanted to be part of it, but there were exceptions. Julio told him that he accepted becoming a Nosferatu as part of a deal to help his wife. Daniel wondered about Eloise's transformation, but she rarely spoke of her past.
We are here.
They exited the vehicle. Daniel had his stake at hand, Eloise and Tom were empty-handed, Julio had his cane and Oliver took out a shotgun from the trunk. They were in front of an old building, windows barred and the peeling paint looked dingy and decrepit. The doors leading to the inside of the building were surprisingly open. Someone had forced their way in. The 5 Nosferatu cautiously entered the building. A muffled scream came from somewhere inside. When they entered, they saw what appeared to be a massacre. There was blood everywhere. Once again, they heard a scream and the sound of struggle, followed by several shots being fired. They did not waste any second and rushed to the direction of the sound of the guns. They found 4 men armed to the teeth in tactical gear and covered by shadows. Daniel saw a grotesque Nosferatu biting the neck of a man with malice. The Nosferatu pointed to Daniel and his companions and swiftly left the room by a corridor. The men started to shoot. Eloise took point covering her allies, taking several shots while Tom took hold of a table and threw it against the men, making them scramble their positions. Oliver cocked the shotgun and passed by Eloise. Shots grazed his face and body, and some hit him full force, but he took it all without wincing, discharging the weapon against their foes like a modern knight getting into the battlefield.
I'm going after the Nosferatu. Take care.
Daniel saw the long corridor before him and felt the emotions of the fleeing Nosferatu flooding through it. He felt like a cornered rat caught red-handed. As he advanced, he noticed Julio following behind, limping with his cane.
Are you sure you are all right, Julio?
I can manage. Let's go!
The two followed the fleeing Nosferatu to a door that stood ajar. Daniel and Julio entered it, and inside they found an old storeroom. Several boxes filled the chamber and there were no windows.
Damn it, he is here, I can feel it.
As they approached the boxes, they heard the sound of the door they just entered closing and locking from outside. Something heavy was swiftly dragged to the other side before they could return to the door.
Locked shut.
Daniel tried his best, but the door wouldn't budge.
I think we...
Julio was interrupted by an explosion inside the room with them. An incendiary device had gone off. By reflex, Julio let go of his cane, using an incantation to shield him and Daniel. It took staggering effort from him, and he felt his blood burning like fuel inside his veins as his hands trembled. Daniel was stunned watching the old engineer holding the explosion from engulfing them.
I can't hold it much longer. You have to find a way out.
Daniel was awakened by his companion's words. Everything seemed to pass slowly to him. He tried the door once again, but with no result. He looked for another door, but the room had none. No windows either. He started searching the ceiling for some escape route, but there was none. Before the firestorm caused by the explosion could finally engulf them, Tom punched his way through the walls, grabbing his companions as Eloise got in the way of the fire, absorbing it all. The fire ripping ashes from her skin and burning her dead flesh. She fell to the floor and they did not know if she would turn to ashes at any moment and be destroyed. Daniel took her in his arms and they scrambled their way off the building. The fire was quickly spreading everywhere. Oliver screamed at them, pointing the way out, holding the door open, and they left just in time before more harm could come to them. Daniel put Eloise down, screaming her name, trying to wake her up. Oliver ran to the car and from the trunk brought a blood bag and gave it to him, who in his turn ripped a gash on it and poured the contents in her mouth. Some of her wounds healed, and she opened her eyes, coughing.
Hey there, stranger.
Daniel fell back, laughing in relief. He looked at Julio, who was exhausted and looked thirsty. The detective offered the rest of the contents to the magician, who accepted.
We better leave before the cops get here.
Daniel helped Eloise to get up, and they went back to the car and left the scene behind.
Why would the tower get involved in this? What do they have to do with Elsa in your case, Mr. Oliver?
They were not from the tower, Julio. After you and Daniel left and we handled the shooters, I interrogated one of them. He confessed they worked for House Orlok. They were from the court.
The 5 vampires stood silent for a while.
Right now we need to patch up. I have a blood stash I traded for gold in Michael's church. We should go there.
I thought you were staying in the motel.
I am, but the church is safer for this kind of stuff. It also keeps Michael pleased because it gives me a reason to come by.
What about the agents from House Orlok?
We should keep this very quiet for now. Oliver is in danger. I think you should stay with us and take the time to uncover that corporate maze. Maybe some identities from the staff of the supermarket too.
Perhaps you are right, but it could put you in danger as well, and I don't want that.
Are you ready to forget about this case and let it go?
No. I may not know what it is, but I know I am onto something. I am going to uncover it, find proof, and burn the hell of the people responsible for this mess. I just don't want others becoming targets because of me.
You will not get it done alone, Oliver. We should let things cool down for a while, and you should stay out of sight. When the opportunity arises, we can get back into the case. Together. I am not one to leave a case unsolved. Whatever it takes.
I am at a loss for words, Mr. Reed. Thank you.
They stopped by the church and went inside by the back door. The detective went ahead to talk with his sire, while the others waited. Father Michael was sitting at his desk writing something, and as soon as Daniel arrived, he closed it and raised his face to him.
My child, what brings you here tonight? You looked like you went to hell and back.
Michael, I have my associates here, but we won't stay long. We just need time to recover. I'll use the blood I stashed here. We won't cause any trouble.
All right. As I said, it pays for us to have things prepared for hard times beforehand, doesn't it? It is good you decided to spend your gold wisely.
Daniel felt a little angry for being patronized, but kept quiet.
I am sorry, but I can't go and meet your crew. I am a little busy tonight, but take your time with them. You have my blessings.
Daniel turned to leave, but stopped mid-movement.
I remembered something. You told me that me and my companions should find a name for our crew. Considering you insist on calling me a son, I talked with them and they all agreed with the name I suggested. We are looking into who we need to speak with in the King's Council to make it official.
And what would that name be, my child?
The Midnight Fiends.
The low humming of the engine of the car purred like a fierce and obedient beast, ready to pounce. Leon looked at the rear-view mirror and fixed his sunglasses, imagining himself on a beach sipping piña coladas in Costa Rica. Today was his last day on the job, and he couldn't wait to be away from the city of Dreadford. He caressed the panel of the car as if it was a dear animal. He was a driver by trade, but a racer in his heart. He never made it to NASCAR, but life has its own way to give you what you want. A police officer knocked on the window, and he obliged in a very cool manner.
Your meter went out, sir. My bad, officer. Would you be so kind?
Leon said, handing the coins for the meter.
Of course.
The police officer returned with a smile, before his chest exploded in chunks of bone and blood, by a point-blank 12 gauge shot by a man in an overcoat and a Halloween mask covering his face. The men, and other two people dressed in a similar fashion carrying a briefcase, got into the car.
Drive!
The man with the shotgun, sitting in the front seat, screamed in urgency as another couple of police officers coming for them started shooting at the vehicle.
What the fuck? Why did you do that?
Leon screamed.
Shut up and drive, homie!
The masked man ordered. Leon shifted the gear of the car, and it roared like a foul beast. In a split second, he noticed his back was free, but on the front, down the street, a cop car was heading their way full speed ahead. He decided to go forward toward the cop car. Leon shifted the gears again and pressed the gas. Everybody in the car started to scream in protest, but he ignored all of them. The cop car getting ever so close. The man in the front seat removed his mask. He was tanned with his head shaven with tattoos on his face.
Are you crazy? Go back!
Am I crazy? You just killed the cop back there point blank with a shotgun.
He pressed the gas.
And I'm gonna do the same to you if you don't do what I say, homie.
He screamed, pointing the shotgun to Leon's head. The other two in the back took off their masks as well.
Do what he says, Mr. Four.
The woman screamed.
I am the getaway driver. You want to explode my head and take your chances with the cops after a car crash. Be my guest. But as long as I am on the wheel, I make the decisions.
Leon retorted firmly. The man took the gun away and protested.
So you better make the right decisions. Sorry, man, for forgiveness.
Leon pressed the gas again, the cop car coming fast at them. Now they could see the faces of the cops inside the cruiser. Leon positioned the car for a full crash and sped up. They were all bracing for the crash, when in the last second the cop chickened out and swerved right, overturning the cruiser in a parked car. All the criminals in the car screamed in relief, the adrenaline peaking high.
This guy's crazy, homie!
The guy in the front said to the others in the back.
You're even crazier than me.
You are not crazy, Mr. Two. You are psycho. It's different.
The man in the back said. Mr. Two brushed him off and replied back.
You're too sensitive for my taste, Mr. One.
The fixer told us not to kill. What was that carnage inside the jewelry?
Told the old lady not to move. She moved, Miss Free. Besides, she said to improvise as well.
Acting like a madman is not improvised.
Mr. 1 reprimanded.
Shut up, we are here.
Leon got into the third floor of a garage building, and they exited the car, dividing themselves into two pairs. Mr. 1 and 2 in a silver sedan, and Miss 3 and Mr. 4, who was Leon, in a black one. They all departed and met at the final rendezvous. They sat around a table and put the briefcase on top of it.
Are you okay, Mr. 1?
Miss 3 asked, noticing he looked aggravated, possibly for having to ride with Mr. 2.
Why is he number 1? I should be number 1.
You are number 2 because you are a piece of shit.
Retorted Mr. 1, making everyone laugh. Suddenly, a high-pitched laugh cut the room, making all of them quiet.
What? I just want to feel like I'm part of the group.
A pale young man with an evil aura and a high red mohawk entered the room. His tattered t-shirt had no sleeves and it was dirty with a pentagram drawn in coagulated blood. He patted Mr. 1 on both shoulders.
Fixer.
So formal, Mr. 1. Call me Oppenheimer.
I think we should not give our real names.
That is not his real name.
Are you calling me a liar?
Yeah, 'cause I went to school and you are no physicist.
But indeed I am, Leon. Of the explosive variety. Have you never heard? Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds.
Leon squirmed by having his real name revealed, and even more so, because he never used his real name with Oppenheimer before.
I like you, cowboy. I like you, but we need more trust among us. Especially if we're going to do the next job.
There is no next job, Oppenheimer,
Leon said between his teeth.
I told you I was only going to do this job to make extra money to move to Costa Rica. I am out of the game.
You are out of the game when I say so, Leon. And when the time comes, you will be short of breath.
But you said we were square.
I lied.
They all got quiet until Mr. 1 objected.
How can we trust you if you just admitted lying to Mr. 4?
Excellent question, Wade.
Mr. 1 flinched when he heard his real name.
The reason I say I lied is because Leon will choose by himself to do the next job, and I always knew it. You four have a very specific trait in common. You have all been in deep waters with the same shark, a criminal named Don Vittorio. Actually, this diamond you have stolen belongs to him.
Oppenheimer opened the briefcase and retrieved a flawless 27.8-carat crimson diamond worth approximately $30 million. He smiled, closed it in his fist, and threw it out of the window. The flawless stone landed in a puddle of water, and the rain took it away to the sewers.
Is this a joke? Did you just throw the score through the window, you crazy mofo?
As a matter of fact, Javier, I am.
Wait a minute, we have stolen from the Mafia? We are in deep shit now. You don't mess with Don Vittorio.
What's the job, boss?
See, why can't you all be like Wade? We are going to send Don Vittorio on a permanent vacation. You all and me together.
You mean you want us to kill a mob boss?
Yes, Stephanie, return him to the sender. Cancel his subscription. I mean, exactly that.
He moved and stopped behind Wade, putting a hand on his shoulder, and the big man squirmed.
Wade's dad here was a close associate to Don Vittorio, but not so close as to be trusted. When he was put behind bars, the mob boss had him killed. No honor among thieves.
Oppenheimer continued moving and stopped behind Mr. 2, who was actually enjoying the whole scene.
Javier was a croupier in one of Vittorio's underground casinos, but this one has a temper. Some bad dealings made one of Vittorio's men suspect of integrity, and he answered, bludgeoning the man to death with a billiard ball. Now he fell from grace and has a price on his head.
He proceeded to move behind Stephanie. He fixed a lock of her hair and then gently caressed her face.
Stephanie and her fiancé were just two lowlives in love who got into debt with the Mafia. They were bled dry to pay, but he can't bleed any longer.
Finally, he reached Leon, who looked very displeased by the whole situation.
And Leon, let me see if I recall. Oh yes! It was your brother, wasn't it, Leon? Your brother Anthony Marino died by his hands, didn't he? Or more precisely, by his fangs.
And how a small-time criminal like you can even dream about touching a man like the head of the Mafia. You want to send us to our deaths.
He can't. He is just pranking us.
Faster than the blink of an eye, he put a blade to Leon's neck, but the driver did not flinch. Then he touched the blade near Leon's eye ever so slightly.
So what are you going to do about it?
Leon said, defiant, his eyes fixed on Oppenheimer's. The tension was thick. Even Mr. 2, who's usually chatty, was quiet. All of the sudden, Oppenheimer burst out laughing.
Tell me, Leon, what would you rather drink? Pina colada or mobster blood?
Stephanie closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, she was determined.
I'm in.
I'm in.
They all looked at Leon with menacing expressions. He knew there was no way he would come out of this room alive if he said no. He thought about his big brother. He has been missing for a few weeks now. What Oppenheimer said made sense. When they were young, Leon had stolen from a store and Tony took the fall for him. He did time in juvie so Leon wouldn't have to. Don Vittorio's actions could not go unanswered. He closed his eyes.
I'm in.
Oppenheimer clapped and laughed in joy. Suddenly his face became demonic, and he reached Javier in a flash, picking him up with one hand and lifting him in the air, both of his feet dangling above the floor. He tried to free himself, but it was a futile gesture. The punk gave him a good look, having fun with his food. Wade, Stephanie, and Leon saw in horror as a pair of fangs grew from his mouth, and he bit Javier's neck. Blood splashing on the floor as he struggled, gurgling sounds coming out of his mouth. Oppenheimer released his grip after feeling satiated, and Javier dropped on the floor unconscious. The secret was obvious and terrorizing. Vampires existed. They all felt the room get really small as the pressure of the truth collapsed their souls. Their hearts felt faint, and their minds scrambled to find an explanation.
But boss, we said we were in.
And you are. Forever.
Dark figures came out of the shadows, and the criminals' screams were muffled by gurgling blood. Wade, Javier, Stephanie, and Leon were still bewildered, and it showed in each of their expressions. It all happened so fast. They were dead, and not only that. They returned to walk again among the living and drink their blood. They had now joined the ranks of the Nosferatu. The four criminals had been brought to a large and sinister underground chamber. They had been fed blood, just a little, enough to keep them sane, but the thirst was burning inside each one like an inferno. They had partaken in some strange bloody rites, and after that, they were led inside a large pool full of blood. That was the centerpiece of the room. Each of the four was almost submerged into it. Their instructions were clear, to wait and not drink from the pool. While they waited, they noticed others arriving at the room. The numbers around the blood pool increased steadily. As the four inside, the ones around it were not mortal people, but also vampires. Some were standing while others were sitting at the chairs all around the place. An eerie silence filled the room. Leon could see Javier seemed to be thrilled from all this. He was enraptured and had his eyes closed at the same time he kept his head high. Leon turned his attention to Stephanie and noticed that she kept studying the people around the pool carefully. Perhaps it would be wise to do the same, but before he could do that, his eyes and Wade's met, and even without words, the two could express to one another the discomfort they felt. They finally heard a vampire announcing the arrival of the Archons. One by one, they took their places, with a large mirror standing behind them. Ivan from House Dracul, Antoinette de Lucis from House Basilisk, Oppenheimer from House Morrigan, Akasha from House Morrigan, Hector from House Leviathan, Elsa York from House Dracul, The vampire was pleased when he announced they had a full house with the 6 Archons present, something that was quite unusual. The Archons proceeded to discuss matters and plans that were beyond Leon's understanding, matters pertaining to the build-up and execution of operations during a coming war. Finally, one of them called the attention to the 4 Nosferatu inside the pool of blood. Leon could feel all eyes turning to him and his companions. One of the Archons, a huge man called Ivan, entered the pool and approached the 4 vampires within. He towered over them, but Leon and the others did not feel afraid.
Children of Babylon, many have prophesied our downfall, yet here we are. We have defeated all prophecies. We have defeated nature itself following the example of Tiamat. We have endured the wrath of thousands of years. Meanwhile, the King's Court is already falling apart because of their moral deficiency, corruption, and hypocrisy. They court the weakness inside each of us. What we were before receiving the gift of Babylon. Many do not know the meaning of the name Babylon. It means Gate of the Gods. To mortals it is thanks to the city having 7 gates, each holding the name of a god. Shamash, Ishtar, Marduk, Adad, Enlil, Zababa, and Uresh. But we, its true children, know something the mortals do not. We understand that its gift is the gate to become as gods, like the founders before us. Nosferatu existence is the balancing of 2 halves, what we were and the Nephilim. And find balance we must. Too much human and we find frailty. Do not ever forget the fate of the weak is to be reduced to tools and victims of others of our kind. Nature is a harsh mistress, and Nosferatu are even harsher. Too much Nephilim and we find savagery and the loss of all our potential, the death of our very soul consumed from within. To Nosferatu transcends both mortal and Nephilim. The whole is greater than the sum of its parts. Our potential is divine, merging the rationality and ambition of mankind with the power of the Nephilim. Embrace what we are, seize eternity. Children of the Founders, the King's Court and Nosferatu have the illusion that they can still pretend to be what they once were, as if they could fool the Nephilim inside like they fool one another with their ridiculous theaters. They desecrate the gift of our founders, and they are going to pay the price they have accrued. Their blood calls to us as do their hearts, and dry them of their stolen blood we shall, and take their hearts as fuel for our own we shall. Let our enemies feel the wrath of the founders. Retribution is coming for them. They are bereft of wisdom and full of pride, ignorant of their history and their nature. They are like blinded beasts. Always remember your true nature and value as one of the privileged to receive the gift. The tower does not give it lightly. Only the most talented among mortals, the most full of potential, are chosen. The court will tell you falsehoods about being monsters lower than dirt. Look how they treat one another. Listen to their lies and see their tongue dripping with poison and the blood of their brethren. We are here today to welcome 4 newborns among us. By the grace of our High Priestess, as one of her anointed Archons, I receive you among us. You thirst, quench it.
The giant Nosferatu immersed each one of them in the pool. After that, he took a large chalice and filled it with blood, so each of the 4 could drink from it. Leon felt revulsion at the idea, but the blood tasted better than anything he had ever imagined. The thirst retreated inside him, at least for now. After the 4 bloodlings had drank, Ivan left the pool and invited them to do the same. Leon noticed that the blood covering him and the others refused to leave the pool by some fell sorcery. When they got out, it stood behind and rejoined the blood inside. All of them, even the preacher, were as clean as if they had never entered the pool of blood. They could hear the Nosferatu around the room speaking with each other, and the mood seemed to relax a lot.
So cool. We are motherfucking vampires now.
Javier looked at himself amazed.
We still do not know exactly what it entails.
They promised us revenge against that bastard Vittorio. That's the only thing that matters.
The boss does not appear to be a small-time criminal now. Did you see him standing with the other bigwigs?
One day, it will be us up there.
Are you out of your fucking mind?
Leon was saying, but he never finished. A chilling sensation took over the entire chamber. An instinctive, unsettling feeling seized the 4 new Nosferatu, and the room was once again silent. Like a cornered beast looking for an exit, they searched for the cause of this sensation, and noticed that it flowed from the huge mirror overseeing the room. When they gazed upon it, something gazed back. This disquieted their cold, dead bodies to the core. The 4 newborns felt their very souls were being probed. Then, as suddenly as it started, the discomfort disappeared and they felt normal again. The mirror once more appeared to be just a mirror. Before any of the 4 newborns could say something, they were greeted by a well-groomed man.
Good night, lady and gentlemen. I'm called Jean-Denis. Pleased to meet you all. If you allow me, I would like to show you around and introduce you to the brothers and sisters who could make it here today. After that, I'm going to deliver you to your sires, and you can be on your merry way.
The 4 followed the man, and he took them to a group of punks who looked like threatening individuals.
Because 2 among you are from House Morrigan, the House of the Raven, let's start with them. These are some of the descendants from your sire Oppenheimer. His sister Akasha does not have any children, at least that we know of. Quite unpredictable, that one.
The men took them to another group of Morrigans.
The second group is led by Jolene, another sister to Akasha and Oppenheimer. They live in the outskirts of the city in an alternative community. They have the reputation of being a little eccentric.
A woman, their leader, greeted them in the name of the others and invited them to visit their gated residential enclave.
Next, as one of you is from House Leviathan, the House of the Sea Serpent, we shall proceed to them,
said Jean-Denis, while taking the 4 newborns to a group of people who seemed to belong to a martial arts academy and close to another that could be a part of a private fighting force.
They are the children of Hector, and the bulk of the forces of the tower are composed of Nosferatu from this house.
One of them gave a handshake to each of the 4 before they proceeded.
As the last among you is a basilisk, the House of the Snake, let's go to them. Since the house started here in Dreadford, it has been under a family, the Delucis, and their close associates. Their progenitor only delivered the gift of Babylon to his own mortal descendants, but this custom has been abandoned since his departure.
They arrived near a group of elegant and classy vampires. One of them, a stern-looking woman named Jacqueline, waved at the group. She introduced them swiftly to the other Nosferatu of the house, especially Stephanie, who she presented as her child. When the 4 newborns were leaving, a man stood and came after them.
This is Luke. He's not originally from House Basilisk, but he was, one could say, adopted by them.
Luke had an ardent look in his eyes. He greeted them and gave his best wishes before returning to his place. Next, their guide took the 4 to a very friendly old gentleman who heartily received each of them. After they moved away, Jean said,
That was Anton Esterhazy, our Sebastocrator. It would be a good idea to have him as a friend. He has the ear of the High Priestess and is a powerful mage. He is from House Dracul, the House of the Dragon. Unfortunately, we have very few Nosferatu from this house with us. Apart from Anton and those very close of blood to him, we have the children of one of our Archons, Elsa. But the majority of the house follows a rebellious daughter of Ivan, Alana, who rejects the leadership of our High Priestess. Next is House Moroi, the House of the Spider. They are spies and their leader, Farah, is our Inquisitor. If any of you do something against our laws, you are going to answer to her.
Jean-Denis pointed to a group of standing Nosferatu. They were silent and on high alert. Their leader noticed them and gave a short nod in their direction, measuring them cautiously. Lastly, Jean pointed to a lonely sitting woman. She was dressed all in black and had a grim aura around her.
There is Beatrix van der Hoven from House Irkala, the House of the Scorpion. It is said that she is always accompanied by ghosts and worse, so it is good for you to keep your distance and business to a minimum. Well, there is another house here in the tower, but Obwe and his Orlocks only rarely come to the meetings. He was here for your introduction, but had to leave to attend matters of the construction of the tunnels.
What was that inside the mirror?
That was the High Priestess.
Jacqueline answered, approaching the group with Hector.
It is still too soon for you to worry about it.
She stood near Stephanie. Hector put his hands over Wade's shoulder.
Are you ready now?
He asked the newborns, and one by one the four agreed.
I will not disappoint you. We will come out walking on the other side of this. I will make sure of it.
Keep an eye on the Morrigans. Try to keep them away from each other's throats.
Jacqueline took Stephanie to the side.
Do not hesitate to call the number I gave you if needed.
Yes, Mother. I understand.
Call me Sire.
Jacqueline said with a stern look, before returning with her child to the group.
You are going to war against a coward and treacherous enemy, the King's Court. Your training was not long, but remember that you can fall back and rely on the tower for support and further training as time permits. Discipline is...
You've already had enough people telling them how to do their jobs, Jackie. Now that all that is behind us, we can finally have some fun.
They noticed Oppenheimer approaching.
Are you sure this is going to work?
When am I ever sure of anything? Never.
If you don't bring my child back alive, you and I are going to have a problem.
We have a good plan, and they showed promise before receiving the gift of Babylon. If they can stay close to what was discussed and are good at improvising when something unexpected happens, they have good odds.
You know we're listening, right, dog?
Keep quiet.
Leon answered him, and Javier replied with a menacing scowl. Oppenheimer grabbed them both by the ears and pulled them aside.
From now on, you two are both my children. Brothers, take care of each other, or I'll skin you both. Do you understand?
They nodded in agreement.
You really don't want to see what happens when you skin a Nosferatu. Who was the last among us to do it? Akasha? Ivan? Well, I digress. Let's not waste any more time. The court is not going to set itself ablaze. We are.
Before leaving, Leon gave a last look into the huge mirror and thought about what could terrify even their cold, dead bodies to the core like that. How had he ended up here? And what will come after? Would they be able to really kill a vampire mob boss? And if they could not, what would their new friends do to them? If he felt such a strong thirst as a new vampire, what was the monster inside these older vampires like? Leon thought about his brother Anthony and wished he could have a different ending than him. In the eerie city of Dreadford, where shadows dance with secrets and the night holds more than darkness, Tom Bridges lurked through the sidewalk of the house he used to call home in the suburbs. The rain gave him no quarter, castigating him for his boldness in coming here. The house looked remote and forbidding, no matter how close he got to it. It felt like a lifetime ago when he moved into this very same house with his family. Carefully, using the murk as a cloak, he approached the window to the living room to peek inside. He could see scattered toys everywhere. They rekindled a small spark inside his dead heart. Emmett still did not worry about cleaning up the mess after playing. His attention was captured by his son. He was sitting at a table with his exercise book in front of him.
My boy, it is still early, but almost time for dinner.
Tom thought to himself, checking his watch. He spent the next minute staring at his son doing his homework. A smell approached from the kitchen. he saw his wife Cordelia coming into the room, beautiful as ever. To his surprise, it was not the scent of the food that reached for him, but of blood. Tom could feel that both of them were alive and warm. He could hear their heartbeats clearly. He shook his head to banish the thought that was trying to intrude his mind.
By God, what have I been turned into? We are truly monsters.
Suddenly, a third heartbeat alerted his senses. A man entered the room. Tom's first reaction was worry, followed by anger. He was ready to burst into the room when he saw the man and Cordelia kissing. The man sat at the table and the three of them started dinner. Tom stopped in his tracks, and the realization suddenly came to him. His family had moved on. The Nosferatu stood still and silent in the rain.
Of course they would have done it. It has been almost a year since I turned. Emmett and Cordelia sure need all the help they can get.
Tom was not in the best position to be there for them any longer. He could not allow his weakness to drag his family to the world he now belonged to. Looking behind one last time, Tom said his farewell and vanished into the night. Somewhere else in the city, in a secret chamber underneath the Church of All Sins Redeemed, Father Michael freely excoriated his child and associates.
Are you out of your goddamn minds?
He paced furiously from one side to the other.
Miscreants! Fools!
What do you mean?
Daniel asked, unaware of what was going on. He never had seen Father Michael like that before, and even though he would never admit so, it scared him.
There are two goddamn reasons for this!
What happened?
What happened? An explosion happened. A whole goddamn building was set on fire, involving the police, the fire department, TV stations, newspapers. Curious people snooping around the scene. You made the goddamn headlines. Congratulations, Midnight Fiends.
We did not cause the explosion. We would have been destroyed if it wasn't for Julio and Eloise.
Father Michael's eyes became red. He tried to calm himself down, but the pride of the eagle wanted to make them pay in flesh.
I am sure all of you are well acquainted with the laws of the King's Court. I can attest that my son was taught what he needed to know, and there is not a shred of doubt in me that believes that Van Arden, Nayati, and the direct bloodline of the king would not have done the same.
Silence permeated the grounds of the church.
We survive and thrive by being discreet. The mortals live in their world and should be none the wiser about ours. You got lucky. All it takes is one observer you didn't notice to give a detailed description, and you can be dragged into an investigation. I'm ashamed for such flagrant disregard, nay, disrespect for the theater, and your sires would be as well.
Father Michael handed Daniel a newspaper, where a witness detailed how he had heard shots being fired inside the building before the detonation.
We made a mistake.
We are going to make it right.
You are goddamn right you are. I have called favors. Bloody Mary has a good media team, and they are used to dealing with this kind of situation. I went ahead and asked for her help. You owe her a favor now. Pay it. When you have the time, go to her nightclub and see to it.
Of course.
Daniel had his head down. It would be the second time his cousin would bail him out, and it would not come cheap.
And when you do, don't let her go putting any ideas into your head.
The church was once again silent, save for the rain outside.
We are not going to take any more of your time tonight, Michael. We'll see to it right now.
I said there were two reasons for me to call you here. You are going to have to visit the nightclub another night. The second reason is even more serious than the first. Where is the last one of you?
He had something important to do. We are meeting him after this.
Good. I have been contacted by House Orlok. They are waiting for him at their parliament in the underworld, the main location from where their house operates.
The Midnight Fiends exchanged worried glances.
But why would they be waiting for him?
They want to judge him for having been brought into the blood without authorization. You are to take him to the parliament tonight.
Are they going to destroy him like the man I saw at the amphitheater?
It is not our place to meddle into their inner house affairs. Do not go looking for trouble with his house, and do not miss the opportunity of him going there of his own volition. You do not want the king's council to send the Reaver and his horsemen after him.
The four Nosferatu left the church and went to pick Tom in Oliver's SUV.
I am sorry you had to hear all that. The bomb and everything that happened were involved with the case I brought to you.
Pay no mind to it. We are going to sort things out. We just need to remain calm and focus on one task at a time.
Now you are speaking a lot like my sire.
Talking about sires, Michael was really angry.
Yes, he was on edge. I never saw him like that.
This visit to the Rapture is not going to be pleasant. We should clear our debts with Bloody Mary.
What was that about Mary putting ideas into my head?
Don't you know? She is part of the revolution. Michael for sure doesn't want you becoming a supporter.
What is the revolution?
They are a group who tried to overthrow the king's court. They fought against the tower, too. It started abroad, but a Nosferatu called the Pale Rider brought it into Dreadford. They had a good run until the 1920s, but something happened to him and they had to accept terms from the court.
I believe we should stay clear of anything that could ruffle someone's feathers right now. We already have enough on our plate.
The car stopped, and Tom Bridges joined his 4 companions. Now it was impossible not to breach the subject they have been evading since they left the church.
What's up, guys? Why are you all so gloomy?
We have been told by Michael that House Orlok wants you to go to their parliament tonight. They want to judge you for being turned without authorization from the council. I have seen a Nosferatu destroyed by this very same reason during my introduction. I'm sorry, Tom.
The car stayed silent for a few moments.
I can try speaking with Van Arten. He's a member of the King's Council.
Taking this to another house will probably make things harder. The Orloks are very cautious about their independence.
When I was in trouble with the council, I thought about fleeing the city. Maybe Daniel can help you like he helped me.
I am going to try, but I admit we are pretty much at square one and there is no time. They are waiting for us.
There is no escaping it. I have to go there and try to solve this for the better.
All of them agreed. They all remembered that House Orlok had already tried to destroy them, and any misstep would give their enemies the right excuse to do so. After all, the Midnight Fiends would be right inside Orlok territory and surrounded by its members. They proceeded to Marcus Tullius Tunnel. It was the largest vehicular tunnel in Dreadford, composed of 3 tubes with 2 traffic lanes in each tube. There was a big construction work underway to expand the tunnel with a 4th tube. The car took a turn that brought them right into a dark and secluded passageway leading underground. They had to stop, leave the car, and were asked to identify themselves by a team of security officers in full tactical gear, who suddenly came out of nowhere. The 5 Nosferatu knew that all of them were familiars. After a quick search to make sure none of them was carrying weapons, the familiars led them into an underground chamber. It was a large oval room with several shafts and burrows connecting to the sewers and what appeared to be an enormous subterranean network. A group of Orlok vampires were standing on the ceiling upside down talking. They were visibly annoyed by the presence of outsiders and quickly withdrew into a dark hole nearby. The familiars took the Midnight Fiends through a maze of rooms and tunnels on their way to the Parliament chamber. 3 times they crossed paths with pairs of Nosferatu wearing full tactical vests patrolling the area. Daniel noticed they used ultra-low frequency radios to receive and send communication, and if they weren't being escorted by familiars, for sure they would have intercepted them or called for backup. Finally, they arrived at the antechamber. It had huge open doors that lead to the Parliament room. The Midnight Fiends braced themselves and were ready to arrive at their destination.
Could I ask for you to spare a few minutes?
Said a voice coming from a completely dark side entrance. The group saw a Nosferatu coming into the light. He was wearing elegant vintage clothes and pointed to a room with his hand. The group was confused but obliged the polite man. They needed all the support they could get.
I've heard a lot about you Midnight Fiends. I am pleased to meet you. They call me the Collector. I wanted to seize the opportunity to introduce myself to you and offer my services.
The elegant Nosferatu said merrily as he sat in his comfortable but dinger armchair.
And what exactly are the services you provide?
I am a supplier. I cater to the needs of my clients and friends. If you need any goods or commodities, services, just give me a call.
The Nosferatu reached a bucket underneath his dingy desk and took a small mouse from it into his horrid mouth, sucking its blood instantly like a snack. After disposing of the rat, he took a card out of his pocket with a number on it. As soon as the card was off his hands, the Collector snapped up another mouse, giving it the same fate.
I hope that whatever happens today won't put a stink in our promising and future business relationship. And to you, big fella, good luck. You're gonna need it.
He bid them farewell, and the group finally arrived at the Parliament. Its chamber was a great 2-story room filled with several desks and a large table. Around 24 Nosferatu from House Orlok were in attendance. As soon as they entered, they heard a voice speaking to the Parliament.
Several entrance tunnels like that one have been found around the perimeter of our territory. Usually the monsters follow close behind. But I can guarantee that there is no active entrance as of this moment. I have personally intervened with the assistance of our tactical teams, and I am in control of the situation.
A standing Nosferatu said, while he addressed the others. Tom and the Midnight Fiends were taken to a sitting spot reserved for Nosferatu from outside House Orlok, who for some reason were invited to a session of the Parliament.
These entrances are popping up everywhere in the sewers, and they are getting closer to this very chamber, the heart of our house. As the one responsible, what are you doing to prevent the worst-case scenario, Mr. Vector?
A sitting member of the Parliament assailed the standing speaker.
Our house is safe, for now. Our safety is thanks to several casualties of Nosferatu who battled against the creatures so we could close the entrances. But we should start replenishing our numbers fast, or we should ask the other houses of the King's Court for their support here in the underworld. We don't want subjects of the King here in the underworld. It is ours.
And what do you propose? We die fighting alone? Aren't we all subjects of His Serene Highness?
Spectre should press the Council for new authorizations for House Orlok.
It is time House Dracul paid back all our help.
Vector waited patiently while the others argued. The Midnight Fiends took their places.
That man, that vampire is the one who killed me,
he said discreetly, while pointing for the standing Nosferatu, who was addressing the Parliament moments before.
What, are you sure?
I could recognize him anywhere. I and another guy were being attacked by the monsters and I helped him, only for the bastard to kill me as soon as I brought him to safety.
That guy is called Vector. He is Spectre's right-hand man. I have seen him once or twice during House Dracul and Orlok conferences.
Tom, do you think he is the one who brought you into the blood?
I don't know. I don't remember anything after he drank my blood. When I returned to my senses, I was alone and I was already a Nosferatu.
Spectre's voice echoed through the room, interrupting all other discussions.
Brothers and sisters, an urgent matter should be brought to your attention. We have here with us an unauthorized Nosferatu. The Parliament should pass judgment on him without delay. Thomas Bridges, stand up.
Tom obeyed.
You know that it is against the laws of this city to join the blood of any house without previous approval from the council. If found guilty of this crime, the punishment is summary execution. As the presiding officer of this Parliament, I entrust Vector with the role of the prosecutor.
Spectre sat down again.
This is madness. Tom has a right for a fair trial. How can he defend himself like this? He needs at least—
Silence! No one from outside the house is to speak during an audience unless invited to do so. Of course, he has the right. If the accused wishes, he can appoint someone for the defense.
Tom hesitated. In his mind, he was sure the stage was set for a witch hunt. He didn't know anyone from House Orlok, and how could he testify if he did not remember who brought him to the blood? Should he tell the Parliament that Vector, his very accuser, was the one who killed him? Perhaps even the one who brought him into the blood? Or was this a trap? Maybe Spectre was just waiting for him to say it.
Do you have someone in mind, or should we proceed?
I nominate Daniel Reed from House Strix as my defense.
Gasps were heard out loud in the Parliament, and Daniel Reed felt the room become very small as all the Orloks looked at him. Has his name become this well known?
No one has nominated a Nosferatu outside our house as a defender in more than 100 years.
Is it forbidden?
Daniel asked, standing up. Vector looked at the speakers of the house and they talked among themselves.
We'll allow it.
Spectre did not display any reaction, but Vector was clearly upset.
Very well, Mr. Reed. Congratulations. May I ask you, though, how do you intend to prove that Mr. Bridges was lawfully brought into the blood?
Daniel walked to the pulpit and fixed his jacket.
Honorable speakers of the House and proud members of House Orlok, I do not intend to prove that Mr. Bridges was lawfully brought into the blood. I believe that a fair and honorable house such as yours would put the burden of proof on Mr. Vector. After all, he is the accuser.
The vampires whispered among themselves.
It is self-evident. He has no sire. No one with a proper authorization from the council has come forward and recognized him as a child.
Of course. If there is a child, there must be a sire. How can we judge him without properly investigating the one who brought him to the blood?
This is foolishness. It could have been anyone. We need word of someone who did it or saw it happen, and make sure they had the proper rights. If Tom does not have it, he has to be destroyed according to our laws.
Are you willing to destroy a member of the house that could, nay, that has helped in the war on a technicality? When other houses are not pulling their weight in such an important matter?
I am not sure I heard it right. You call one of the most sacred laws of the Nosferatu a mere technicality? The other houses must be called to pay their dues. But this Tom Bridges is no member of House Orlok unless he fulfills what we are asking from him. I would not expect for you to understand that, Mr. Reed.
What do you mean by that?
You are a Strix. I'm sure you are a lot better suited for the comforts of a hotel. Maybe parties at an art gallery where you could drink blood from wine glasses as you talk about moods, colors, and brush strokes instead of the harsh realities of the underworld.
Personal attacks, Mr. Vector? I would expect more from you since you owe your eternity to Tom Bridges. He has saved you, hasn't he? You are at war, ladies and gentlemen. Don't you want someone whom you can count on in the defense line?
Gasps echoed through the chamber, and the Orlok spoke in hushed tones among themselves. Vector felt exposed and became frustrated. His expression turned into anger, but before he could speak again, Spectre discreetly voiced something to the speakers who seemed to consult and discuss among themselves, until they spoke again to both defense and accuser.
As noble as the acts of this one Tom Bridges might seem, unfortunately, Mr. Reed, Vector is right. If you or himself cannot produce any evidence of his right to be brought into the blood, by the King's law, his eternity is forfeited. He shall be destroyed and not allowed to walk among us anymore.
Can you, Mr. Reed, produce evidence? Testimony at least?
The detective was silent. He looked back at Tom, who was desolated. First he saves Vector and is repaid with death. Then he loses his family and now utter destruction. This whole situation revolted Daniel. These were truly selfish, blood-sucking monsters. How could they do that to an honorable man like Tom? The answer did not matter. He was completely powerless against the arbitrary laws of the king.
If no one else has something to add to this judgment, I declare Thomas Bridges to be...
If I may.
Who said that?
I did.
The White Ronin stood up, and all eyes were on him. Spectre moved his head to face him but did not show any reaction, his demeanor completely phlegmatic. Vector was outraged, and he looked to the speakers for answers.
You may, White Ronin.
As you all know, myself and the Goblin were really close to the lone ghoul.
Another Orlok wearing a bandit mask on his face stood up. His hair was white, cutted in a mohawk. He wore dingy pants, 2 grenade belts that crossed his bare chest, and he carried enough weapons and ammo to start a war.
Before his departure, God rest his soul, he confided in us that he had used his right to blood on a family man called Thomas Bridges. He believed that a man like him could help our house find more meaning and trust.
He looked at Tom Bridges, who was incredulous.
But this is impossible. The lone ghoul fell during the battle for Sewer Tunnel H-14. He was last seen directly engaging with the monsters while Rat Group 4 and 12 dealt with the entrance. You were there.
Yes, I was. He wanted to make sure that in case he fell in that battle, as you know, casualties were extreme, that Tom would have proper guidance and would be taken care of.
It is impossible.
I can vouch for that, Vector.
The Goblin said.
You were speaking about the need to ask for new authorizations and expanding our numbers. If so, House Orlok shouldn't destroy the child of a fallen hero who gave his eternity defending this very parliament.
A lot of voices raised in defense of Tom Bridges. Vector was at a loss and looked to Spectre for directions, but the leader of House Orlok was staring directly into the White Ronin, silently.
The lone ghoul was a hero.
We should leave the bloodling alone!
The Parliament can't afford to destroy Orloks during these times.
Spectre saw no use to continue this debacle. There were more important matters to attend to. He raised his hands and silence fell over the Parliament.
All in favor of receiving Thomas Bridges as a member of this house and child of the lone ghoul, raise your hands.
The large majority of those present raised their hands.
Thomas Bridges, you are accepted as a member of House Orlok. This session of the Parliament is closed.
Spectre stood up and left immediately.
That was probably not a good idea.
Probably not.
Tom Bridges was still stunned by the sudden change of his fate.
Is this really happening? What and how?
I guess so, Tom. We should really thank the White Ronin. His testimony changed the outcome completely.
Many Nosferatu from House Orlok came to Tom to give their compliments and pay respects to the lone ghoul. After that, the White Ronin was nowhere to be found, and the Midnight Fiends went away back to the surface world. While they departed, Vector followed them with his gaze. How was it possible that Tom Bridges was here? He remembered leaving him dead. He drank his blood to the last drop, yet the man had been turned. Did Spectre have something to do with it? He had been strange lately. Different. Hours later, after the session in the Parliament, Vector was patrolling the sewers when he received an urgent call on his radio.
Sir, you are going to want to see this. I am on my way, Rat Team 5.
When Vector arrived at the sewer gallery, everything was silent. The place was unnaturally dark, but that was not a problem due to his echolocation sense. But what worried him was that Rat Team 5 was nowhere to be seen.
Rat Team 5, I am in position. Where are you?
He heard his own voice coming from a radio nearby.
Rat Team 3, 9, and 11, converge on my position. I am at Sewer Gallery A13. We may have a situation,
said Vector before going to check out the radio. He found it hanging from the ceiling near the entrance to a large drainage tunnel. As he took it into his hands, he noticed at the last second someone tried to hit his head with a large melee weapon. Vector dodged and allowed the blow to pass near its target. He grabbed the arm of the attacker with a swift movement of his own. He felt many blows on his back, and he knew by the pain he had been stabbed by around a dozen knives. Strangely, there was no one behind him. The first attacker managed to escape his grip and fled through the drainage tunnel.
Sloppy. They must be newborns. A basilisk for sure. The other is probably one of those knife psychos.
Vector pursued the fleeing attacker. He soon made contact with Rat Group 9, who arrived through a side passage. Rat Team 3 and 11 were close behind. The Orlocks soon reached the attackers. There were 4 of them. They wore masks, and one of them, bigger than the others, stood in front of the group to protect them.
Considering you called your friends, I called mine.
We are more than enough to deal with 4 newborns. There are others coming here at any moment. You should surrender while you still can.
Are you sure you counted our numbers right?
An enormous number of noises filled the room. The sudden cacophony was maddening. Vector only now noticed that one of the walls in the room had a large entrance, the biggest he had ever seen. A new entrance had been constructed. He had to warn House Orlok, but when he reached for his radio, he saw it being pulled by an invisible force to one of the 4 newborns, along with the radios of Rat Group 9. Suddenly, all hell broke loose. The monsters attacked them in large numbers. Vector drew a curved blade and managed to cut the head of a few monsters, but soon he noticed that he was fighting alone against an unending tide of creatures. Their dreaded sounds echoed all around him. Hands grasped for his legs and arms. He could not react to so many opponents. When he fell to the ground, he knew it was all over for him. The creatures soon had him immobilized and disarmed. After that, the monsters started to carry him as if they wanted to take him somewhere.
Say hi to the preacher and the high priestess for me.
Were the last words Vector heard before being carried away to the same fate he had escaped once before. In the city of Dreadford, there was a small quaint store specialized in selling esoteric and strange articles to the public. The Noir Occult shop, named after its owner, Amanda Noir. Dream catchers, healing crystals, tarot cards, herbs, oils, ritual tools, candles, incense, and many other accessories for the mystically inclined were always in stock on its shelves. And best of all, it was open all night. Not far from it was the University of Dreadford, and undergraduates wanting to fool around with the paranormal were a common source of customers. Also, within a short walk of the store was located the Dreadford Cemetery, which helped the shop immensely with clientele. Once in a while, people who wished to perform all kinds of ceremonies near the burial grounds acquired their materials from it. One other service the store provided was private tarot readings and consultations from the owner herself. Amanda Noir built a fairly extensive list of customers who trusted her gift for foretelling the future.
Will I get the promotion I want at my work? What does my financial future looks like 6 months from now? Will Mr. Klein and I end up together?
The heavy-set lady asked in a barrage to the woman sitting across a small table from her.
Miss Russell, please, one at a time.
I want to know about Mr. Klein and myself, Amanda.
The young woman artfully shuffled a deck and laid the tarot cards on the table in a Celtic cross spread.
Do you love him?
Of course. I have never loved someone this much. Have you ever loved someone? You look so young. One day you are going to know how it feels. I cannot imagine my life going forward without him.
Amanda turned the first card face up, and Ms. Russell stopped talking and joined her hands anxiously. The young woman finished turning all the cards in her spread face up and studied them carefully.
Both Mr. Klein and you are looking for companionship right now. However, for this relationship to work, you and he need to find abnegation within yourselves. Neither of you are ready to renounce anything, and this is going to make you clash a lot. But as you can see, prospects of improvement are positive. The card for your near future is the Two of Cups.
A loud noise of glass shattering came from the storefront window. Both women got up and went to the main room of the occult shop. There were shards of glass all around the place. A stone was resting among ruined merchandise. Miss Russell went to the broken window to look outside and shouted insults. Amanda swiftly picked the stone. She saw that it had a paper attached to it, and a message was written on the paper in red letters. "The ravens shall never be forgiven. Leave while you still can." Amanda put away the paper and the stone inside a drawer.
I'm sorry for that, Miss Russell. This neighborhood is becoming violent.
Oh, you do not need to apologize. These delinquents are the ones who should. It is not just this neighborhood that is becoming violent. The whole city is going mad. This new generation is lost.
I'm going to clean up everything later. Do you want to finish your reading?
Of course. But are you sure you are all right, dear? Such a young woman alone, you should have someone from your family nearby. I am sure it would make anyone think twice about doing this again.
The young woman nodded in agreement, and both women returned to the small room they were in before.
Miss Russell, I'm going to need you to close your eyes and concentrate on the question you want answered.
A while later, Ms. Russell went out of the Noir occult shop a little paler than usual, but with a lot of new ideas on how to get her Prince Charming. Far from there, on the other side of the city, inside a motel room, 3 Nosferatu were talking.
So this is where you retire during the day?
Yeah, I'm in the room next to this one.
And how do you protect yourselves from the sun?
The bathrooms have no windows.
Are you sure about this? I can help with better accommodations if you wish.
There is no need, Oliver. Thank you. Since Julio is busy in the library and Eloise is spending a couple of nights with Nayati, I thought we could go over your case again. Maybe we can tackle it from new directions.
Well, I have been pondering about it, and maybe I have an idea. You may not like it, but first, have you guys fed today?
Not really, and Daniel has the rats, but it's not the same.
Oliver opened a suitcase and handed a blood bag to each of his companions. Daniel took the bag in his hands. It contained human blood. He did not usually drink from humans. There was one time with Dupont and another when he was in dire need and asked Mary for a delivery, but he didn't like the fact that it was becoming a habit. He noticed Tom biting the bag and taking the blood inside, but Daniel hesitated. This blood had come from someone. How did they extract it? Who was the owner of this blood? Should he take it?
Oliver, where did this blood come from?
House Dracula has a huge blood reserve. I know they keep it frozen somewhere under the Fang. I usually have a fresh supply of bags in the refrigerator inside my office.
Daniel would never admit it, but he missed the taste of real blood. Tom was right, the one that came from animals was malnourishing and insipid to say the least. The thirst was never fully sated when he tried to fool it with the blood of rats.
Come on, don't make me watch you bite a rat again. You look like the collector.
Take it. This bag came from a donation. I checked before picking it.
The detective felt relieved and allowed himself to bite the bag. He felt the sweet nectar filling his mouth. It was cold, and this provoked a protest from something deep inside him. Nonetheless, it was human blood. In a flash, he had consumed it all. He could only wonder what would have happened if this was someone, and he was biting a victim.
Daniel, are you okay?
I am all right, no need to worry. So Oliver, what was the idea you said we were not going to like?
He asked, while giving the empty bags back to Oliver, who in turn put them both in an evidence bag and back into the suitcase for proper disposal.
Our case to understand the incident involving Elsa is cold. We cannot find anything about the king. The man is a ghost. We have been unable to pinpoint the exact location where my grandsire supposedly was destroyed to investigate it. And, as you well know, all other avenues have been exhausted.
Hasn't the leader of your house promised he would help with the matter of who sent the business card?
Holloway's familiar says his own investigation is still going on. But apart from him, no one in the King's Court is willing to help us. Truth be told, I feel like everyone in the court is actually making things harder for us to uncover whatever we are looking for. I don't know who to trust outside this crew.
You sounded like you had come up with something.
Oliver was in silence for a moment, as if he was building up courage to voice his idea out loud.
Yes, we may have one way forward. House Morrigan.
Michael told me House Morrigan has become extinct on Dreadford.
Almost. Their progenitor was famous for being a powerful diviner, and from what I heard, occasionally one of them manifests this ability. I know of one of them who is said to be able to do so.
You want to ask a fortune teller about your case? This is absurd.
I have heard about detectives using the services of psychics before.
No talent hacks if you ask me. I have never believed in the supernatural. Relying on soothsaying to solve a case.
Daniel, we are vampires. The world is a lot stranger than we imagined. We were under the city in front of a parliament of blood-sucking monsters just the other day. Why not give it a try?
You can try talking with this fortune teller. I can't stop you, but I don't approve of these methods. You can't replace good detective work.
Will you come along at least?
Sure. How do we get a hold of him?
I don't have his contact info, but my sire Nicholas does. I know he is a therapist and I plan to get an appointment with him. I just wanted to know if you guys were okay with the whole plan.
Count us in.
Tom patted Daniel in the back, who had a scowl. A short while later, in Nicholas C. Graham's office in the Fang, Oliver was sitting with his sire.
You want to go to counseling?
Yes, Nick. You told me yourself I needed to take some days off. I believe professional help is exactly what I need.
I have never heard of therapy being able to help us with our curse and the influence the dragon has over us. I don't think talking it out can do any harm, as long as you respect your NDAs. Okay, Oliver, I can get you an appointment with Dr. James Fields. How about tomorrow night?
Great, I am going to be there. I am looking forward to getting this situation sorted out ASAP and coming back to work.
I am glad to hear it, partner. Take your time and make sure everything is well.
Nicholas answered with a smile, and Oliver got up and turned to leave.
Oliver, one more thing. It has come to my attention that you are getting close to a child of account from House Strix. Father Michael.
We are working on some side projects. He was putting a crew together, and I am helping them.
Easy. I am not questioning you. I think it is a great idea for you to make friends and work together with other young Nosferatu, but be careful. House Strix is very dangerous. DuPont is not to be trusted, Yelena is a troublemaker, and Bloody Mary has ties with the Revolution. Father Michael, the Midnight Fiend, you should beware of him. Do not let your guard down. And remember, birds of a feather flock together.
Nick?
Yes?
Nah, it's nothing. You are a good friend.
So are you, Oliver.
The young Nosferatu left his sire's room. On the next night, Oliver was punctually admitted into Dr. James Field's office, while Daniel and Tom were in the waiting room. The office was extremely tidy and had numerous diplomas and degrees exposed on a wall. Some of them were several decades old. James was a middle-aged man with a big pair of glasses on his face. He had a very calm demeanor and a soothing voice. However, Oliver's senses were not fooled. Behind all that veneer of normalcy, Dr. James Fields was a vampire.
Your sire told me you have been very anxious as of late. You have no need to fear anything while inside this office. Do you feel confident in telling me what ails you?
Dr. Fields, I have been worried about an issue. I cannot get it out of my mind.
Oliver explained thoroughly the issue with the card, his grandsire, and the results of the investigation the Midnight Fiends had achieved. The therapist heard it all in silence and took notes, always keeping a friendly and attentive demeanor.
I'm sure she is alive. The more I think about it, nothing else makes sense. I believe I heard her voice during the call. I can't fathom who else knows about it. Also, I cannot understand the card and bag. Who is sending them to me, and why?
How does this problem make you feel?
tense. I cannot distract my mind from this whole situation. I cannot concentrate on my work. My sire feels I am going mad.
What would it take for you to feel more at peace?
Dr. Fields, I must be sincere with you. I wish to have your attention so I could ask for your help.
Of course. We are going to find ways to help you here.
No, Mr. Fields. Not your help as a doctor, but as a soothsayer.
James Fields closed his notebook very disappointed.
You scheduled this appointment only so you could exploit my curse of foresight?
Please, Dr. Fields, do not take offense. I have tried to solve this case in every way. Me and my companions have no other alternative. I ask you this as a last resort.
Offense taken, Mr. Oliver, if you please.
He stood up and opened the door.
It is a shame. I promised Nicholas I would aid you, but what you ask I cannot give you.
But you can help me, Dr. Fields. If you would just listen to me and my associates.
You don't know what you ask, Mr. Oliver. The Raven is a cruel, sadistic Nephilim. It tempts you with the promise of power only to curse you in return. It is a covenant that, if made, can destroy your eternity. I've seen in my family cousins cursed with bloodlust that cannot be measured. Others cursed with delight in ruining people's lives in degenerate ways. Some cursed with chronic bad luck and even blindness. Because the Raven always gets something in return. It is smart and cunning and vengeful.
At least hear us, Dr. Fields.
The doctor looked at the pleading young Nosferatu and saw genuine suffering in his eyes. He made a vow to help people. A vow he did not take lightly.
Well, I guess it would not be a problem to hear you and your associates.
Nice to meet you, Dr. Fields. My name is Daniel Reed. We apologize for the whole situation.
I am Tom Bridges, sir.
Call me James. I heard from Oliver you are helping him with his case, but you exhausted all leads.
Daniel seemed upset but stayed in silence.
Yes, James, it is very important to us.
Unfortunately, if I try telling you the future, I am going to be more of a hindrance than help.
Why do you say that?
Nothing ever happens as I foresee. My visions of the future are bewildering, and what little shreds of information I can gather, when they are right, are about terrible misfortune and disasters.
The three midnight fiends looked at each other. Oliver could not hide his dismay.
So you are saying you can see the future, but it is hard to make sense of it?
You could say that.
Is there anything we can do to make you give it a try?
James felt that Oliver would not rest easy until he got his answers. After a while he sighed and stood up. The therapist took a large bottle from a cabinet nearby. He made a small cut at one finger and allowed 3 small blood drops to fall inside the bottle and mix with the liquid inside.
If this will give you comfort, I'll try, but tone down your expectations.
James said, before sitting again and pouring a glass for himself.
What exactly do you want to know? Ask a precise question.
Is Elsa alive? Who sent me the card and bag? What does the one responsible want?
If we are already asking help from a fortune teller, we could ask about the king.
Let's try to answer one question at a time.
James drank the concoction and poured another one. He closed his eyes and picked it up, whirling the contents inside. As the red liquid swirled, he opened them again, and visions appeared to him in the vortex of the glass.
The winds of destiny blow restless. I hear whispers. I see a labyrinth, its walls twisting and turning, concealing peril. A thick fog makes it impossible to see beyond. A silhouette whispers about each of our journey's end as a reminder of the finite nature of existence.
James opened his eyes again. He seemed baffled.
I feel cold. It never felt like that before. It was not supposed to have ended so fast.
Are you all right, Doctor?
I am okay, but I'm sorry, Oliver. I don't know if anything I saw was of any help to your predicament.
He pushed his fingers against his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them again, he put the glass of wine on top of his table.
I know you must have heard that House Morrigan is made of great diviners. This reputation is mostly thanks to our progenitor here in Dreadford. Some have other abilities, some have none at all. It is not easy to explain it to Nosferatu of the other houses. The Raven, our Nephilim, is much more tame in trying to influence our behavior than others. Instead, it offers us powerful psychic capabilities, among which divination is only one. However, if we accept the deal of the Raven, the price is steep.
He looked outside the window for a moment. watching the moon reach its zenith.
Humans were not meant to have any of the gifts the Raven makes available to us. The more they develop, the more they cost us. Physical disabilities, mental disorders, loss of memory, and many other side effects are our curse. Each Morrigan that accepts these powers suffer from one or more of these curses, like a macabre lottery. On the other hand, as long as we deny the Raven, he is almost silent, but our blood keeps weak.
Have you accepted this deal with the Raven?
Oh, me? Not at all. It is the reason my powers are so faint. However, Mr. Oliver, there is more to me failing to find the answer you asked for than my lack of gift. I could clearly notice a deep shadow trying to obscure the answer. Someone powerful is working hard to keep this secret. I never felt something like that.
So you are telling us that fortune-telling will not help us?
Yes, maybe. There is a possibility. My cousin is much more skilled with the gift of foresight than I. If you want, I could take you to her working place and maybe she would be able to help you. It is in an occult shop not far from here.
What do you guys think about it?
We came this far, right?
Tom said to Daniel.
Sure.
Amanda Noir was cleaning the storefront's new window with a cloth.
The shop was vandalized again?
No need to worry, Obadiah. It has been a long time since the last one.
Don't you want to stay somewhere else for a while? No one among the Ebony Dagger would deny you shelter.
Nah, it is okay. I worked hard to build this place and, yay, I achieved it. I'm not going to leave so easily. Anyway, I'm happy you're visiting. What can I help you with?
Well, there is this girl I'm seeing, Isabella, and I really like her. But you know she is not a Nosferatu. It feels wrong to keep lying to her and putting her in danger. Cochise thinks I should stay away for good or bring her into the blood. I know he is right. But I can't make up my mind to leave her. And how would one of us ever dream about getting authorization from the council?
Maybe you could speak with Caroline. She is your sire, after all.
Amanda said, finishing with the window. She moved to the store counter and started tidying it up.
We haven't talked for quite some time. Our crew is not at the best standing with the council, and you know we did not part on good terms. I'm not sure she would help.
So many vampiric problems could be solved with a heart-to-heart. But Nosferatu love intrigue, don't they?
The conversation was interrupted by the chime of the front door opening. James, Oliver, Tom, and Daniel entered the occult shop. They immediately felt the scent of incense. Sweet, but not too overt.
You got clients. I am not going to keep you busy. I'll be right outside in case the vandals try something again.
Obadiah, there is no need for that. Everything is okay now.
No worries.
The strong man excused himself with a nod, passing by towards the exit. When Amanda realized it was James coming in, a smile grew in her face, and they hugged.
Amanda, these are Oliver, Tom, and Daniel. Oliver is Nicholas C. Graham's child, and he asked me for help. Tom and Daniel are his colleagues.
Oh, that Nicholas,
I'm sorry, but do you know my sire?
I've heard about him a lot. Well, how can I help?
They asked me for a divination. I tried, but I could not answer their question. As you are the only other Morrigan at the King's Court, I brought them to you.
Wait a second, you said the only other Morrigan. Are you saying there are only you two?
James and Amanda's eyes met.
House Morrigan has been punished with royal censure. James and I are the last ones at the King's Court. The others have been hunted and destroyed. Well, there is my mother. She is known as the Child, but she is more of an independent force than a member of the court.
More like a force of nature, unpredictable and merciless.
Nosferatu never come close to her domains. We are all scared of what may come of it.
You mean the child vampire in the outskirts of the city? I heard about it in my introduction, but I thought it was more like a myth.
Amanda replied with a small, nervous laugh.
I am sorry. I did not want to be inconvenient. Are you two safe from the King's Court now?
We try to keep out of trouble and live our eternity in peace, but you never know. The Council is always looking for a pretext.
By God, an entire house hunted and destroyed?
For sure, anything sacred wants to keep away from Dreadford.
They all stood in silence until Oliver broke it. He proceeded to tell Amanda the whole case.
Ms. Noir, James told me you are a powerful diviner. I am willing to pay any price if you can answer my questions.
I'm sorry, Mr. Oliver, but I do not make divinations for Nosferatu. I want to keep out of politics and intrigues. The council keeps asking me to see the future for them, but I always deny them because I don't trust them. So, you see, if they get wind of me using my gift for any other Nosferatu, it could be the end of me.
Is there anything we can do to change your mind?
No, Mr. Oliver, there isn't. I'm terribly sorry.
Before any of the Midnight Fiends could reply, James interfered.
Cousin, they seem to be good people. Are you sure there is no way you can help them? I tried my best, but to no avail.
Our progenitor was known as a powerful fortune teller, but she was also a very capable advisor. If I cannot help you with the gift of foresight, and you agree, I can try counseling you.
Oliver felt crushed down. So close, and yet somehow the truth always eluded him. Daniel put a hand on his friend's shoulder to try comforting him.
Okay, I am game. So, no soothsaying. If you had advice for us that could help in this case, what would it be?
Looking to the past is a great way to predict the future. It is not 100%, but it is always a good start. The person who sent you the bag and the card is for sure attached to things that should be long dead and buried, however, are still walking. It is clear that this person cares a lot for and is trying to keep alive a very specific period. I would bet the card you received was made at the same place the originals were during the 19th century, and I think you have good odds of finding something at the place where the Sunrise Emporium had its first company headquarters.
That is actually a very good hunch.
Wait a minute, but this is more than 100 years ago. How can we discover the place?
The City Hall records. I know the place very well. We can give it a look.
We should go there and take copies so we can look for the info we need somewhere discreet.
Well, guys, what are we waiting for?
The three Midnight Fiends thanked the Morrigans, and Oliver insisted on leaving each one with a fat check before they went away. James stayed behind, and when they had already left, he said in confidence to Amanda,
Thank you, cousin. But there is something else I wish to talk to you about. When I was trying to help them, I saw something terrible, death. And not just one.
The next night, in the upper floors of the Fang, Steve Corse, the right hand of the Duke, was receiving a worrying report from a familiar from his security detail.
Sir, the Midnight Fiends have visited the fortune teller. After that, they proceeded directly to the City Hall and made copies of a large variety of documents.
Did the Morrigan use her power to help them?
Inconclusive, sir.
Troublesome. Where are they taking the copies to?
To the motel room the Strix is using as refuge during the day.
Steve could not believe his luck. He owned said motel. What if they were taking the documents to somewhere out of reach? These newborns were so amateurish that he almost felt pity on them. He turned to another Nosferatu who was with him inside the office, a member of House Orlok.
Randolph, you already failed in dealing with them once. Do not fail again. I have an appointment with Jean-Luc at the Chevalier. When I return, I expect this situation to be sorted out. You know what to do.
Daniel sat at a diner's counter. The coffee smell brought memories to him about long nights working cases and solving puzzles. It reminded him of a simpler time that, although not innocent by any measure, was far less dark than his current predicament. Resting in front of him was a small and cold cup of coffee that had no steam left. He looked at it melancholic, almost sad. He never thought in his wildest dreams that he would miss such a simple beverage so much.
Do you want me to top that off?
A young woman wearing overalls over a black top asked him with a coffee pot in her hand.
No thanks, I'm good.
You haven't touched it yet, have you?
I have stomach ulcers. My doctor won't allow me to drink it anymore, but I miss it so much, especially the smell.
She felt sympathy for him and reached for the cup, throwing the liquid on the sink and refilling it.
It's gonna be our little secret.
Thank you. What is your name again?
I'm Roxy.
She smiled with a twinkle in her eyes.
I'm Daniel, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Daniel. You know, they say much of the flavor comes from the smell. If you close your eyes, I bet you could almost taste it again.
Daniel smiled, but she insisted.
Come on, give it a try.
He knew that he would never go for this kind of sentimental stuff, but the young woman was so kind and charismatic that he did not want to disappoint her. He closed his eyes and inhaled, and for a brief moment he felt a deeply rich flavor descending on his throat, earthy notes and a discernible bitterness that took him back in time, a simpler time.
What are you doing, you weirdo?
Eloise laughed, approaching Daniel. He opened his eyes in surprise, and Roxy was nowhere to be found, and his friend was by his side.
I don't really know...
Come on, let's go. You're weird.
That I know. Ha
he said, following her. They got into the car, and when Eloise turned it on, the headlights revealed a fox that found refuge behind a tree. The animal's eyes twinkled in the light as it observed the car leaving. The Chevalier was a piece of history in Dreadford. A small French restaurant in the Bohemian district of the town started in the days of the Prohibition. It quickly became famous for its exquisite dishes made by its chefs and by the criminal legends that patronized the restaurant on the moonshine days. Its owner, Jean-Luc, was a French migrant that moved to Dreadford to escape the old world. Today, it is a three-generation family business in the hands of the original owner's grandson, Jean-Luc III, or so mortals of the city believe. A staple of the cuisine of Dreadford, when the restaurant acquired the 3-star rating in the Michelin catalogue, it was not celebrated but expected by its utter professional and synchronized staff. From the kitchen to the hostess, everything was perfect. Reservation lists went for months, and a simple dinner may rack up a tab of thousands of dollars. A real who's who of the uber wealth of the city made the rich tapestry of the clientele, and its wine cellar was renowned throughout the world by its own award-winning wine brand by Jean-Luc. Tonight, though, the dinner at the Chevalier was interrupted by 4 people entering the restaurant wearing trench coats and Halloween masks while carrying shotguns. A lot of screaming, gasps, and pearl-clutching ensued, but they were all cut by a scream.
Everybody calm down. You do what we say and nobody gets hurt.
2 of the figures walked around with burlap sacks, taking fat wallets and jewelry from the patrons.
We can see you are burdened by the weight of your wealth, so as good Samaritans, we are here to relieve you of that burden.
Mr. 2 was finding resistance from an old lady who refused to give up an emerald and gold brooch. He cocked his shotgun and pointed to the face of the old lady. Mr. 4 approached the situation, putting his hand on the barrel of the shotgun, making it point to the floor.
Not today.
Okay, little brother. Not today.
Mr. 4 got on one knee and gently retrieved the emerald and gold brooch from the old lady. She tried to keep it, but he held to it with enough strength to make her realize she could not win the dispute.
It's not worth it, miss.
She gave up, and they continued filling up the burlap sacks, until a handsome blonde man in a pinstripe suit came out from the back.
Are you crazy? Do you even know what you're doing?
You must be Jean-Luc the Turd.
Mr. 4 asked as he was putting the brooch on the sack.
Very funny, monsieur.
Great.
Mr. 4 looked at Mr. 1 and pointed to the blonde man with his head. The big figure nodded positively and bashed the butt of the gun on the head of the host, who fell to his knees. The figure caught him by the collar and dragged him to the back of the restaurant, followed by the other 3 figures covering his back. The patrons were baffled and in shock. No one moved.
Where is Mr. Corse?
Jean-Luc's eyes widened. Who were these people? Suddenly he felt another violent hit from the butt of a gun in his head.
Where is he?
The restaurateur took Mr. 4 and Mr. 2 to a private room in the restaurant, while Ms. 3 and Mr. 1 stayed behind on crowd control. Inside of the room was Steve Corse and 2 other men engaged in a real estate discussion. They were caught off guard, but raised their hands as soon as they saw the masked men carrying weapons.
What is the meaning of this?
Well, Mr. Corse, we are here to take you on a little trip. How long?
Mr. 4 asked Mr. 2, who checked his watch.
A minute? Maybe less. Depends on how smart he is.
Mr. 2 answered, pointing with his head to Jean-Luc. Sirens echoed through the small restaurant. Mr. 1 appeared at the door.
Cops are here!
Jean-Luc smiled at Mr. 4, very satisfied with himself.
Perfect. Initiate Operation Pandemonium.
Jean-Luc's smile vanished in disappointment. Mr. 4 caught Mr. Corse by the collar, making him stand up and directing him to the kitchen, where he met with Mr. 1 and Ms. 3. From inside the private room, shotgun blasts could be heard. The crowd, realizing the criminals were not standing guard anymore, stormed in a frenzy trying to reach the exit as soon as the shots were heard, creating confusion and obstructing the entrance for the cops who desperately called in for backup. In the kitchen, as the staff realized what was happening, one of the cooks, in a desperate display of loyalty, picked up a cleaver and attacked Mr. Four, but a blow from a shotgun stopped him. Mr. Four looked back and saw the smoke coming out of Mr. Two's barrel. He shook his head in disapproval.
He said we should take care of each other, little brother.
Mr. Four grunted.
Get the rest of them out of here.
They emptied the kitchen from the staff, and Mr. Four said to the restaurateur,
Where is the secret door?
There is no secret door.
Mr. One punched him in the face.
Where is it?
You will tell us where it is, or we'll turn you to ashes right now.
Mr. Four cocked the shotgun and put it to Jean-Luc's face. That's when everything changed. Jean-Luc stood up, fixing his suit. His cowardly desperation turned into a menacing scowl. His demeanor, threatening, changing along with his appearance. Mr. Corse looked at them puzzled.
Who are you?
We are nobodies, and we are everybody you ever slighted in your pathetic and hypocritic eternity. We are reckoning, and your masters will account for us. Now, where is the goddamn secret door?
Jean-Luc walked to the end of the kitchen and opened the walk-in freezer. They all followed him, taking Mr. Corse along. Inside, he went to the back, and there he pressed a mechanism that opened a trap door on the floor, revealing a set of concrete stairs that went down. Mr. One pushed Jean-Luc, who went down, followed by Mr. Corse. As they descended, they could hear the sirens of the police backup arriving.
How do you pretend to escape with the cops outside?
By your secret passage that will take us to the sewers.
Jean-Luc was visibly surprised. They reached a chamber filled with bottles of wine, and the figures started to put some of them inside the bags.
Where is it?
What are you talking about?
The vineyard.
Jean-Luc's eyes went wide.
How do you know?
We know everything.
Jean-Luc took them through underground tunnels that revealed a secret lair underneath the restaurant. Finally, they reached a metal door, but before they could open, they heard footsteps coming down the stairs of the secret passage.
Familiars. They have familiars in the police squad.
Of course we have. We own this city. The police, newspapers, city hall. We are the King's Court, putain. That's how desperate the tower is? Sending bloodlings in suicide missions? Oh, pathetic. Quel travail de cochon.
Javier lifted his shotgun and shot Jean-Luc, but to their surprise it passed by him as if he was not there and he wasn't. His presence revealed itself as a mirage that disappeared after being hit by the blast, and an eerie laughter echoed through the tunnels.
Mr. One, would you do us the honor?
The huge man threw the shotgun to his partner, who caught it in the air and proceeded to punch the door with all his might. The steel warped under the weight of his unnatural strength until it deformed enough to allow his fingers to grab the door by its side. In an ungodly fit of strength, Mr. One started to slowly rip the door from the wall, while Mr. Four kept Mr. Corse under the aim of both shotguns. 4 familiars arrived wearing Dreadford's police department tactical gear and took position, immediately shooting the group. The corridor had no cover, but Miss Three raised her hand and felt a cold numbness coursing through it. The feeling was unnerving, but she heard the void answering, and when it did, the entire place grew cold and the shadows raised between the familiars and their targets like a formless eldritch nightmare. The bullets entered one side of the barricade, but they never left on the other one. Mr. Two smiled like a wicked devil and tried reaching for the weapons of his enemies with his mind. The submachine gun of one of the familiars was ripped from his hand and started to shoot at the others, making the cops jump for cover at the corner of the corridor. In the confusion, Mr. Corse grew his arm into a demonic form. His skin turned into greenish hue scales, and black spikes grew from it, ripping his expensive suit sleeves, and he sank his unnatural claws into the chest of Mr. Four, missing his heart by an inch. Leon screamed in pain, and Stephanie held back hers. Her eyes turned red and she felt something hissing, something dark and bitter twisting and coiling inside her soul. With blood escaping his mouth, Leon smiled and lifted both shotguns in the direction of Mr. Corse's chin, firing both of them at him at the same time. The vampire fell to the ground with half of his face dissolving into ashes. He was not destroyed, but the shots rendered him incapacitated. Javier threw his mind with all the strength he could muster against the familiars, and to his delight, he could feel bones and joints cracking. Their vests could not protect against such a violent outburst, and the men fell to the floor in a hideous state. A metal ramble declared that Wade finally ripped the door open. Leon fell to the ground, but Wade caught him up, and while Javier carried the limp body of Mr. Corse, they went through the door with the sound of more familiars descending the stairs.
We have to finish this fast,
Leon said, hissing. His lung was punctured by the strike.
Here.
Stephanie offered him the open bottle of blood. He took it and drank it all, and his wounds slowly started to heal. The companions came down a tunnel, and at the end there was another metal door, but this one was a lot less resistant. Wade used his immense strength and forced the doors open, but before they could pass the threshold, shots were fired from the entrance. They went in carrying Mr. Corse by the collar and closed the metal door behind them.
Oh my.
What the?
What in the hell is this?
A profane visage stood before them, branding their memories forever. The chamber was a hellish dungeon with people wrapped in chains, hanging from the ceiling. Ivies came out from exposed parts and went up like a cursed vine all the way up to the ceiling, connecting to other tubes that would slowly suck the blood from its victims and transfer it into a deposit. An unholy melody of nightmarish moans of the half-awake victims created the base for those unfortunate enough to be aware of what was happening, to scream and cry, pleading to be released, coupled with the fast respiration of those suffering mental breakdowns. It was the stuff of which nightmares are made of.
This is the vineyard.
Javier gave the only logical answer in awe of what he was witnessing.
We should free them all,
Cleon said, but at the same time they could hear shots being fired against the door.
We should.
No, we don't have the time.
She's right.
We still need to finish course, and the extraction team is waiting in the tunnels. The more we waste time here, the bigger are the chances that Nosferatu reinforcements will come.
Leviathans with the police and Orlocks from the tunnels.
Exactly.
Hey yo, anybody see Mr. Corse?
They all looked around and the vampire was missing. The chorus of suffering mortals continued, accompanied by the rattling of chains. From outside, they could hear the cautious footsteps of the familiars. Suddenly, a 7 feet tall terrifying monster came out of the shadows. Backhanding Javier with such strength, the man was thrown to the floor. The hair-raising creature was a diabolical mixture of demon and dragon, with small, stunted wings at his back. His body was covered in murky greenish scales and black spikes. He advanced once more against Javier, but Stephanie got on his way, calling up on the void. The darkness around her turned into a shield in her hand, blocking a second attack from the monster, who in his turn roared in frustration. The familiars outside were doing everything within their power to open the doors of the room, but Wade held them, keeping the doors closed. Leon unsheathed his knife and started to move against the monster.
No, Leon. You need to find the panic room so we can use the passage to the tunnels.
Okay. Wade, do you think you can take care of the familiars on the other side of the door?
He nodded in agreement, opened the door, stepping outside, and closed it behind him. Leon sped up, crossing the nightmarish vineyard looking for a hidden room. Steve Corse, in his demonic form, rained down a flurry of blows against Stephanie, until her shield made of darkness dissolved itself. She tried to call upon the void to make a new one, but before she could feel the cold coursing through her veins, the creature caught her by the neck, lifting her from the ground. Javier stood up and shot the creature with his shotgun, but it caused no harm. The demonic vampire laughed, his jaw disjointed and elongated. Its breath was a steam with a putrid smell of blood. In a futile gesture, Stephanie tried to resist it, but the monster easily bit her neck. A splash of blood fell to the floor as the creature drank from her. On the other side of the door, Wade was confronted with a volley of shots. He closed his eyes and lifted his hands, trying to protect himself. His dead body absorbed much of the impact, but the bullets ripped his dead flesh, causing a lot of damage. He opened his eyes and they were red and luminous. He grunted and charged against the closest familiar. With a punch, the man was thrown to the ground with his sternum broken. One of the remaining familiars pointed the gun at him, but Wade grabbed the barrel and bent it, rendering the gun useless. The vampire punched the face of the familiar, and a crack emitted from his jaw as the man fell limp to the floor. Back in the vineyard, Javier screamed with fury. His eyes turned red, and the raven inside offered him power, which he readily accepted. The Nephilim rejoiced inside his soul, flapping its wings and emitting a sinister pitch in a display of triumph. He pointed both of his hands to the monster's chest and reached for it with his mind. His blood started to burn, fueling the profane power of his mind. His head pulsed and he wailed in agonizing pain. In the back of the room, Leon was looking for anything that could point to a hidden panic room. He heard shots coming from behind him, followed by screams. He started to feel a morbid panic trying to take a hold on him. He focused himself in the baleful power of his blood, and time seemed to pass in a slow motion. With wicked speed, he crossed the room from one side to the other, knocking on stones to check if the sound felt different and looking for cavities and possible contraptions that could reveal the door to safety. Outside the vineyard, Wade kept trying to protect his head with his huge hands as he took another volley of shots. Bits of flesh and tattered pieces of his clothing flew from him. The magazine of the guns ran empty, and the men tried to quickly reload. Wade laid down his hand, revealing that half of his face had his skull exposed. He scowled with anger and pain as he covered both men in blows before taking one of them and sinking his teeth on him, gulping down his blood eagerly. In the vineyard, the creature's side of the chest started to pulse faster and faster. Javier's head pulsed in the same rhythm as he continued to scream from a searing pain in his head. A crack was heard inside the monster as Javier commanded the creature's own ribs to perforate its heart, and it fell to the floor, limp near the unconscious Stephanie. Wade came back to the room just in time to see it happen and looked at him in awe. Javier smiled back at his companion in disbelief, but in the next moment he felt a cutting pain and held his head. It felt like it was going to split in two, and suddenly, his temporal vein exploded with a gush of blood, and he fell to the ground. In the back of the room, Leon finally discovered a covert button which he pressed, in a cavity next to the blood deposits, making the wall slide and reveal a metal door to a panic room.
I found our exit. Let's go.
He came back and found a terrifying scene. He looked at Wade's face, half of it with exposed bone.
We need to get out of here now.
Yes, let's finish the big guy and get the hell out of here.
On the other side of the city, Eloise and Daniel arrived at his motel parking lot by car.
I am worried. Julio is having some difficulties at home. It seems his wife has been refusing the treatment since she discovered that it consisted of vampiric blood. The cancer is coming back, and she may not have a lot of time if she keeps denying it.
That's a tough situation. How is he? Can we help with something?
They exited the car.
Not well. As you know, he got into this to save her, so the situation is taking a toll on him. I wish we could help, but I can't see how any of us can do anything other than be there for him.
Eloise noticed that Daniel had worry in his eyes. The detective was truly feeling the weight of the whole situation. He looked tired.
Thanks for the ride. I have a lot of documents to go over, so it is better to get to it. Tom is at the city hall and will be here with a new batch any moment.
Not a problem.
Daniel went up the stairs and crossed the balcony, heading for his room. He opened the door, but before he went in, he heard Eloise calling.
Daniel!
He went back and saw her smiling in the parking lot by her car.
You are a cool guy. You have helped a lot of people already in amazing ways. I have never met someone like you. We are going to find a solution somehow. Don't beat yourself too much.
Daniel Reed smiled, but before he could answer, the explosion coming from his room threw him from the balcony into the ground in the parking lot. His vision was blurry, and the last thing he saw was Eloise running to him, screaming his name.
Daniel! Daniel!
Tom sat beside the bed where Daniel lay with a book in his hands called The Land Beyond the Forest. He took a moment and noticed how uncanny it was that the detective looked like a common corpse. For the big man, he belonged a lot more in a morgue than he belonged in a well-made bed. He had this unsettling feeling of dread, realizing that this corpse would walk again among the living, even if it was dead. Eloise knocked on the door and opened just enough for her head to get it in.
Oliver is here.
He looked back at her and nodded.
Okay.
She waited a brief moment, but realized he was not going to come with her. She smiled at him and closed the door. Tom looked at Daniel's corpse for a moment and resumed reading again. In the living room, Julio sat on an armchair with the digits of his both hands touching in a pensive manner. He looked worried and more than a little disturbed. Eloise greeted Oliver and hung his coat, sitting on the sofa after.
How is he?
Languid. We are waiting for Nayati to get here. Her blood is thick enough to wake him up.
How close to destruction was it?
Too close. It's a miracle he will walk among us again.
Oliver nodded with preoccupation.
I'm sorry.
It's not your fault.
Yes, it is. If I had not insisted
It's not your fault. It's those goddamn Orlocks.
Shut up, Julio.
She pointed in the direction of the room.
Well, it is.
Speaking of this, how is he?
I think he blames himself too. He hasn't left Daniel's side since he got here yesterday. It's kind of sweet, like a big brother or something.
Did he feed?
I don't think so.
Oliver excused himself and went into the room.
Hey, big fella, I've brought you something to feed. Type O negative, your favorite.
The businessman put his briefcase on a cupboard and retrieved a blood bag from inside. Tom answered without taking his eyes from the book.
Thanks, you can leave it there.
Is something wrong?
Tom raised his eyes and stared at Oliver.
Of course something is wrong, look at him.
I'm sorry, Tom, I know this is my fault.
You're goddamn right, it's your fault. You decided to stick your nose where you shouldn't, and he got the heat while you were sleeping safe and sound in your comfy mansion.
He accepted the job. He knew the risks.
Tom violently stood up, and the chair fell to the ground, his fangs showing and his eyes deadly red.
What did you say to me?
I asked if you guys needed a place to stay. He denied. What did you want me to do?
You know, when I came from the sewers, Daniel asked me if I wanted to bunk with him, and I said no. He insisted. Because that is the type of guy he is. He cares for us, for you, and clearly this is not the type of guy you are.
Eloise opened the door.
Is everything all right here?
Yes. I was just telling Tom that I'm gonna make things right.
They stared at each other for a while until they heard the front door opening. Nayati came in looking visibly worried.
Mother, thank you for coming.
What have you gotten yourselves into? I don't know what you are up to, but many Nosferatu want you destroyed.
Daniel needs your help.
Nayati proceeded to the bedroom where the body of the detective was resting. Tom stood up with a hopeful look while the woman approached the languid vampire.
Can you do it, Ms. Nayati? Can you make him walk again?
Yes. My blood can awaken him. When a Nosferatu is near destruction, it suffers from a kind of deathly sleep. Its blood stops reanimating the vampire to focus on healing. Daniel is dead until his blood puts him back together. Blood from older and more powerful Nosferatu can help his own and make this languid stage much shorter.
Nayati bit her arm, and the smell of blood filled the room.
Are you sure you want me to go forward? Do you know about the troubles of drinking Nosferatu blood?
What troubles?
Haven't you all learned about sanguine fealty?
I may have a solution to that.
The engineer went away to the main room and returned with 2 flasks, a condenser and a reboiler.
Julio, what is all that? How can this help Daniel?
I'm glad you asked, Tom. So, inside House Ashkari, we study in detail the vampiric condition. We've learned that as a vampire gets older, his blood undergoes a metamorphosis. It starts resembling less and less normal blood and becomes something else. Scholars call this substance ichor. As far as I'm concerned, one of the leading theories about the origin of Nosferatu is that we came from the blood of fallen angels, you see. The older and powerful a vampire becomes, the more his blood turns into ichor, which supposedly is the blood of the angels. But drinking it has several consequences. It transforms the drinker physically and mentally, you know. One of these consequences is the sanguine fealty that Mrs. Nayati spoke about. The drinker develops a strong psychic connection with the donor and can be influenced through it. However, blood mages have developed a procedure that can prevent...
Julio, in layman's terms, if you please.
Nosferatu blood can awaken Daniel, but it is like a drug. If you allow me to do a simple distillation I learned from Candace on Nayati's blood before feeding it to Daniel, he will be safe.
Nayati gave an inquisitive look to Eloise and the younger vampire answered with a positive nod. She filled a small vessel with her blood and hesitantly surrendered it to Julio. The engineer set up his distillation apparatus and with a small incantation fed the blood into it.
Are you sure this is gonna work?
Candace would not let me go until I got the procedure right. She's much more severe than Hendrik ever was. After I learned it, she told me I would have to drink the resulting blood myself, so I made sure I learned how to do it. This is the same procedure that is used to produce the blood for my wife Christina. So yes, I am sure it is safe.
The Midnight Fiends and Nayati watched as the strange alchemical apparatus worked. Her blood, after going through it, was collected into a flask. Julio took it in his hands and examined it cautiously.
It is ready. We can give it to Daniel now.
He handed it back to Nayati, and the woman sat near Daniel Reed. She took his head into one hand and fed him the blood inside the flask with the other. As soon as the first sip of blood was inside his mouth, Daniel felt a burning need rekindled deep into his soul. The eagle was awakened once more. By instinct, his hand took the flask to drink it all down. It was the first time his companions saw Daniel's vampiric curse so obvious on his countenance. The detective opened his eyes, and his conscience returned.
What happened?
What do you remember?
I was about to resume my work on the documents. I heard your voice and turned back. After that, I remember searing pain and losing any sense of up and down. A bright flash followed by darkness like I was floating in the void.
You just survived an attempt of your life. Someone planted a bomb inside your bedroom.
Where are we?
After the bomb went off, you were languid. I brought you to the safest place I could think of. We are near the reservation, in Volkos territory. This cabin is inside Nayati's turf.
Daniel remained seated while he looked to each of his companions and to the older vampire that had just helped him return from vampiric slumber.
How are you feeling, buddy?
There is still some pain. Did we lose all the documents that were stored in the room?
Don't worry about it. There are more important concerns for now.
Who could have done it? House Rock? The tower?
Tom shifted uncomfortably in place.
That motel was House Dracula Dominion. It was part of Steve Corse's fief.
Who is this Steve Corse?
He is Holloway's right-hand man. He works directly with the leader of House Dracula. No one besides the tower would dare to attack his fief like this. You would be picking a fight with Corse, and it could escalate to the entire house.
Unless he knew about the attack and agreed with it.
House Orlok and House Dracula are allies.
The elder Navajo Nosferatu cleaned her throat, asking for the attention of all present. Nayati knew she would most likely regret what she was about to do. She loathed getting entangled with the web of intrigue inside the court.
I owe you for your help. Daniel and my daughter is part of your crew. Any of you may stay in this cabin for as long as you need. It has a good underground retreat where you can sleep comfortably during the day. I got eyes and ears in the entire forest, and no one can reach this place without my knowledge. Having said that, you should drop whatever landed you into this turmoil, or it will only get worse. You should stay clear of politics or start making more allies fast.
I don't know what to say, Nayati.
There is no need to say anything. However, there is something awkward I must tell you. On my way here, I was delayed by Don Vittorio. He was very insistent that he had urgent business with you, Daniel. He wanted to arrange a meeting with the Midnight Fiends consisting of himself, Caroline, DuPont, and Father Michael tonight. I told him about the state of your health and that I would deliver his message when you recovered.
I know Don Vittorio. He is a friend of Michael. I met him during my introduction in the amphitheater. In addition to him, the leaders of two houses want to meet with us?
Yes, he asked for you to give him a call.
Nayati handed Daniel a piece of paper with a phone number written on it and left. All 5 Midnight Fiends were caught by surprise with this unexpected invitation. Daniel was not very excited about the whole idea. Through the phone, he proposed with petulance that the meeting could only happen in the cabin, as he still hasn't recovered enough to leave. He hoped that this would delay the meeting, but to his surprise, Vittorio agreed. The only answer on the phone was,
"We are on our way."
Within the hour, the Midnight Fiends had prepared the main room of the cabin with sitting spots for everyone. All 5 of them were a little uneasy. The last thing they expected right now was a meeting with 2 members of the King's Council. Daniel seemed to have recovered, but he was silent most of the time, deep in thought. Finally, they heard noises of vehicles. Julio volunteered to receive the visitors outside, and after knocking, he entered the room, followed by a short, fat man, Don Vittorio. After them came an elegant young man wearing an eccentric suit and smelling of perfume. He was whispering something to a stern-looking woman dressed as the chief of police in Dreadford. The last one to enter was Father Michael, who closed the door of the cabin behind him and approached Daniel.
Are you all right, my son? I heard disturbing news.
I survived, Michael, and that's all that matters.
That I see. I know I have offered the church before and you declined, but my door is always open for you.
Michael swiftly greeted each of the midnight fiends and took his place at the sitting spots prepared for the meeting. Daniel was ready for another scolding on the importance of the theater, but it never came.
Long time no see, eh, Daniel? Still doing the good work?
Dupont shook his hand, and Daniel felt proud to have his work recognized by him. Something inside desired his approval, maybe even craved it.
I want to believe so. Tell me, Mr. Dupont, how is Jessica?
She is doing very well, but still hiding from that appalling cellar at Manfred. When she heard I was going to meet you, she asked me to send her regards, and I would never leave a request from a lady unfulfilled.
Mr. Reed.
Caroline nodded, acknowledging him. Dupont greeted each of the midnight fiends with a hearty handshake and an enchanté before taking his place. Daniel liked him and felt a little more relaxed by his presence. The woman chose to exchange glances with each one and greet them only with a nod. She remained standing behind her empty chair with arms crossed behind her back.
Daniel, my boy, it has been so long. You never visited me.
Don Vittorio smiled, feigning offense and hurt, as he fit a stack of cash into Daniel's pocket.
I am sorry, Don Vittorio. I was tied up with work.
Nonsense! Call me Vito. We are all family here. I heard about the explosion and I'm glad you survived. We are going to catch the one responsible and put him to sleep with the fishes. The son of the Midnight Fiend is like a son to me.
Thank you, Vito.
The name of your crew, very good taste. Paying homage to your sire like that? Family is what is most important. Blood is thicker than water after all, especially among us. I am pleased to see bloodlings who already value their familial bonds.
I'm glad you liked it, sir.
Daniel smirked but tried to hide it.
From now on, I want you to see me as your godfather. Anything you need, just ask. Anything. I have a big opportunity for you tonight. I want to sell you all in my operation. It is an offer you can't refuse. Now that you are becoming important, it is good to be smart, my boy.
I just need a moment. You all can start the meeting. I'm not going to take long.
Of course.
Don Vittorio patted Daniel on the back and proceeded to exchange pleasantries with the other young Nosferatu. Daniel left the room of the cabin. Oliver was smart, detail-oriented, industrious. He would do a good job ironing the fine print of the operation with Vittorio. He realized he trusted the businessman, and for some reason that bothered him. He stood at the edge of the porch and looked up to the stars. They looked like cosmic witnesses of his demise, waiting patiently to observe his next wrong move. He patted his jacket and found a pack of smokes in it that he kept from the days he was still alive. Michael had warned against it. It could be dangerous, but what the hell, certainly not as dangerous as what has been happening.
Hey! Thought I lost you in there.
Eloise caught up to him.
Yeah, I can't listen to this vampire bullshit anymore.
Something's wrong?
What is not wrong, Eloise? I can't stand this anymore. Favors, requests, orders, and politics. It's all so useless, futile. Who cares about this shit?
You are sounding a lot like a pessimist.
A realist, I would rather say. Tom died and lost his family for what? For nothing. Julio made a pact to save his wife, and she doesn't even want to do treatment anymore. She would rather die than continue it, and who can blame her? And you.
He stopped himself before continuing.
What about me?
It doesn't matter. All of this is inconsequential. Who rules for 100 years? Who doesn't? The reality is that many among us fought very hard to live forever just to find out it plays a lot more like a chore than pleasure. It's also dull and exhausting. It's like we play these games because we have nothing else to do.
Because we don't wake up in the morning and go to our jobs? Live a regular life?
Yes, We can't fall in love anymore. Can't have kids and raise a family, do something that really matters.
We can have families.
Murdering people and raising them back from the dead is not the same as raising a family.
Why are you so nihilist all of a sudden?
I don't know. Maybe because I've almost died, destroyed. For a moment there, it didn't feel like a bad thing. It felt peaceful. It felt right. It felt real. And this seems like I slept back into a nightmare.
Why would you say something like that?
Because this is not living, Eloise. We are unliving. Undead. We are on top of a goddamn rock cruising space with no purpose in a dark and cruel universe filled up with monsters to the brim. A cosmic tragedy to entertain false gods whose names will never be known. Where people die every day so we can selfishly live forever. We create fake titles and play dangerous games to delude ourselves that we matter. We don't matter. None of us matter. None of this matters.
Eloise sighed and felt sad to see Daniel like that. She always felt he was different, but being a vampire was clearly starting to take a toll on him. She held his hand and looked into his eyes.
You matter, Daniel. Maybe you are right. The titles are fake. The games are useless. Living forever is tedious. And we are selfish. But we matter. You matter. To me, at least.
As she spoke, looking into his eyes, he felt a warmth inside him for the first time in a long while.
There is a lot we can't do anymore, Daniel. We can't see the sunshine, feel the warm breeze in the summer as we share a cold beer on a sunny day. But you are wrong about one thing. There is something we can still look for, and maybe even find it.
And what is that?
Love.
She took a step forward, leaning onto him, but before their lips could touch, Julio opened the door of the cabin and the light coming from inside fell upon them.
You guys will want to hear this.
The vampires looked embarrassed and created distance between themselves.
What?
Nothing. We are coming right in.
Daniel and Eloise exchanged glances, and she smiled back at him as she led the way into the cabin.
I'm sure I have deduced what the plan of the tower is, the logic behind what they have been doing, and what might be their next step.
Everyone was paying close attention to Don Vittorio. He made a small pause to wait until Daniel and Eloise took their places.
Good to have you back, Danny boy. So let's recapitulate the last movements of the tower. First, they come out after Hendrik from House Ashkari and destroy him in the parking lot of a hospital. He took care of diplomacy and politics so Van Arden could focus on more important matters. The Ashkari are isolated, which is the reason the other houses did not care a lot about this.
Hearing Vittorio say that, Julio felt a profound sadness. He still remembered these events as if they happened yesterday.
Next house, Volkos lost Mud, the rancher's right-hand man. He was the one responsible for overseeing the day-to-day of most projects of his house, including the infamous one the rancher is most obsessed with, working on animal blood to make it sustain a Nosferatu.
As if it will ever be anything else than a waste of time.
Not only Mud, but right after, Elijah too was destroyed, in an unfortunate turn of events masterly dealt with by the Midnight Fiends.
Eloise too still remembered how she feared for her life when she was on the run from this imbroglio.
Not long ago, Vector was lost in the underground tunnels. House Orlok was deprived of Spectre's military advisor and second in command. Right before the biggest invasion they ever faced is unleashed against them. As we speak, a war rages in the sewers, and the house that is fighting it in the name of the King's Court is doing so with Vector missing.
Vector was destroyed?
His last known position was en route to a tunnel that was soon overrun by the monsters crawling in the sewers. He's been missing since then, so we can only assume.
Their strategy is clear. They are not aiming for the heads of the King's Court, but for the hands. They are taking out the most trusted aides and advisors to each house leader. 3 houses have been attacked, which means that their next target should be the other 3 houses. Myself for House Leviathan, Father Michael for House Strix, or Steve Kors for House Dracula. I have reasons to believe I am their next target.
While this deduction appears brilliant, there is something that still eludes me, mon ami. Why do you think you would be targeted next? Why not Mr. Corse or Father Michael?
A valuable diamond was robbed from one of my businesses. The perpetrators had masks and are still unidentified, but after an investigation, we have found inside helpers. They confessed being involved with the tower. I don't know who I can trust. I believe the enemy is already inside my organization. Their move against me is nigh. I am sure of it. This is where you come in, Danny boy. You must catch their trail and bring them to me before they can act.
Daniel discreetly looked at Father Michael. His sire had an urgent and serious look in his eyes, and he gave a small positive nod back. Daniel sighed. Somehow this seemed appropriate.
I need to know if you have any suspects or leads. The tower may try weaponizing your enemies.
Of course, I have many, both mortal and Nosferatu.
I'm sure you do, Vito. But I need more than that. Did something unusual happen involving any of them?
Now that you speak of it, there was this guy, Javier. He was a croupier at the Crimson Dice, one of my casinos. We suspected someone to be embezzling money from there. Poor Anthony Marino took the fall for it, only for us to discover this croupier was the true culprit. Anthony was already dead, but when we went after Javier, he was nowhere to be found. It is not usual for me to be unable to find someone.
Can you send me any of the recordings of the robbery? And everything the people you found working for the tower inside your organization confessed?
No problem, my boy. Tomorrow you should be receiving everything you asked for.
So inspiring seeing Nosferatu from so many different houses working together. It takes us back to the times of the King's Court. It was far less vulgar. With them on the case, you need not to worry, Don Vittorio.
The Duke from House Strix stood up and fixed his suit.
Keep me posted on any news. But with that, I believe we have concluded our business. I say my farewells to you all. Godspeed.
Dupont swiftly left the cabin, followed closely by Father Michael, who bid farewell to Daniel and his associates.
I am departing too. Do you want a ride, Duchess Caroline?
There is no need. I wish to have a word with the Midnight Fiends. Privately.
Don Vittorio gave a cautious look back to Caroline Graves. He nodded and left the cabin after a quick hug with Daniel Reed. After the 5 Midnight Fiends and the leader of House Leviathan were the last ones in the cabin, Caroline took one of the chairs and moved it closer to where Daniel and the others were sitting. She took her place and gave a long look to the faces of each of them.
I can see in your eyes, Mr. Reed. You are fighting to keep something inside you alive, but the temptation to give up is growing stronger each night. You feel weary and hopeless. This is a look I know very well.
The King's Court. Nay, the whole of the Nosferatu world is not very...
Daniel left the phrase unfinished as he carefully chose his words.
Speak freely.
Was this a trap? Was there any angle here? She was the leader of a house and member of the King's Council, but right now Daniel craved the opportunity of being sincere with one of them.
Well, you asked for it. I can barely manage one more night inside the King's Court. I have thought many times if I wasn't better off being destroyed.
Daniel?
No. I need to say it. When I met Eloise, she was being unjustly accused by one of the members of the King's Council of a crime. That could have cost her everything. Tom was betrayed by a Nosferatu whom he saved, and after that, not happy with only killing him, this Nosferatu tried to have him convicted of having been illegally brought into the blood. Oliver is trying to find the truth about the past of his own bloodline, and the court tried to destroy us twice, to stop us. Tell me, Ms. Graves, what should I think about it all? What makes the King's Court so different from the Tower?
Despite all its problems, the King's Court is everything that is between this city and the Tower. Werewolves, mages, fae, and other nightmares that lurk in the night. Someone has to hold the line, even if it is a thankless task. My house is the one fighting in the front lines to keep the court safe. Others stay behind, plotting, making intrigue, and vying for power. All of them neglect to notice how thin the line that keeps them from chaos is. When you glance behind, you feel the urge to stop fighting and leave everything to burn. I have felt this many times before. This is how you feel right now, but in the end, you can't give up and abandon your post.
And why won't you do it?
I made a vow to my sire, a long time ago, that I would protect this city from the Tower. However, you are going to need to find your own reason to keep fighting.
Daniel took a glance at Eloise.
If you feel that the court is an affront to your principles, you can be sure that the alternative would be far worse. In the tower, you would never manage to live solely on the blood of rats. In denial of their weakness, they search for strength at their darkest side. In the hopes that going further into depravity than their adversaries, they can compensate for lack of real strength. Evil is a poison. It may taste sweet, but it always has a price. They only had a fighting chance until now because the King's Court is corrupt. It has been corrupted in ways you cannot imagine, Mr. Reed. If the court is ever getting out of this quagmire, it will be thanks to good people who do not partake in this corruption.
Caroline Graves stood up.
I won't take any more of your time. You may not have a Nosferatu from House Leviathan among your unit, but feel free to reach me if you need.
Later that night, Pierre Dupont and Father Michael were sitting at the back of a luxurious car while a familiar drove into the night. Dupont's phone rang and he picked it up.
Oui? Jean-Luc, comment vas-tu, mon ami? Quoi? Non, putain.
Dupont rarely looked shocked, so Father Michael was himself surprised by his reaction. After a short while, he hung up the call.
Course is gone, Michael. The tower got to him inside the Chevalier. Oh, and Holloway, that old bastard, is claiming the attack on the motel was part of the offensive of the tower against Corse. Vittorio was precise. The tower is coming for you or him next.
Vittorio may be right, but I have another theory. I may be taking a risk here since I am possibly the next target in the case he is right. Politically, this city is divided between House Strix and House Leviathan on one side, with House Dracul and House Orlok on the other. The last two houses, House Ashkari and House Volkos, act as neutral parties. The tower has killed the most important counts of all other four houses. I would bet they are trying to unite our rivals and the neutral houses. While they are in disarray, they may fear we are too strong and move to curtail our position. We can find ourselves matched against a coalition. And what would it mean for the King's Court if both the largest house and the one responsible for our military suddenly found themselves embroiled with the other four? What would the tower's next step be? I understand Vittorio may be worried about his own well-being, but I believe we are facing something much more dangerous.
We should keep the situation under control. It is time we find a scapegoat for this whole situation. Someone we can turn the other houses against to keep their attention away from us.
I have someone perfect in mind. Maybe it is time to put into action the plan we have been preparing for so long against Yelena and the Ebony Dagger. If she is dealt with, Bloody Mary will have no option other than to fall in line.
And how do you intend to do that?
I've caught wind that Yelena is going to invite Daniel and his crew for a parley.
Dupont laid back into his seat inside the car, crossing his arms behind his head with a terrible grin on his face.
Do it.
In Dreadford's public library, Julio was in deep meditation, his face contorted in a frown as the eldritch symbols and formulas of the Ars Sanguinis flew through his mind. Candice, his teacher, wanted him to expand his control to a second element, as was the norm between students of the art. He had an easy time mastering fire, but air, his chosen second element, has been a much slower process. The mage tried an incantation and tapped into the power of his blood, but the air inside the room refused to follow his will. Julio could not fully concentrate on his studies. He was worried about his wife, Christina. She had been traumatized since her kidnapping, and worse, she could not receive a full explanation from everything that happened because of the laws of the Nosferatu. Unless she was under sanguine fealty, she could not leave the library, as she already knew too much about Nosferatu affairs. Recently, she had started refusing her treatment, and soon after, her cancer returned. Time was running out and Van Arden was working diligently to get authorization to bring her into the blood, but the council was denying it. The justification was that House Ashkari had recently brought Julio into the blood, and there are other houses more in need of expanding their numbers. A small fire spontaneously started on a table nearby. Julio stopped his meditation and with a simple gesture put out the flames. Such was the risk of trying to work Ars Sanguinis without a clear mind. Julio was worried about Daniel too. His friend had almost lost his eternity thanks to an attack. Daniel had also been working overtime to distract himself from the world around him. Maybe it was time to pay him a visit at the cabin in the woods and help with Vittorio's case. Julio closed the door to his practice room when he heard a voice behind him.
Julio, do you have a minute?
It was Agnes, the second eldest of the 4 remaining children of Van Arden. She was a young woman with light brown hair and wearing huge glasses. There was something frail and aloof about her appearance, but she usually was friendly and kind to him. She was carrying a heavy book in her arms.
Of course, Agnes. What is it?
My crew, the Ebony Dagger, wishes to invite you and your crew for a parley.
The Ebony Dagger, Agnes? Are you kidding? Our last encounter was not very friendly, to be very honest with you. Coaches shot an arrow at my colleague and would have me shot had I not defended myself.
Cochise can be too blunt. I apologize. We have discussed it and we all agreed to. Yelena wants to clear the air between our crews.
I don't know where such a meeting could take place safely. If the wrong people got wind of this, it could be trouble for both our crews.
There is a place we can agree is safe for this meeting, here in the library. Van Arden is grateful to Daniel for his help in bringing you back, and he is the only member of the council that the Ebony Dagger has no quarrel with.
Are you sure? No tricks or arrows, huh?
You have my word.
Julio relayed the invitation to his companions the same night. To his surprise, Daniel, who was the one he expected the most resistance from, easily agreed to the meeting. Eloise had nice words to say about Cochise and agreed. Tom had no beef with the Ebony Dagger, but was cautious about the whole idea. The one who most opposed it was Oliver. He kept saying Yelena was trouble and that they should not push their luck. In the end, it was up to Julio to break the tie, and after careful consideration, he voted for the meeting. The Midnight Fiends were in need of allies, as Nayati had counseled, and he trusted Agnes. The next night, at the agreed time, the Midnight Fiends arrived at the library, ironically at midnight. Someone at the Ebony Dagger had a sense of humor. Before they went in, Tom Bridges took Oliver to the side.
I want to apologize for the other day. I was feeling guilty and I ended up taking it out on you.
Nah, there is nothing to apologize for. Your words had truth in them, and I still want to make things right. No hurt feelings?
None on my side.
Both of them smiled, shook hands and caught up to the rest of the group in front of the library. The building was dimly lit and silent. The air had a faint reflex of the arcane. Agnes was right inside, waiting for them.
Guys, this is Agnes. She's an older sister to my sire Hendrik. She's also the librarian here, knows a lot about more subjects than I can even fathom.
Julio exaggerates. I think I already know a little about each one of you from his stories. In the name of the Ebony Dagger, I thank you all for being here.
After a quick greeting, the librarian took them to a huge room that had been prepared for the meeting. The room was full of bookshelves and had a large table in the middle. There, sitting at the table, were the Nosferatu of the Ebony Dagger. The 5 vampires stood up to greet them.
This is Cochise from House Volkos.
I misjudged you, Daniel Reed. For that, I apologize.
Too soon to say that.
A masked woman, she seemed to resent the reunion and scanned each of the Midnight Fiends thoroughly. They could see cold eyes staring at them through the slits of the mask.
This is Virginia from House Orlock.
Just remember, this meeting was not my idea. It was Yelena's, and I was vocal against it.
I am happy to see you are well, Eloise. I wish all your companions the same.
Cochise interrupted, annoyed at his crewmate's behavior, and shook hands with Daniel and Eloise.
Water under the bridge, Cochise.
You gave us quite a scare.
After Cochise, Agnes pointed to the next one among the Ebony Dagger.
This is Obadiah from House Leviathan.
You were the customers from the other day, I remember you.
He shook hands with Tom, Oliver, and Daniel.
I know some of you are still new to the blood. Nosferatu are not very welcoming, and the human resources department sucks. If you want to catch up, I know a very good bar near the occult shop called The Coffin. We can see people having fun and sit down to have a relaxed talk. I would love to. It just needs to be discreet. Of course.
Obadiah greeted Julio and Eloise and returned to his place.
Well, this is Amanda Noir from House Morrigan. I heard some of you have met her before.
Amanda timidly greeted them.
Ms. Noir, a pleasure seeing you again.
Thank you once again for your help.
Have you achieved what you searched for, Mr. Oliver?
We got the documents we needed, but someone has blown them up along with Daniel. He barely survived. After that, all related documents mysteriously vanished from the city halls.
Oh, I'm so sorry to have put you at risk.
No need to feel guilty about that. I knew what I was getting into when I accepted the case. As I said before, I don't like leaving a case unsolved.
Thank you, Daniel. But as we agreed, there are more important things for us to worry about right now.
Don't tell anyone I said it. But soon in your future, someone or something is going to open another door for you to reach the answer you seek.
Amanda winked at him and proceeded to greet the remaining Midnight Fiends, leaving Oliver mystified.
Lastly, this is Lady Yelena, Marquise of the East Side, from House Strix, our leader.
Agnes pointed to a blonde woman wearing a slinky red dress. There was a visible intensity about her, piercing blue eyes displaying courage and beauty, only surpassed by the mysterious aura she exuded. She walked like a model, but stood tall like a proud warrior. Her charisma was inebriating and contagious.
Well, if it isn't Daniel Reed, the city's most elusive detective, I thank you all for accepting our invitation. Come, let us sit and discuss what brought us here.
What do you want with us? I'm not in the mood for games.
Take a seat. The Ebony Dagger does not play games. There is too much at stake.
Daniel Reed took his place, and so did the other Midnight Fiends. Yelena slid into the seat opposite to him with feline grace, her smile as sharp as a blade, her beauty sparkling like diamonds.
Daniel, calm down. You agreed to it.
What is it then?
I have made it my business to know each of you. The renown of the Midnight Fiends has spread like a wildfire in Nosferatu circles, and I have ears in all of them. After saving Spectre's right hand, he tried to destroy you, Tom. Julio lost his sire to the tower, and the council has yet to answer it. Eloise, you were accused of murder by your own house. And Oliver, you tried to solve a mystery of your bloodline only to become a target of hidden agendas. Do you see what I see?
They stayed silent. A feeling of impending doom started to grow inside the Midnight Fiends. They started to realize exactly what was happening here.
We see, Lady Yelena. Do you suggest we should do something about it?
How, Oliver? I heard amazing things about you. Smart, industrious, successful, so much like your own sire. Don't tell me you inherited his cowardice as well.
You know Nicholas?
Of course we know each other.
Her eyes sparkled.
You don't know? He is keeping you in the dark to protect you.
Oliver shifted uncomfortably in his seat.
What do you mean?
It is not my place to tell. Do you see now, Daniel? This is a proposition. A chance for us to finally break free from the King's Council.
Daniel could not help but raise an eyebrow. Eloise and Oliver, as the oldest among the fiends, understood perfectly. There have been rumors in the city that some vampires were dissatisfied with the king and his council. Some believe that it is time for someone new to bear the weight of the crown, and Yelena was known to be one of them.
You want us to rebel against the council? That's suicide. They'll hunt us down like dogs.
Not if enough Nosferatu do it together. You know as well as I do that the council's grip of the city is tightening with each passing night. They control everything, every deal, every decision. It's time someone stood up to them. For the first time in decades, they have been dealt a blow with the recent attacks by the tower.
And what makes you think we are up for the job?
You have been working for the members of the council and have acquired quite the reputation. You clearly have all it takes to make the difference. You just have to find within yourself the desire to do so.
This is absurd. Even if we were to agree, and I'm not saying we are, why exactly should you wear the crown, Yelena?
I don't need to wear the crown. I just wish to see change. Decent people representing each house of the blood and the council. The houses do not need an overbearing council or monarch breathing down their necks like petty tyrants.
So what's in it for you?
Her smile faded, replaced by cold steel determination.
I'm tired of living in fear, Mr. Reed.
The answer took Daniel off guard. Of every possible answer he could get, One as vulnerable as that was not common among Nosferatu, especially someone of her station. And living in fear of the council was a habit he knew very well.
Let me tell you the story of Gomez, a Nosferatu who does not walk with us any longer. Army soldier, special ops, retired. One of the toughest men I've ever seen in my eternity. Moved to Dreadford and started a private security company. One of the best, and caught the eye of Jacob Holloway. The Duke was looking for someone to improve and modernize the security system of that grotesque skyscraper.
The members of the Ebony Dagger knew the story well. They all averted their gazes in brooding silence as the midnight fiends were caught mesmerized by her personality, like moths into flames.
Gomez was brought into the blood of House Dracula and was immediately put to work with all the resources at his disposal. That building is one of the most secure bases of operations in the world. Security, protocols, surveillance, all state-of-the-art. That building can survive a nuke if it's needed.
As she spoke, her charisma burned brighter. Eloise felt like that was a leader she could follow into battle. She was the firebrand this corrupt city needed to change. Julio, in his turn, was captivated, but thought she was too idealist. Her fire could burn bright, but it would burn fast and spread to those standing by her side.
Of course, I tried recruiting him. That was a man that could make a difference. A man of integrity. But he refused. He would not go against Holloway. It was against his principles. But as soon as the work was done, the Duke had him destroyed, to keep the details and the vulnerabilities of the system only to himself. We did our part. In the last moments he reached for help, but sadly, we were too late.
Tom grunted. He knew very well this kind of betrayal that was common among vampires, ungrateful, conniving bloodsuckers. He felt it twice. Oliver, on the other hand, remembered Gomez, but the stories that circulated among the board was that Gomez was falling under the weight of the dragon. The madness was such that he was accused of conspiring with enemies of the throne.
You see, Mr. Reed, this is what our council is capable of. They use and discard whoever they need, and this is the exact same position your crew is in right now.
Yelena looked inside the eyes of each of the midnight fiends. In some of them she could see doubt, in others rejection. But it was clear she had already convinced some of them. She let the silence hang for a few seconds more before continuing.
House Ashkari is unfairly treated with prejudice thanks to the deeds of the previous head of the house from more than a century ago. The betrayer. House Morgan was hunted to the brink of extinction. The truth is that the king is, at best, a weak coward who allows his son and cronies to run wild and terrorize the city while he hides. At worst, the king is the one responsible himself. If I am to be called a villain because I want to put a stop to this madness, I welcome the insult with pride. This city is broken. It's time we put it back together. I am not afraid of the storm that will follow.
These are lofty words, but I remember one of your children, Manfred Voigt, took a girl prisoner against her will. I had to help her escape.
Yelena looked surprised and caught off guard. Virginia grunted and was ready to intervene, but Yelena answered Daniel first.
He has not been well, I admit it. But delivering the girl to DuPont was a mistake, Mr. Reed. Jessica deserved better than...
Yelena was interrupted by the sounds of several people approaching the room. Voices were speaking in hushed tones as the steps came closer and closer. Finally, the door to the meeting room was opened abruptly. Pierre Dupont, Duke of House Strix, entered the room victoriously. He was followed by the whole council, Caroline Graves, the rancher, Van Arden, Holloway, and Spectre. Right after came in the Shire Reaver Bartholomew with his horsemen, and so did Father Michael and Don Vittorio, along Leviathans from the police and Orlok rat groups, rapid assault teams. The previous occupants of the room were astonished by the sudden arrival of so many vampires.
My dear sister!
I'm not your sister, and Justin was not my mother. She was a monster like yourself.
Dupont continued as if nothing was said. He took a cell phone out of his pocket.
We were discussing new rights to blood when we received this.
He pressed a switch, and a recording of Yelena's voice filled the room with the conversation, where Yelena invited the Midnight Fiends to the rebellion. His smile grew each time he pressed the switch, to move from one recording of her voice to the next.
I'm glad you are not afraid of storms. That's good to hear, sister, because you and your black knife just sailed into one.
He made fun of the name of Yelena's crew. All the vampires of the Ebony Dagger stood up, getting ready to defend themselves. The Midnight Fiends also got up. Eloise and Tom took steps, standing with the Ebony Dagger, while Julio and Oliver did the same, but with the members of the King's Council. When the four Nosferatu noticed that they were not all going the same direction, they hesitated. They looked for Daniel Reed, who was standing still in the middle. Eloise looked at Daniel, pleading with her eyes for him to do what she felt was the right decision. Oliver was visibly confused.
Daniel, what are you doing?
Dupont turned to Daniel, visibly displeased, and that made Daniel feel guilty. For some reason, the Duke's approval was very important to him.
Daniel, step aside. You bloodlings have done enough.
A struggle happened inside Daniel's soul. He wanted to stand by the Ebony Dagger, but when Dupont commanded, the eagle inside the detective obeyed.
This does not concern us. We should stay out of this business.
The Midnight Fiends returned to Daniel, and as a group they moved away from the table without taking any side. Oliver patted him on the shoulder, agreeing with Daniel's decision, but Eloise was upset. When she looked into his eyes in disappointment, he averted his gaze in shame.
We have to do something to defuse the situation.
Defuse the situation? It is time we got rid of this council.
It's out of our hands now.
The rancher stood at the side of Dupont, with bloodlust visible in his eyes. Obadiah broke a chair to improvise a stake. Cochise drew his bow but kept it pointed down. Virginia menacingly stood in front of Yelena, Amanda, and Agnes to protect them. Agnes had her hands with the gestures of an Ars Sanguinis spell at the ready. Amanda seemed nervous and uncertain, but a vigilant observer could notice a knife sliding from her long sleeve into her hand.
Can you explain what is happening here in your library, Van Arden? Why are rebels using it to plot against us?
Adrian Van Arden took a step closer.
Agnes, Julio, what is happening here? I demand an explanation now.
Both Nosferatu stood in embarrassed silence.
Well, no need to waste time. I invoke a vote for the destruction of the guilty party of all this vulgarity.
You want to destroy Obadiah?
I cannot believe I just heard you propose the destruction of my daughter.
Calm down, both of you. I said the guilty party. Yelena! Let's not waste blood and be done with this pointless rebellion. Can we get a unanimous vote?
The rancher immediately moved his gaze from the Ebony Dagger to Dupont, dissatisfaction visible on his face.
In this case, I agree.
Caroline nodded, adding her vote to the count, but Spectre took Jacob Holloway to the side for a private talk before the vote could continue.
We can't allow Dupont to have what he wants.
Why not? Yelena has always been a thorn on our side. Good riddance.
I understand your dislike for her, but this is not a move to destroy rebels of the King's Court. This is a move to unify House Strix. If we allow him to remove Yelena from the game, Bloody Mary will soon follow, and he will have united the largest house in the city. We do not want to create another Justine, Jacob. One was more than enough.
Holloway stopped on his tracks and looked back to Dupont, passionately trying to convince the rancher and Van Arden. His gaze then befell the rest of the members of the Ebony Dagger. Why not quash all of the most important members of the rebellion right now? Sure, Van Arden would complain for centuries, but he was isolated. There was nothing he could do. They only needed the rancher to get a majority vote, and he would gladly oblige. Caroline, well, everyone in the council knew she would obey Dupont. His leverage over her was overwhelming if the rumors were true.
Your reasoning is sound. Well, he needs a majority vote. If we vote against it, he needs both Van Arden and the rancher to get her sentenced to destruction. I just have to convince one of them to vote with us.
Both Holloway and Spectre returned to the other members of the King's Council, as Dupont continued to make his case to the rancher.
I want to say a few words. There is a serious matter of non-negotiable values here. Freedom of speech and the right to criticize should be protected by this council, even if used against us. To say something and to act on it are two different things. Every Nosferatu should look up for the King's Council as the guardians to these inalienable rights.
Excuse me, have you gone mad?
Under the guidance of your Serene Highness, we should be magnanimous. Our policy must be oriented by deontological ethics. Destroying her for mere words is unthinkable. Strix Nosferatu are always too boisterous.
Are you deranged?
Dupont was incredulous. Words failed him to describe the audacity of the vampire lawyer.
I agree with Holloway.
What do you mean by this buffoonery?
You had members of House Dracula destroyed for a lot less. And you have been trying to kill that Orlok bloodling from the Midnight Fiends. And worse, you dared to send Daniel and his crew with a fake bomb to the sewers so he could be destroyed by...
I acted to protect the house and the king's court. The matters involving the dragon Nephilim and the instability it saddles us with are of the utmost severity. Your Nephilim is the eagle. It only makes you indulge your vices. You don't know how it is to be oppressed by the dragon.
The discussion was interrupted by the sound of a chair being cut in half. Yelena was holding a gladius in her hands.
I won't stay put while you two go on with this. Be warned that we are not going to submissively accept your decision. If you want to pick a fight, be ready for the consequences.
Sacre bleu! We cannot disregard this. You all heard. She wants to take advantage of the blows the tower has dealt us recently. You lost important Nosferatu to these blows. She is a threat to the stability of the court. Bartholomew, if you please, take her into custody.
I'm sorry, Your Grace, but the Reaver's office answers to the King and His Serene Highness Council, and I am yet to hear its decision by majority.
The Reaver answered, pouring as much sarcasm he could over the royal pronouns. The eagle inside Dupont screamed in hate, and his face was distorted by anger, but the Reaver only smiled, showing his fang. Dupont gave a step in his direction, but the horseman got in his way. The sound of a mob invading the library reached their ears. Don Vittorio entered the room and closed the door in a hurry.
A mob of Nosferatu has gained access to the library. We had no alternative to letting them in, or else we could have a severe breach of the theater. Now they are threatening to invade the room if the Ebony Dagger is hurt in any way. My men are keeping them off, but this can escalate into an utter mess.
The sound of angry yelling and people banging against the door and walls soon filled the room.
You're not the only one who knows how to take advantage of voice recorders and cell phones, idiot.
She showed a small device in her left hand.
I had supporters ready nearby just in case. They have been listening to everything you said from the instant you arrived.
Screams of protest could be heard coming from inside the library. Caroline moved to take the device from Yelena, but Obadiah interposed between them and held her arm.
I'm sorry, but I cannot allow you to do this.
Caroline and him had a face-off for several seconds in silence. Obadiah let go of her arm, and she took a step back.
Let's be pragmatic. We cannot decide this question surrounded by hostiles. We need to call off the voting.
These hostiles are rebels and work for her. She is the problem. Let's solve it.
What is happening? Julio, are you all right? What is all this noise?
A woman entered the room. She had a worried expression on her face, and she was holding a flashlight. All vampires could clearly hear her accelerated heartbeats and smell the blood coursing through her veins. She was indeed the only one alive inside the room. Julio felt terror spread through his soul. It was his wife. He needed to get her away from here fast.
Christina, you shouldn't be here.
Why is this place so dark? Who are all these people? I am hearing a loud noise coming from here. What is happening?
Julio pulled her into his arms protectively.
It wasn't anything, you...
I apologize. She's just a familiar working here in the library. Please, Julio, escort her back to her quarters and return here immediately.
Julio nodded and took his wife out of the room. She resisted a little, but they left without anyone getting in their way.
We should start considering ways for us to flee this place to somewhere safe.
Fleeing? We are going to crush these rebels. Spectre, you and I have already casted our votes. Take command of your rat groups and hold the back of the library. I'll take the Leviathans and deal with the main enemy force, and then I'm going to reinforce your position.
Agreed.
Wait a second, I can solve this voting problem in no time. Rancher, you owe me for the situation with Mudd and Elijah. It was House Strix who helped you. Now is the time to pay back the favor. Van Arden, you too are in debt. We helped bring your grandchild back from the clutches of the tower. To sweeten the deal, if you vote for her destruction, I can vote for the right to bring someone new into Ashkari blood, like you were asking for.
All eyes were on the rancher and Van Arden, waiting for their votes. Amanda took a deep breath, like she just finished an inner conflict and finally found the resolution for her next step. The knife in her hand slid back into her long sleeves, and she raised her hand.
May I address the council? I want to make a plea.
You may, child, but do it quickly. We have quite the kerfuffle in our hands.
Amanda stood in front of the rancher and looked into his face as she spoke.
The council has asked several times for my service and to use my Eye of Horus. I offered to change my previous position regarding this. I am ready to leave the Ebony Dagger behind and stay at the council's disposal for any service or job at your discretion, if you vote against destroying Yelena.
The rancher's gaze stood firmly on the Nosferatu from House Morrigan before him, and a wicked smile grew on his face, with murdering intensity in his eyes.
Do you agree?
She asked nervously, and after a terrorizing pause, the rancher nodded positively.
That is 3 votes against her destruction.
But I don't. I won't allow you to throw yourself into the hands of these monsters, Amanda.
Yelena, please. You must fight another day. This way we can prevent bloodshed. Neither you, my friends at the Ebony Dagger, nor the people who support you outside need to bleed today. I've made up my mind.
It is official. With the 3 votes, there is no need for further discussion. Without majority, no destruction is possible. Amanda Noir is removed from the Ebony Dagger and is now at the disposal of the Council. Do you agree with this solution, Van Arden?
Van Arden also nodded in agreement.
Sacrilege! I will not forget this, Holloway.
DuPont stormed out of the room, and Holloway simply gave him the cold shoulder. Yelena and Amanda kept looking at each other until Yelena broke eye contact. With visible anger, she called the members of her crew and retreated from the room. She had to fight the eagle inside along each step of the way. Agnes hugged Amanda and soon followed the rest of the Ebony Dagger, leaving her behind with the council. When Yelena's supporters saw her coming out of the room unscathed, the commotion stopped. The crowd followed outside and soon dispersed as best as possible to keep up with the theater and not call for any more unwanted attention. Virginia approached Yelena.
I told you the Midnight Fiends were trouble. They just stood there like idiots.
This was not their fight.
I am worried. How did they know about the meeting?
I don't know. But do you think they are going to destroy Amanda?
No. The ranger may want to do so, but for now, Holloway and the council are going to be happy with their price. And this is not how it ends. We are not leaving her behind for long.
Inside the library, Father Michael patted Daniel in the back.
You did well, my son. You should all rest. You are still saddled with the case Vittorio brought you.
I want to know if everything is okay with Julio before leaving.
Was that mortal woman Julio's wife?
Yes, that could have gone much worse if Van Arden had not intervened.
Tom looked full of worry to the door that Julio and Christina had used to leave the room a few minutes earlier. Deeper inside the library, Julio was climbing a flight of stairs back to the surface level above ground. He heard a noise and saw Van Arden waiting for him at the top of the staircase.
How is she, Julio?
She's resting now. She was very nervous and took quite a while for her to relax.
There is something bothering me.
Are you preoccupied with the secrets and treasures held within the library? With this many Nosferatu here, they might be in danger.
No. There was no risk of them finding anything here tonight. All the important assets of House Ashkari have already been moved to the oil platform. I have something else to speak about with you. DuPont already knew what was going to happen here before it started. He had everything in place to catch the Ebony Dagger red-handed.
Do you think they have a traitor in their midst?
No, it was one of you Midnight Fiends who helped DuPont.
Van Arden took a parchment outside his robe.
This blood covenant was signed as a non-disclosure agreement by Mr. Reed on the day I hired him to find you. Today, its terms have been violated. This means he has revealed information from inside this library to some unauthorized party.
Julio was dumbfounded. He could never expect something like this from Daniel.
I could have activated the spell in the blood covenant, and Mr. Reed would have been reduced to ashes. However, I understand that the issue at hand may be more intricate than first imagined, and hasty judgments are not advised.
Van Arden extended the parchment to Julio.
You are a full-fledged Nosferatu of House Ashkari. I trust you to investigate the issue at hand and choose how to best deal with it, considering the interests of our family. Use it wisely.
The parchment weighed heavily on Julio's hands. How should he proceed? Would he be able to choose to activate something that would destroy Daniel? No. Maybe he should discuss this with the Midnight Fiends, with everyone or without Daniel being present. Julio was still worried about the Midnight Fiends being divided when they were called to take sides in the conflict that almost happened inside the library. Was this the first sign of a fracture? Julio pocketed the parchment and knew he would have to think long and carefully before deciding what to do with it. Oppenheimer was sharpening his knives when Akasha entered his room. She laid down on his bed next to him, with her belly facing the ceiling, making her talk with her face upside down to him.
What you doing?
He looked at her, already bored with her attention-seeking games.
I am training an elephant for the Queen of England's birthday party. Do you think I can make him do a backflip?
I thought you were sharpening your knives.
If you know, then why do you ask?
Because I'm bored, Opie. Jolene is busy with her task and I'm done with mine, so I thought I could help you.
I don't think so. Why don't you go help her?
Oh, she's so boring and you were so much fun. Explosive fun.
I am, aren't I? But still, I don't want your kitty claws mudding my operation.
Why would you say that? My kitty claws are very much clean.
Akasha, I am a one-man show. Besides, I don't want you telling on me to Ivan like last time. My genius needs freedom to soar. It can't be shackled by his religious dogma.
I take back what I said. You are no fun. You never let me play with you.
Oh my, I'm hurt. See this? Can you hear it?
He rubbed his thumb and the index finger together.
What?
It's the smallest violin in the world, playing just for you.
Douchebag!
She stood up, knocking his tools on the floor. Oppenheimer stood up with anger in his face and a sharp knife in his hand. They stared off each other, the atmosphere teeming with the prospect of violence erupting any second when someone interrupted.
Akasha, I can't believe the news from the court. Come, you must tell me all about it. Honestly, these clowns should be rebranded as the King's Circus. It would suit them much better.
It was Antoinette at the door. Akasha looked at her with a smile full of glee and left the room, sticking her tongue out to Oppenheimer, who just laughed, very satisfied with himself. In the city of Dreadford, where the lines between right and wrong blur like shadows in the night, there was a casino called Crimson Dice near the docks. The Midnight Fiends got out of Oliver's SUV. They were received by the gritty streets under a torrential downpour. Neon signs cast eerie glows and buzzing sounds that echoed on the rain-slicked pavement as the city's denizens scurried for cover. The 5 Nosferatu walked through the parking lot in silence, each one lost in their own haunting thoughts. Daniel felt guilt devouring his soul for having helped DuPont against the Ebony Dagger. At the time, he did not want to disappoint the Frenchman. It all made sense before, but now, away from him and his influence, it felt more and more wrong. He looked at Eloise. They have not spoken privately since, and he was sickened by the thought of her knowing what he had done. Eloise, in her turn, was irritated. To see such a flagrant display of corruption of the council was unbearable. Buying votes with favors shamelessly in front of everybody, it was the last straw. She would help in Don Vittorio's case, but after that, she would put her skills at the disposal of the rebellion. It was time for a new king, maybe a queen. Yelena didn't want to wear the crown, and that is exactly why she should. Oliver was worried. He knew he had done the right thing by siding with the council. The city needed change, but it didn't need bloodshed. He looked at Tom. They had just got past their fight because of Daniel, and already they were set apart because of this affair. Could their crew survive these cracks? Tom noticed Oliver looking at him and looked back. The businessman broke eye contact and the big man grunted. How could Oliver be so smart and so stupid at the same time? Can't he notice that Gomez was killed in the same fashion House Dracul was trying to kill him? For secrets, whatever Oliver was looking into, it was something the old dragon did not want unearthed. And even after Daniel was almost blown into pieces, Even after DuPont accused Spectre of trying to kill the Midnight Fiends with a fake bomb using them as bait for the monsters in the sewers, the businessman still could not see the truth and took sides with the council. What a puppet. Julio, though, was plagued by Daniel's betrayal. How could he, after all they have gone through? He knew they would have to discuss this sooner or later. The blood covenant weighed heavily in his mind. He knew the whole situation had put his family in danger. Agnes, Van Arden, Christina. Now it was his responsibility to uncover what happened and maybe deliver consequences. They would cross that bridge after Vittorio's investigation. They reached the entrance of the Crimson Dice and asked to speak with Giacomo, a longtime familiar of Vittorio's responsible for the establishment. After the proper confirmations, the Midnight Fiends were allowed entrance in the secluded parts of the casino, where Nosferatu and familiars took care of their affairs. Giacomo was a big and fat guy, covered in gold chains and a black suit that smelled of cologne. A lot more than needed. He greeted them with a big smile and handshakes, but he kissed Daniel in both cheeks with deference.
The Don told me you are his godson, Mr. Reed. Anything you need, just ask. You need money? Take it. You need blood? Have it. You need someone to disappear? Let me know and consider it done. Rest easy. Our family is your family.
Thank you, Giacomo, but it is not necessary. We are here just to ask some questions about Javier Chavez. He used to work here, did he not?
He did, Mr. Reed. Cost us money and blood. Un pezzo di merda.
Yes, the Don told us it had something to do with one Anthony Marino.
Cazzo, povero Antonio. Yes, I tried to dissuade the Don, but he has a temper. When it crossed his mind that Tony was stealing money from us, there was nothing that could be done. Tony went to sleep with the fishes, but the embezzling continued. That's when we found out about Javier. He was skimming from the top of Tony's deliveries after the money was counted. That's why he took the fall.
And when you found out, what happened to him?
We didn't. One of the boys caught him and he beat the guy with a billiard ball and ran. He's been missing ever since. We tried everything. Orlok spies, Dracul soldiers, Leviathan police. The guy is a ghost.
Maybe a Strix private detective can help.
Giacomo laughed, wagging his index finger at Daniel.
Now I see why the Don likes you. You are a cocky son of a bitch.
I try to be as good as I am cocky.
I bet. The Don also asked me to show you this.
The man brought a small TV and a video cassette player. He inserted a tape and pressed play. It was a security tape of the heist. 3 people wearing Halloween masks took the place by assault. The Midnight Fiends saw them getting the diamond from the safe and saw one of the men shooting an old lady.
That one is Javier, I am sure.
Why would you say that?
Because of the way he handles the weapon. No trigger safety. Look here. He always fancied himself a gangster. When he uses the pistol, he does it sideways.
Daniel looked at the screen intently, but not at the pistol. A few distorted pixels at the side of the hood of one of the perps caught his attention.
Did Vittorio have any bad dealings with a woman?
Why do you ask?
Here, this one, it's a woman. Can you see her hair coming out of the mask under the hood?
I think I can, but the quality of the video is not great for me to be sure.
I am pretty sure, the way she walks, body language and body type. I'd put money on it.
Cocky, but maybe you are right. We had a couple working for us selling contraband cigarettes. Bada bing bada boom, the guy decides to use our money to buy drugs and resell it without our knowledge. He is busted and loses the product, and now he owes us money with interest. 20 points. Of course, they can't pay. Vittorio feels merciful and tells them to pick which one will pay in blood and leaves a gun on the table. Before he exits the room, she kills her fiancé dead.
Vicious. Do you know her name?
Stephanie Banks.
Daniel contemplated the situation. Clearly, Javier had dealings with Vittorio, and there was a high chance that the woman in the video could be Stephanie Banks.
So there are 3.
No, wait a minute.
Giacomo stopped the tape and took it off. He picked up a brown envelope, and from inside he took another tape.
The guys from DuPont delivered it today. It's from the Chevalier.
The fat man inserted the second tape. It was surveillance video from a French restaurant. The same 3 thugs took the place by storm, but now there were 4.
This guy is not in the first video.
Maybe got into the group at a later time?
Maybe. What did they steal this time?
Mr. Corse's eternity.
They all looked at each other. Don Vittorio was right. The tower was cutting the hands of the King's Council, and now the Don and Father Michael were the last targets.
They are evolving. First they steal and now contract hits? On vampires? How did they escape the Chevalier?
We don't know. Jean-Luc was not keen on telling us. Trade secrets.
What do you think we should do?
We should go to the jewelry store.
They departed from the Crimson Dice and cruised the streets to the Eternal Elegance jewelry store. On the way, Oliver made a few phone calls and discovered the real owner, a Strix Nosferatu called Albert Bay. They made contact, and the vampire agreed to meet them at the store. When they arrived, Oliver parked the car and they all exited the vehicle. Daniel observed the place around him. It was mostly commercial stores in this block. Fashion, sunglasses, brand-name coffee shops. They met the owner in front of the store and the Nosferatu took them to a private room.
Thank you. Finally, someone came to investigate this.
We are the first to investigate the robbery?
Yes. Bartholomew told me this is council business, and it is above his pay grade, and the council simply ignores my pleas. I swear, sometimes I think Yelena is right.
A thick silence covered the room, and Albert felt it become very small.
Don't worry. Let's focus on the matter at hand.
Daniel gave side glances to his companions. Oliver and Julio felt very uncomfortable, but Tom and Eloise had a little smile in the corner of their lips when they looked back.
So how long did the heist take?
2 minutes, maybe 3. You saw the tape. They knew everything. Everything. This was no amateur job. Months of intelligence gathering. Every nook and cranny. Protocols, password time change, who they needed to access the vault at the right time. It is insane. This place was designed by G-Max Security. Even the getaway car was parked in a blind spot of my cameras outside.
A getaway car. That's why there were 3 here and 4 in the Chevalier.
Still, how could they escape the Chevalier without a getaway car?
Because they didn't need one.
Jean-Luc is an Orlok.
Yes. He certainly has an emergency exit that connects to the sewers.
They knew everything about the security in both places. Okay, but how does this help us find them?
It helps us know who they are and how they think. Certainly they have been brought into the blood by the tower. The heist was late afternoon. There was no Nosferatu security. Maybe a test? Now the attack on the Chevalier was at night because they needed to get course.
And they could not do it as mortals.
So our targets are 4 Nosferatu buildings from the tower.
Most probably, but we still don't have confirmation on any of their identities, just hunches.
Julio felt uncomfortable talking to Daniel, and the detective noticed.
The news clipping of the heist mentioned a crash with a police cruiser. Can you show us where it was?
Yes, it was right down the street.
They headed on foot to an intersection with a gas station. Daniel went in and talked to the clerk, exuding his supernatural charm as he flashed a badge in a quick movement. The clerk immediately obeyed Daniel, and they called on his companions to accompany them to the back of the store, where they were given access to the security footage. The clerk excused himself and went back to the front of the store, leaving them alone.
Since when do you have a badge?
Always had. It's useful for private detectives.
Impersonating a police officer is a felony, Daniel.
I'm already impersonating a living person, Oliver. How worse can it get?
Here, the crash.
They all paid attention. The tape was black and white, very grainy. It was hard to discern anything. Daniel concentrated on it and called on the power of his blood and the eagle. Each frame of the video seemed to pass in slow motion. Finally, he caught a single frame where Leon's face appeared clear as day.
Gotcha.
They bagged the tape and left. All of the suspects were criminals, so it was safe to assume they had priors. As they cruised the streets, they called Caroline, asking to use the police department database to look for the suspects. The Duchess gave them authorization since this was a matter of vital importance to the King's Council. As soon as they arrived at the police headquarters, they were escorted to a small room where they could do their work privately without calling unwanted attention to themselves. After a while sifting through hundreds of criminal files, they found it.
Leon Driver, former Leon Marino, aka Speed Demon. Grand theft auto, grand larceny, armed robbery, assault, reckless endangerment.
Quite the rep sheet. Known associates? Anthony Marino?
It's his brother.
So, 2 of the others, Javier and Stephanie, were former associates of Vittorio's organization. That means that the tower is actively recruiting people at the margins of the court, weaponizing mortal associates that had enough knowledge to help, but not enough to be missed.
It's possible that all 4 were part of Vittorio's organization, or close enough.
People with an axe to grind.
Daniel searched the database and found Stephanie Banks, contraband, smuggling, drug trafficking, armed robbery. Known associates, Richard Morris, Giacomo Rossi, Anthony Marino. He searched for Richard Morris. Case number JQXBTWYA 738878, homicide unsolved, and case number HQX-MER 973778, homicide unsolved. Daniel looked at his associates.
He's a victim in the first and a suspect in the latter.
Daniel double-clicked on the latter.
It's a homicide in county jail, William Morning.
Check his known associates.
Giacomo Rossi, Anthony Marino, and Wade Morning.
This Wade, is he a relative?
He is William's son.
So let me get this straight. Javier stole from Vittorio and the blame fell onto Anthony, who is Leon Driver's brother, and Stephanie Banks' fiancé is a suspect in the homicide of William Morning, who is Wade's father.
It's them for sure. It cannot be a coincidence. There is too much synchronicity here.
I agree, but who would be mad enough to gather these people into the same group? It's a goddamn time bomb.
Who indeed?
What do you propose we do?
The stone. We go after the stone.
How? I've talked to every appraiser in the city. No one has tried to sell it.
You need to get your mind in the gutter once in a while, Oliver.
What do you mean? Who do you have in mind?
The collector.
Oliver rested his chin on his hand in a pensive manner as he nodded in agreement. The midnight fiends once again hit the streets and went to Marcus Tullius Tunnel. When they advanced through the sewers, they were stopped by a rat group and promptly declared they had business with the collector. Messages were sent through the radios and soon they were allowed to continue. They arrived near the antechamber and the collector was already there, smiling and waiting for them.
My friends, I am so happy to receive your call. Come, let's talk.
We need a private place for this matter, Collector.
Don't worry, my office is perfectly secure.
Let's hope. These days, nowhere seems to be safe.
The collector raised an eyebrow in curiosity and took them inside. When they were all comfortable, he locked the doors and turned to the midnight fiends.
So, what is this matter about lack of security?
We are sure you heard, but Mr. Corse does not walk among us any longer.
Yes, terrible business this is, but are you the ones investigating? I thought Bartholomew was on the case.
He is. We are working in a more private capacity.
What do you mean?
The Eternal Elegance jewelry store was robbed. You wouldn't know anything about it, would you?
The collector tried to loosen his tie. He was clearly nervous.
Well, sure. I did hear about it.
He walked to his chair, sat down and bit a rat.
You're working for Don Vittorio, I presume?
We are.
I might have heard about the whereabouts of the stone.
We imagined that, since Oliver has talked to every appraiser in the city and no one has heard of it.
But I had nothing to do with it. He came here and offered it to me, and I bought it. Of course, I knew it was Vittorio's since the stone is one of a kind, but I intended to return it, you know, in exchange for a small favor. Maybe not so small since I used my own gold.
So you have it?
I do, but I tell you I had nothing to do with the robbery.
We know. We are after the culprits. Who sold you?
A nobody from House Orlock. We call him Lice. He found it in the sewers. I thought it was suspicious, but I have my ways to tell if someone is lying, and he wasn't.
So he just stumbled upon it in the sewers?
That's the story.
How lucky.
I'm telling you, Mr. Magician, why someone would steal a $30 million diamond to throw it away is beyond my understanding, but that is the truth.
Daniel rubbed his chin, thinking about the possibilities.
Give it to us.
Of course.
The Orlock went to the back of his office where he had the stone. Noises of locks, contraptions, and a safe could be heard, and every once in a while the collector's head popped into view to make sure no one was spying on what he was doing. After a moment, he returned with the stone in his hands.
You will put on a good word for me, won't you?
He said before giving the stone.
Sure, but you owe us a favor.
He took it and immediately displaced his senses to the past. He saw the robbery, the car chase, the reunion, the stories of Leon, Javier, Stephanie, and Wade, and finally how Oppenheimer threw the stone through the window and how Lice stumbled into it in the sewers.
I know where we might find them.
In another part of town, Wade, Leon, Stephanie, and Javier were at the table waiting for Oppenheimer's next instructions. Everything has been going perfectly. They took out Vector and Corse, and now they just needed to take care of Father Michael and Don Vittorio. Although they were eager to finally deliver the final blow on the mobster, Leon and Wade thought it would be more prudent to go after the priest. However, Javier and Stephanie were having none of it.
He's a Strix. They are weak and it would be better practice. Vittorio is a Leviathan. I heard the fat bastard is suspiciously fast and can bend metal with ease.
I can't believe you are even considering. Vittorio is the reason we got into this.
Yo man, she's right. Let's finish that bastard and be done with him. I can't wait to give him a piece of my mind.
You are thinking with your liver. We should approach this in a more cautious fashion.
Cautious, my...
Oh, we got ourselves a heated debate.
They all got quiet.
Please continue. I'd like to hear your opinions about my plan. No? Are you all shy now? No feedbacks, pushbacks? This is a modern enterprise. Ownership, teamwork, and research are the core values of this business.
I have an opinion.
I was being sarcastic. This is my plan, my group, my task. You don't have a say. You listen and obey. Is that understood? I am the conductor. You are the orchestra. I say jump. You say how high. Is it clear? You are just props to be used in my grandiose scheme.
They stood in silence.
Excellent. Now that we have this out of the way, we have two things to discuss. First, you need a name for this little posse. Something cool and edgy, like a supervillain group name. Right now, you just sound like a bunch of carrion eaters munching on a dead horse. Make me proud.
They looked at each other without understanding very well what he was talking about.
You mean like a gang name?
Perfect, Wade. Exactly. A gang name. Now, second, I've decided who is the next target. And it is... Don Vittorio.
Javier and Stephanie were clearly satisfied with the decision, but Leon and Wade exchanged worried glances.
See, I may be tough, but I mean well. Consider this my gift to you.
So what's the plan?
I thought I was clear. You stay here and I will bring Vittorio to you as a gift.
He started to giggle and finally burst out laughing hysterically, and without another word he left and his laughter echoed through the abandoned halls of the building. The midnight fiends roamed through the cold streets of Dreadford in silent anxiety. There was no guarantee the targets were still using the place, but what if they did? Could Daniel and his companions defeat them? It was the first time they would face off against another crew of vampires. Were they up to the test? The eagle inside Daniel kept warning this was a trap, but there was no turning back now. All they could do was spring it. As they approached their destination, they made the call to Vittorio to update him about the progress and give him the address they had discovered. He seemed pleased and eager to have the 4 culprits in his hands. As the SUV parked in front of the abandoned building, Daniel felt a sensation of déjà vu that made a chill run up his spine. He looked at his companions, and they all seemed calm. Did they feel nervous as well, or were they confident? No sweat, no breathing, nothing. Their bodies would not show any turmoil inside. They were dead like himself. 5 dead bodies, yet still walking. He decided to put on a brave face, and using his heightened senses, he could feel the presence of a group inside.
They are here.
They looked at each other, and now Daniel could see the apprehension in their eyes.
Are you ready?
They all nodded in agreement.
Let's move.
The midnight fiends took the first steps into the building. The door opened with a creak. The place was dark and had a strong odor of mold. They could hear the sound of a leak somewhere. They moved silently through the broken concrete that formed the stairs to the second store of the building. Voices could be heard coming from somewhere. Eloise took the point lead and signaled for silence. Julio tightened his grip on his cane. Oliver had his shotgun at the ready. Daniel had his stake in hands and Tom cracked his knuckles and neck, psyching himself. Eloise counted with her fingers. 1, 2, 3. They erupted inside the room in coordination. Eloise in the front with her fists closed. Right behind followed Tom, Oliver pointing his shotgun and Daniel with his stake in hand. Julio came in the back with a spell ready to blow. Wade, Leon, Stephanie and Javier stood up immediately, all drawing shotguns on the Midnight Fiends.
In the name of the king and his court, surrender now!
The vampires from the tower burst out laughing. They wore their Halloween costumes in preparation for Vittorio's arrival, but did not have the time to put on the masks.
How about, no, your king and your laws mean nothing to us, court scum.
My fists beg to differ.
I'd like to see you try.
She cracked her knuckles and Wade simply smiled in return.
You can't escape. We have backup on the way.
Good, because you're gonna need it.
Are you sure about that? The numbers are clearly in our favor.
How nice! He can count, little brother. So cute.
Cleon and Daniel took a moment to measure each other. The eagle and the raven were ready to strike.
You should come with us. We can help you.
I don't need your help.
In a weird way, they felt kinship.
These people you surround yourself with are bad for you. They will get you destroyed.
I could say the same to you.
In another life, they could have been friends, but now they hated each other with passion.
Come on, little brother. Time's passing by and they got backup on the way.
Getting nervous.
Anxious. To finish you off!
Javier reached for Oliver's shotgun with his mind, ripped it from his grasp and shot Julio. The magician fell back against the wall, hurting, and responded back by setting Javier's clothes on fire with a wave of his cane. Stephanie shot at Tom, but Eloise jumped in front, easily absorbing the hit. Tom responded by charging against Wade. The Leviathan shot at the Orlok, but it did not deter the attack. Tom tackled Wade with violence against a wall that succumbed beneath the strength of the blow. Wade broke through the wall, landing in another room and stood up. Immediately, they started to trade punches against each other. Daniel moved like an eagle diving against Leon, stake in hand aiming for the heart, but the getaway driver easily dodged time after time. Daniel was fast, but Leon, the speed demon, was faster. Leon dropped his shotgun on the floor and drew a knife, brandishing it to Daniel, teasing the detective. Javier rolled on the floor to put out the fire. He stood up and looked furious at Julio, who had a smile and a gun pointed to him. Julio shot twice, but Javier evaded both shots.
You're gonna have to do a lot better.
You overestimate yourself.
Javier pulled out a pair of knives and threw them against Julio, who evaded both of them. When he got his attention back at the Morrigan, the man had rushed supernaturally against him with a third knife in hand, slashing his torso and spilling blood. Julio screamed in pain, but before he could do anything, he felt two piercing knives at his back, and the magician fell to a knee. Javier made the knives dodged by Julio to fly back with his psychic power.
No, I correctly estimated you!
He had an evil smile as he twisted the knife in the magician's gut. He pulled out the knife and was ready to slash it again when a demonic figure wearing the shreds of an expensive suit grabbed him by the neck and slashed his torso with unnatural claws before pulling him around with unholy strength and hitting the ground and ceiling with him.
To make a correct estimate, you need to learn to count first.
Oliver had transformed into a demonic form between man and dragon. His voice sounded unholy, and his skin changed into metallic scales with bluish hue. Smoke came out of his mouth as he spoke, and he delivered 2 more slashes against Javier, causing vicious wounds. Eloise rushed against Stephanie, punching her a couple of times. The basilisk called upon the void and fleshed out a shield of shadows to protect herself against the blows. As Eloise insisted on destroying the shield with brute force, Stephanie again called upon the void and fleshed out a sword of shadows and pierced the Volkos through the gut. Eloise screamed in pain. It felt as if the weapon was corroding and burning her flesh like acid. When Stephanie pulled the sword out, a hissing sound could be heard. Tom and Wade were entangled like 2 giants in a titanic trade of blows. Wade was faster, but Tom was stronger. Wade used the speed of the sea serpent to strike him with a flurry of blows and fall back. Tom blocked them all, but now that they had space between them, Tom was missing his own attacks.
Look at you all slow with that ugly mug. I'm gonna squash you like a bug.
I feel sorry for you.
Wade came in again, striking fast and falling back before Tom could answer the attack.
You have one trick, your strength, and you can't use it anymore. How sad. Your sire did not teach you well. Mine is a master in martial arts.
I don't have a sire.
If I had made such an ugly kid, I would go for a pack of smokes and never come back too. What a dummy.
People always had the bad habit of assuming Tom was dumb. He had been big and strong since he was a kid. He learned that instead of letting his ego get in the way, he could oblige them and use it in his favor. Right now, he realized something. Thanks to the investigation, he knew Wade while his adversary did not know him.
It's a shame what they have done to your dad. It must have been hard for you. I was very close to mine, and when he died, it was very hard for me.
Shut up!
Wade struck him again and again, and Tom spit out a tooth.
Is this why you joined the tower, to avenge your father?
I said shut up! You don't know anything about me!
Lightning blows kept landing on Tom. Jab, cross, hook, jab, jab, cross, sheen, flying knee. Tom could not see them, just felt the body shots to his gut and liver. Punches to the face, but he laughed.
Stop laughing.
Do you even know who really killed him?
Vittorio did.
Vittorio ordered the hit, but who landed the shiv?
Wade felt the walls closing in on him. In the other room, Leon and Daniel fought in a whirlwind of strikes. Leon would come faster than Daniel, but his eagle senses allowed him to dodge. In return, Daniel would strike with his stake, but Leon was too fast. As fast as Father Michael. They kept calling on their blood to fuel their powers, but it was a stalemate. None could garner advantage over the other. Both felt the thirst steadily increasing. Stephanie kept hacking Eloise with her sword, but the Volcos kept enduring the strikes. She just would not be destroyed, as if by sheer will and disdain. The young Navajo warrior kept punching Stephanie repeatedly. Some landed against the shield, but others hit the mark, Stephanie's face.
Why won't you turn to ashes?
You're not good enough.
Stephanie screamed in fury and charged with everything she had. Eloise raised her arms in a cross stance over her head, and the sword came down cutting and corroding halfway her arm. It got stuck, still melting her flesh and bone. Eloise pulled her arm back, taking the sword out of Stephanie's grasp, and the weapon faded away like a shadow under light, as if it never existed.
I hate you.
Because you are weak.
Javier was in dire straits fighting against two vampires. He managed to escape the deathly grapple. He was fast and had 3 knives flying around him in a blade tornado created by his psychic powers. He pulled out a 4th knife in his hand. The blades flew around Oliver, cutting him, but he sustained the damage quite well, leaving Julio completely free to sling a spell and rain fire over the Morrigan. Javier protected himself by covering his head with his arms, leaving an opportunity for Oliver to grab him again and hit him against the wall. Julio drew a sword from his cane and pierced the vampire through the heart, and left it there, leaving him languid.
You have been measured and found lacking.
On the outside of the building, cars parked and Don Vittorio, Giacomo and his goons exited the vehicles and went straight in. It was time to deliver payback and teach respect. They stormed the building and heard the sounds of combat upstairs. The mobsters started to make their way to it when a gush wind passed by them from one side to the other.
Come on, boys, let's give him hell.
Vittorio turned to Giacomo and saw the man pale, holding his own throat with fear and sweat dripping from his face. Vittorio started to say something when the gush of wind came back again and again. Someone was attacking them. His goons fell to the ground along with Giacomo, dead.
We meet again, Vito.
Jack?
Oh, I waited 100 years to see that frown on your chubby face, my friend.
How can it be?
Do you mean how could I survive your sordid betrayal when you decided it was good business to hunt my house? After all we've been through? Remember, Vito, blood is thicker than water, especially among our kind.
What happened to you?
You don't like my new look? I grew tired of the whole 19th century gentleman look. It was so 19th century. I think these new aesthetics suit me better.
But Jack, it was just a business, nothing personal. I mean...
My name is Oppenheimer now. Jack was weak. After all, he was almost destroyed by your hands. I mean, the hands of your associates. You never were a hands-on kind of guy, if I may say so.
You did this. The robbery, my stone, the bloodlings.
Yes! It was all me. You should see your face. Revenge is a dish best served cold, I must admit.
Don Vittorio screamed in rage, and with a supernatural speed you would not expect from a short and fat man. He tried to punch Oppenheimer, who dodged the blow. The punch hit a column, splitting it, sending debris through the room. The Morrigan attacked with a knife, but Vittorio parried his enemy's arm to protect himself.
Vito, look at you, having to fight your own battle. Better late than never.
Oppenheimer laughed and unleashed a flurry of blows in a mad frenzy. The Leviathan retreated and parried each time, while waiting for an opening. Suddenly, Vittorio grabbed Oppenheimer's right arm with the strength of 100 men and made his enemy drop the knife. Without letting go, he hit Oppenheimer twice with his other hand.
You always talk too much, Jack, and thought too highly of yourself.
Oppenheimer drew a knife with his offhand. Vittorio prepared to parry the attack, but was caught by surprise when instead of using it to unleash a melee attack against his body, Oppenheimer threw it against his right leg. The knife went deeply into his flesh, just above the knee.
Boom.
Vittorio's eyes went wide. He let go of the Morrigan Nosferatu, but before he could remove the knife, it trembled violently and exploded, taking out his entire leg. Vittorio fell backwards. His pained scream spread through the room along with the echoes of Oppenheimer's laughter. Upstairs, Wade tried to keep it together, but the sea serpent inside him was coiling and raging like the sea as he delivered incessant blows onto Tom. Every time he used his supernatural speed and his ungodly strength, more of the power of his blood was depleted until he started to run out of fuel. When Tom realized his opponent was getting slower, he prepared himself and grabbed Wade by the neck with his huge hands and started to rain down blows on him, each one more devastating than the other. Wade collapsed to his knees, but Tom kept hitting him with all his strength until the man collapsed in a languid state and could fight no more. Eloise, in the other room, smashed Stephanie's shield, who in her turn fleshed out another one. Eloise was starting to get exhausted, but she kept soldiering on. To her relief, the shield finally broke once more. Stephanie tried to call on the void again, but Eloise felt the wolf calling and gave in to the howl inside her. She grabbed Stephanie by the head and smashed her against the wall in a frenzy until her opponent moved no more. Daniel and Leon were still in a stalemate. They stopped and stared at each other. But before any of them could make their next move, Oliver, Julio, Tom, and Eloise joined them.
You are surrounded, Leon. Surrender.
Never, court scum.
He tried to attack Daniel, but the detective dodged. Julio manifested a jet fire, but Leon escaped. Eloise tried to grab him, but could not. Oliver tried to tackle him using his huge body, but missed as well. It was Tom who finally managed to get his hands on Leon right before the speed demon could exit the room. There was no chance in hell that Leon could match Tom's strength to escape.
Daniel, now!
Daniel aimed his stake into Leon's heart and rushed through the room like a bullet, sending the getaway driver into a languid state.
We did it.
A slow clap could be heard from the entrance.
Yes, you did. Congratulations, Midnight Fiends.
Who are you?
That's for me to know, and for you to find out.
He threw Vittorio's hat on the ground, and they all knew what that meant. Vittorio was gone.
Ooh, hello there, Pamela. Long time no see.
Oppenheimer said to Eloise. Something broke down inside her mind, and she fell to one knee, holding her head, feeling a lot of pain.
Pamela. I heard this name before. Why is it so familiar?
The boots of dozens of police officers made the building tremble. To the fiends, it was like the cavalry's thunder coming to help them. In this brief moment of distraction, Oppenheimer vanished. They looked around, but he was nowhere to be found. As the Midnight Fiends tended to Eloise, Caroline burst into the room in front of a group of Leviathans.
Provide a situation report.
Caroline said while her troops spread through the building to scout for enemies. Daniel was still worried about Eloise. He could not fathom what was happening with her, but she seemed to be in pain.
We fought a crew of Tower Nosferatu. We defeated them, but one escaped.
Caroline signed with her hands, and DuPont and Father Michael entered the room escorted by a rear guard.
Where is Vittorio?
Julio pointed with his cane to the hat on the ground. All eyes turned to the priest. He was next. Father Michael had a solemn expression on his face, but tried to maintain his composure.
We have the perpetrators in our hands. At least some of them. Maybe the tower won't be able to continue their plan without this crew.
Dupont approached the four languid Nosferatu with a sinister smile.
Don't worry, Michael. We are going to send them to a hole from where they are never going to get out again. If they know anything about the plan of the tower, they are going to tell us all about it.
The Midnight Fiends have done a lot. They look like they need a break.
Agreed. You are relieved, Midnight Fiends. Take care of your wounds and friend. We can take over from here. Don't worry about Vittorio's reward. I'll take it upon myself to pay his dues.
They did not lose any time and immediately retreated to Oliver's SUV and vanished into the night. Eloise stopped feeling pain, but she was withdrawn and wanted to visit Nayati. They took until the next night to fully recover, but at least they were left alone. When the sun set, Eloise excused herself and went to her mother's dwelling at the reservation territory.
Hello, Jacob. Do you know where Nayati is?
She asked her sire's familiar, who was enjoying a rest by the fire after a day's work while eating his dinner. Jacob promptly took Eloise to a clearing where the elder Navajo Nosferatu was teaching two younger Volkos.
Nayati, I need to speak with you alone.
Nayati sent her two students into a hunt for a beast inside the forest and took Eloise for a walk through the forest trails. Eloise remembered fondly their walks and hunts together, but now she could not take her mind off the matter that troubled her.
Who is Pamela?
Nayati sighed with regret.
We are going to need a long talk, Eloise. I must admit I have not been fully honest with you.
Somewhere else in the city, Oliver and Daniel Reed arrived at a building, and Oliver took his companion to an office inside it. The door read, Eagle Investigations.
Oliver, what is this?
I know you are using the cabin to rest during the day, but it occurred to me that you could use somewhere in the city as a working place. This way you don't need to use the place you call home for work and meetings, and you will find some extra amenities in this office.
I don't know what to say. I must confess I miss my office outside the city, but I cannot accept.
Daniel, I won't take no for an answer. Use it. Leave it closed. It is your prerogative, but I want you to at least have it.
Oliver handed the office keys to Daniel. The detective hesitated, but after a second he smiled and took them.
I am going to pay you back. This must have cost a small fortune.
Of course. We can be partners in this new enterprise until you do so. I have never been part of a private detective agency before.
I can't agree. Actually, I would say you have become a fine detective yourself.
Thank you, Daniel. It means a lot coming from you.
Julio arrived at the library and immediately went to look for his wife, Christina, but she was nowhere to be found. He looked in every room and chamber. Van Arden and his children did not see her leave as well. The woman simply vanished. A chill ran up his spine. The other Nosferatu of House Ashkari checked their wards and no one had invaded the library. He felt his world crumbling and desperation started to set in. He checked every room and every chamber, calling her name. He started to become frustrated and suddenly he was surprised by the sound of a clock hitting the next hour. In anger, he punched the clock several times and threw it on the floor, completely destroying it. He broke down and fell to his knees, blood tears streaking his face as his screams calling her name cut through the night. Tom was alone in the cabin in the woods when someone knocked on the door. Strange, he did not expect anyone here. He cautiously approached the door and opened it. It was the White Ronin and the Goblin. In his mansion, Oliver finished showering, and when he came out of the bathroom there was something bizarre waiting for him. Another trade card rested on his nightstand. He took it incredulously. He looked around his bedroom, but nothing else was out of place. He felt apprehension. Since he used the demon form, he had been feeling something inside him awakened. Something strange. He feared it was the dragon. Immediately he felt short of breath. How is it possible? He was dead. He didn't even need to breathe. He tried to escape his own thoughts and returned his attention to the card on his hands. He examined it. This one had a number on the back. Would he have the courage to call? Daniel arrived at the Church of All Sins Redeemed. He left his car and took a box of his stuff in his hands. He spent a lot of time thinking about it, but he decided he would finally move in with Father Michael. He was worried about his sire. Michael could be targeted by the tower and destroyed. Daniel Reed hoped that with the bloodlings out of the job, maybe it could be averted, but the detective felt he should be there now that his sire had a target on his back. He entered the church by the back entrance he always used when visiting. When inside, the detective heard something, noises. Daniel left his box on a table and took out his stake. He silently turned a corner in the church when he heard chuckles. It was Michael and Betty kissing, and before he could leave, he saw the priest sinking his fangs on her neck. The detective felt dizzy. Disgust burned inside him, and for a second he felt like he could jump onto his sire with a stake in hands, but he returned it to his jacket. He took his box and turned back. He left without saying a single word to Father Michael, heading back to the cabin in the woods.